do we got a show for? Oh, do we got a show for you? We got Kurt Metzger one more time. It's gonna bring about the truth. Here we are. Kurt Metzger. Oh, my microphone keeps going out, folks. Oh, do we got a show for you? I don't know how many times I've said that. I don't know how many times you've heard it, but I've said it several times. Woo, we got a show. Oh, Kurt Metzger is about to bring it to us, huh? I hope you like that little intro. I finally figured out the music, huh? Finally figured out the music. But yeah. We've got to get right to it. We got to get right to it. And let me bring you on over for another Kurt Metzger. Okay. When Kurt Metzger drops, we cover it. Okay. So just let that be known, folks, that when he puts out a new derp, we be derping. Derpenstein. The Trismegismus, the Trice Great, 3 times wonder. But speaking of which, and I know that you guys like to get into it real quick. But let's go ahead and pop up those goals. Okay, we got those Godfather goals. Go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe. If you like all things Kurt Metzger, we'll cover it. If you like comedian podcasts and making fun of them through the lens of a satirical commentary, we do it. We make fun of them, zoom in, do all sorts of things. And we have the occasional conspiracy night. Now, if we take a look at the numbers real quick, goal, and look what we've got here, folks. We've got, all right, where's the drum roll, please? Whoa, my God, that's from last night, folks. That's from last night. Let's go. Okay, we're nearly there. Those Godfather goals of 500 by spring. We're gonna do 1,000 by summer. Sometime summer. We got to get monetized, folks, and then we can get real niche. Okay, but I got to spread that wide net to get an audience, and then we can dig in deep to all sorts of things. But oh man, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Let me take that off there for you. We are on episode 61, live streaming every night, folks. And anytime that Kurt Metzger drops something, we will cover it. We will cover it. And last night we took a look at the Derp with Kurt with Izzy Griffin. Oh, what a show. What a show. The night before we did Kurt Metzger, The Solid Show. That's 3. Kirpsmegismus, the thrice great. Okay? And we're just going to jump right in. It's going to be an amazing time. I hope you guys are all ready. And, hey, if there's anything you all need, you let me know in the comment section. Also in the chat. You let me know if there's something that I had missed that I didn't quite catch. We go back and take a look at it, and we can expound on these ideas. So thank you for joining me on this amazing Kirpsmegismus, okay? The thrice great. 3 in a row here for you. And here we are. Kurt Metzger in the Imagination Podcast. You know, a girl came up with that name. You know a girl came up with that name. And who's doing seasons nowadays, huh? There's no need to do seasons. Just number them. All right, here we go. For all you guys out there. Oh, I got to show you one more thing. Okay, we'll get into this. Let me show you one more thing, folks. This is what we had last night. Okay, can I show you what we did last night? You guys are amazing. Look at these numbers. Can you see this? Can you see this right here? 56, almost 5,700 reactions last night's stream. 5,700 reactions, folks. We had a 4.5 hour stream. That is a party. Okay, so if you want to have a party, you hit those reactions, and that gets me going. I'll be doing some yos. Okay, I'll be jumping up, and I'll be twirling around. That is amazing. Thank you so much. What a support. And we'll get right to it. I know you're here for a curb. You're not here to listen to me sing. Okay, you just want to see me shine. But here we are. This is the clip virgin. So hunker in, get ready, because we're about to dive. We're about to derp in deep. Here we are. Thank you for joining us, El Gato. Good to see you again. And here we are. Oh, you've seen it. Oh, I know the pot. Look at this pot. Thank you for reminding me. You are on it. You know our aesthetic. This is nuts. Okay. Please get someone with some testosterone on your team, and they'll really even things out for you, because this is manic. All right. Lay off the SSRIs there, lady, and get you something like this. Look at that. You know, no woman did this one. That's right. I'll go right into. I'm losing my audience just by saying this, and I don't care. Because look at that shit. Oh my God. But I can't be losing my audience already. Sorry. All right, here we go. Thank you for joining us. We're getting right into it.
Techno state.
Oh, I got slow motion on and everything. I was wanting them to derp in slow motion, apparently. All right.
What's up, you guys? Welcome to The Imagination. I'm your host, Emma, and today I'm absolutely honored to introduce you all to brilliant and renowned American stand-up comedian, Emmy Award and Peabody Award winner, podcast host and co-host, content creator, writer, wearer and finder of hilarious costumes, former gay kid, loving husband to a dolphin, whistleblower to whistleblowers, survivor advocate, and someone I'm honored to call a friend, Kurt Metzger.
Oh my God, you can't prove none of that dolphin shit. You can't prove it. And
we've seen it.
Wait, hold on. What's that? What's that note?
A comedian who turned personal rebellion into a beacon of unfiltered truth, Kurt's early life was anything but ordinary.
What just happened?
Born in Ohio, he was raised in the Jehovah's Witness faith, where he was ordained as a minister at age 17. Diving headfirst into stand-up, Kurt honed his craft in the gritty clubs of Philadelphia and New York, where his sharp wit and no-holds-barred style quickly set him apart in the industry. Kurt doesn't just write, he performs, showcasing his mastery of observational comedy laced with dark humor, tackling everything from politics to human folly. In addition to doing stand-up, he now also hosts his own podcast on YouTube.
Hurry up, woman!
It's Kurt's advocacy for survivors that really sets him apart as a performer, journalist, podcast host, and content creator. In a world that too often silences the screams.
Oh my God! What happened? Why is there two intros?
Warrior for the invisible, the voice.
I'm going to skip through. Oh my God!
I crossed paths.
What is? Look at. He's like, what are you doing? Get to the point. Ain't that like a woman? Just want to hear herself talk. Imagine just recording yourself, wanting to hear yourself talk. I couldn't believe. I would never want to record myself. All right, here we are. Let's skip ahead through this. This is nuts.
credible memoir. More.
Oh my God.
Stands tall, fearless.
He's falling asleep.
Spotlight.
And don't try to get me killed. Number
one, the only Kurt Metzger.
Oh God.
Listen.
There
don't
you
try
go.
to get me killed. Number one. I'm not advocate for shit. I don't got no credibility.
Kurt, we're putting you on a freaking list right now. All right, you're on a list.
Yeah, that's what that is. And yeah, and also nobody gives you shit about anybody's credits. Have you ever gone to a show? Like, if you go to somebody's show, you already know if you want to see them. If you never heard of them, you're not gonna like. If it's someone you never heard of, they're not gonna tell you their writing credits, and you give a shit. But hosts need something to say before they bring you on. But I mean, you cut that one way down. All right, sorry to open up with a.
Yes, exactly. Good
I'm
God,
tirelessly outspoken.
It was so insane.
Set me up for failure. I'm to be murdered by the McChrystal Network.
Well,
they love to prepare. You know, like I couldn't imagine preparing for a thing in my life, folks. Okay, I live in the moment. I'm not one of them time checkers and list makers. Okay, these women just love to write them lists and put boxes next to the list and then check the box. I mean, come on, just live your life.
You've grown quite, the following within this community that watches my podcast. I've had a lot of people request.
I hit you up because your podcast is great. I've watched it a while now. I found a lot of good stuff from your podcast.
A lot of my guests who are online, you've mentioned them on podcasts. You've even brought a couple survivors on your own podcast, and you talk about them.
Oh, survivors! Oh God!
And it's really cool to see somebody finally do that. In these different realms.
Here's why. I'm on Jimmy Dore, so because Jimmy covers the news, so there's nothing space related. There's no extra dimensionality or any of that shit on. It's just the news of what's going. Look at these two guys. I love them. Right here.
I know the one's whispering in your ear.
Yeah, what? It's like an angel. It's like having two angels, one on each shoulder. So anyway, because I know current events, when I go look at, I only learned about this by a mistake for a joke because I was trying to look up the tall whites. You know, the tall whites, the white, like the whitest people at the top of the pyramid. There's even whiter things in charge, if you could even imagine it. They look at us like gorillas. This is the story this guy is telling. It was making me laugh because I was like, boy, this really sounds very Cecil Rhodes-esque. This, like they're real snotty and whatever, and they're just real tall, and they could pass as human, kind of, but there's something uncanny about them. All right.
They just look a little bit like it on the surface, but inside that's not the case.
Well, they're also like 7 feet tall, and they have small ears and big eyes, and the dude that was on with Gary,
like Mark
in Vegas. I've always wanted to know because supposedly in Vegas you can spot one once in a while, and the one dude already is like, I think it was because I thought it was just a guy who was like really tall and sick.
Vegas,
and it sounds like you've seen one, huh?
I said Vegas is a strange place, big hub for trafficking too.
Yeah, well, that Luxor is where that secret entrance to go to Area 51. I should have guessed that's where it would be at the pyramid thing.
Yeah,
anyway,
no shit.
As a joke, I'm looking up UFO shit because of this one. Because I want to know like what the alien racisms are. Because the lore, like, there's like a lore. Like I heard of the Greys and I heard of tall whites a long time ago. And then I heard another story. Like and Charles Hall's story, if you're into that stuff, I think is one of the weirdest because he doesn't talk like any of these other alien things where they sexually assault you and then tell you don't pollute when they're done. Hey, nuclear war is bad. You're like, did you just grape me? What do you? We have a president. You could go. You see these guys? You could go stick your finger in there, but they probably like it. Anyway,
you got readers.
His interview with Epstein just dropped too. That hot.
I watched it last night. Epstein talks exactly like Woody Allen.
I haven't got to watch it yet.
Oh, you have it?
I got my readers.
You just hear how he talks.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh no,
I don't
my
follow
eyes.
this person, but it's floating around on Twitter, so I'm actually just going to bring it up on here. And this is
it popped up on a lot.
Yeah. Did you repost it or no?
I texted it to a bunch of friends, but now way back when, me and Dunnigan we had a show called The Talk Down. We just made one pilot of it where it was celebrities talking down to you, giving you the news, and we
look
used
at this guy.
Yeah, we used the previews of this as a joke in our thing because Jason Burmis, I'd forgotten that this was even a thing.
Jason,
but
too many banners, Burmis.
He had 14 hours of footage. So this is what he cut down, like an hour and 40. And I didn't hear the part about the island of Dr. Moreau that's from the preview. In the preview, Bannon's like, isn't that your little island of Dr. Moreau? And I haven't heard that in here. Shit. This was like the one he made before Epstein died, after the first.
Okay.
Listen to how he talks. It's not how I thought.
Interdisciplinary work. In most.
How did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
That's hilarious. And again, if you guys love old things, Crypt Metzger, hit that like button and follow us. We cover Crypt Metzger every time he drops something. Okay, we'll cover it, and I won't let you down, folks. I won't let you down. And we do a lot of commentary. We like to watch these comedy podcasts and zoom in on them, make fun of them. We got all sorts of games. Join us. You can get in on the inside jokes. It don't take long, folks. Just give me one stream and you'll know all of our inside jokes. We got a great community here. Wonderful people in our chat. And let's see what we got here. So thank you for hitting that like button and subscribing. We got some Godfather goals of those subscribes.
I think 89 and 91.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How did a guy like you get on the board of a blue blood, internationally known?
Oh, you actually think he's a blue blood? Nah.
Hard research.
No.
Nobel Prize winners all over the place. How do they pick a guy like you, a traitor from, or basically?
Pause one sec, Emma. Now, do you hear that right up top where he goes like, he's a poor kid that didn't come from that? So I think that's bullshit right there. That Epstein family is a big family. In fact, in the Epstein files, Elaine de Rothschild sending a email back and forth about how Hitler lived when he was poor. He lived in a poor person house owned by Rothschilds, Epsteins, and I can't remember the last name. And she goes, apparently that's true, huh? That's there's wild stuff in there that, because most people are dumb, they're not going to pick out how big of a deal it is, you know. So the fake story about he came from nothing, and David Rock. Oh, he says David Rock.
And we know he's programmed. Like he grew up in one of these families, like you said.
Well, Nathan Reynolds said it. You give up a child to the thing to advance the family, and what do you get paid in? A black book of contacts. That's what you get paid in.
There you go.
What did Nick Bryan have that he bought was Epstein's black book. That's the value, is having those numbers. And I seen Nathan on your show say it a long time ago before he's even on Merkel or anything. That's what, and so he goes on about how that's when he meets Kissinger and David Rockefeller. You know, David, the devil one. I mean, they're all like that, but not the Stephen Greer one, who's like the shy nerd Rockefeller that likes aliens. The pure.
Does everyone in Vegas have these massive eyelashes? I mean, what are you doing? It's okay just to have your little tiny pokers, okay? Rather than them Japanese fans. What's going on? Come on. Come on. I mean, come on. Abre los ojos. You got these umbrellas. It's not raining in Vegas. What you doing? Oh, probably to block the light. Because you don't got the presidential profile, huh? You don't got these canopies, huh? You got to get yourself a little... a pergola over your eyes. You'd be a warrior. You can stare straight at the sun.
The one that looks like a cartoon drawing of a Satan from a 30s thing, David Rockefeller. Boy, is he creepy looking.
Dude, these people up at the top, they do get real creepy looking. It's like, why can't you guys even just pretend to look normal? You guys look
who's at the top of me.
A lot of the people below them look totally normal. And a lot of the guests, that I have on my podcast, their families look normal. But once you go higher, something happens to your appearance.
Well, some of them are like apparently real old.
She's fine. She's fine. We don't,
and maybe not even all the way human too.
We won't.
Well, that guy
make fun of girls too much. Okay, they can't handle it.
Craig, Cregg. He just did an Atwood show, and I was watching him talk about it. And it's about what they all worship Hasatan, and they're like, people think we're Luciferians, but they keep saying Hasatan. And I heard they like worship Armand. There's a bunch of cults. The whole thing is run by a bunch of cults, and not like, like I said, Jehovah's Witnesses helped me out a lot by making me not attached to nonsense things that other people would be attached to.
Even holidays and stuff like that too.
Holidays and nationalism. I don't care. Beyond like, they shouldn't be lowering your wages by flooding. Like if you.
Yes, Elgato. Did you get to see the whole thing? I didn't get to see the whole interview. But yeah, I was like, okay, is Bannon like playing cover, or was he really part of it, or what's your guys' opinion on Bannon? Because it seemed like he was acting as intelligence, or as an intelligence officer, or whatever. But yeah, it didn't seem like. Although you got Bannon and Chomsky right there too, so yeah, maybe. Oh, Steve Bannon and Epstein are friends. Okay. Oh, that's right. Yes. Oh, okay. Bannon is too behind Q 4chan. Wow. Yep. Triple agent. Woo. Yep. And then Bannon's talking about that there would be a third term for old Trumpinot, and really the only way that can be is if he's a wartime president. So they're going to try to get us into a war where he's going to have to stay indefinitely. Woo, yeah. Let that freedom ring.
Going to set up this kind of shit. Who's this to benefit? Obviously,
we're losing our audience.
Guys, then they pretend they hate this dirty son of a bitch here. He has a whole speech about how this is the most dangerous right-wing threat to ever threaten. And this is like right after their visit or right before their visit together. So like this is like wrestling, clearly. Oh, and my friend, I told you, who was being sued by Vince McMahon for talking about some girl he victimized. In the files, it turns out Ghislaine sold her to Vince McMahon. He just sent me that. There's something for everyone.
Whoa, Vince McMahon, huh? Who was telling? Was that Mark that was telling us about? Or was that Elgato? Somebody was telling us that their grandfather in the 80s was being recruited by Vince McMahon and to get into the WWF. And the story, he was saying that his grandfather passed up the opportunity because, and from what his grandfather would say, he's like, I wanted to protect my grandchildren. And yeah, look at that. Come to find out, they're getting them kids. So what do you say about
Vince McMahon for talking together? So like this is like wrestling, clearly. Oh, and my friend, I told you, who was being sued by Vince McMahon for talking about some girl he victimized. In the files, it turns out Ghislaine sold her to Vince McMahon.
Look at that. Wow.
There's something for everybody in this file drop.
There's something for everybody in there.
Wow.
100%.
Oh, Bannon's cracking up.
Even for Grip, he's in it.
One of my tweets made it in the Epstein files.
Okay. No way.
How? What was it?
You know about the infighting with the different Epstein survivors, and my stance is that there's
Yeah.
a controlled narrative, and I have spoken up about that. And so one of
This
my
100% is a control narrative. That's not. How could anybody even doubt that? In fact, they're going to focus on Jess Epstein, the tiny, whatever he is. He's the tiniest. He's just the Zionist Mossad part of it. There's a bunch of people that are in all kinds of shit that's even worse, and they're all part of it, and they're all made a little treaty. So, they'll try to kill each other and stuff, but they're just better than you. They're just your food or a hole. That's what you are for these people. And think of all the alien narratives where you hear this. They call us containers, and was that some poetic thing about a soul, or do they mean like a jizz bucket? Because I think it might be that one. Gross as it is, it's like,
well, the containers, they split your personality, and then just like Kathy O'Brien was saying, she didn't have an inner voice any longer, and all that she could hear, and she called that her will. And so she was saying that when she faced all that trauma, a way to cope with that is you disassociate and split your brain, your personality, and being that vessel, then you're empty, and then they can then drop the little derps in there to get you to do things. Ooh, man. Imagine me doing something. Hey, I do nothing.
Yeah,
if I just take a nice Whitley Strieber story, these are basically extra-dimensional sex tourists. Is that what you said? Yeah, they can't feel novelty. I watch Whitley Strieber's channel all the time because I think he's full-blown necromancer at this point. He's talking to his dead wife with the weird old transhuman who forced herself upon him. And he.
Oh yeah, Zoolander was basically like Eyes Wide Shut. I mean, they were saying it all, that they create these assassins to go and attack heads of state and all that. It's like, I can only turn left.
I don't want to commune with those things. Do you? Why are you? Well, they want to They want to connect with us. Well, they can't. Tell them to get away from me. Why are you disgusting?
Yeah.
I want to have them on my show and ask about it because it's really my jaw drops. Some of the things I'm watching, and so here's how people are limited. They're going to only think about it. Oh, is he lying or not? Like you. I don't. Never mind believing shit. Again, get over that. I don't believe shit. I want to hear your story. I want to hear what you say. So you're doing the right thing because you got all kinds of people on. Some of them I think are some of them, they were in it and now they are just crazy, even though they were in it, and they're going to give you only parts that are good. Some of them are going to give you killer stuff, like how I feel Nathan did that with Carrie and Nathan and Gray one. I got a lot of good info from.
And there's a lot of crossover too whenever you listen to multiple. And
then also, if anybody that people don't talk to them right, they're going to now have a sour view forever. So I'm sure you've seen many times people go on like some famous podcast and say like
Clip Virgin.
They stopped doing MKL. I've seen that before. Oh, I did Julian Dory. There was that dipshit that he had on. I couldn't remember the guy's name to trash him enough. What was the guy's name?
John Liesel.
Yeah, he does Liesel, doesn't he?
Anyway. Crip loves saying virgin. He loves it. Just gives us a little subliminals. Thanks, Crip. We'll see if he does it in this stream.
Yeah.
Anyway, I want to trash him more, but no, that shit's real. And so, well, if you survive that shit and you're watching people say it's not real, it's probably going to make you mad. And I'll bet you a bunch of people will attack. So anyway, everything's set up to keep it so you don't talk. It's all set up so you stay with your kind while they're partying. And then you could be in your stupid sphere. They even call them spheres, like a goddamn magic thing. Right?
Pythagoreans
lumped in with the Rogan sphere. I don't know which chakra that is on my body.
Harmony of the spheres? Is that Pythagorean?
It's your heart chakra.
No, that's my anime chakra is the heart one. And then
I thought the dolphin was your heart one.
This is my second butthole up here. And my dolphin chakra is my heart. That's right. I'm sorry, the dolphin chakra.
She's getting
moment. She's like, how badass that was that you dressed up as John C. Lilly.
Oh, that was a good call. Yeah, that was a good idea. A bunch of people thought I just wear that. And the only problem I have with it is the how the beard, like because I didn't want to shave my whole face and do what John C. Lilly wore. He had no top part. He just had like, it was crazy. It was just like, but I had the diamond studs, and then I lightened this up way more and grew it out for the show. But almost nobody knew. But I did keep referring to like, I don't think the real John Lilly, and it's not verified that he had a dolphin wife. I think I just projected that onto him.
I think you did too, but it's perfect.
Shoshana Rothfin.
It's the best.
To a hammer, all things are a nail.
Do you know the Rothfins? They're very important dolphins in this town. Let me tell you something about the Rothfins. They run shit.
The dolphin hierarchy.
Yo, he was on Jimmy's show, Steve Bannon. And
was he?
So he's a slick motherfucker, that guy. I gave Jimmy questions for him because I was like, well, when's the documentary coming out that he'd been sitting on? That I forgot about till Jason Burmis reminded me. And his answer, I don't even remember. I think it's on there, but it's like something with waiting for something with contracts and a deal didn't go through. And it was like, it like told me nothing, but also made me forget my question. It was good, you know? And also I had Jimmy ask him about Doge, because at the time we were pretending that Elon was going to Doge all the waste and fraud. Like, I guess it's fraud because they just steal the money. So yeah, there's fraud. And Bannon, playing the Noam Chomsky role, goes, if he doesn't go across the Potomac to the military, then Doge is going to fail if he doesn't cut the military. And I wish I thought to, and he's correct. But now I would have written questions with like, well, okay, what do you mean he could just do that? You're telling me that's not Trump's fault at the end of the day? The guy in charge is not. Oh, well, it's not, because Trump's not in charge, it turns out. We learned that like real quick. Are you mad at him? Well, save it. He's not in charge. And then none of them have been in charge. None of the presidents have been in charge. As soon as you found out there's more classifications of top secret above the president, that should have been your first clue that your vote has not counted ever in your lifetime. It's just a fact.
What was your wake-up call to politics?
I never believed in it at all. That's what Jehovah's Witnesses gave me. They're right. They said I don't understand people say a Christian, they don't know the lore. How do I know more of it as a guy who's not Christian and these people?
Do Jehovah's Witness, is there a rule against voting or no?
You don't get involved with worldly. This is in the story when
Talk about Jehovah's Witnesses a little bit. That actually hasn't been covered a lot here.
They don't go in wars. You can't be a Christian and fight in a war. That's not a Christian. Oh, so when you hear about I keep telling this to people on my show about the Collins Elite, a book about final events. Now, when I read that book, what I see is they're setting the groundwork for the thing now.
Yeah, Metzger loves talking about how Christians aren't supposed to go to war. Have you not heard of the Crusades? Okay. No, you can defend and protect. Whatever religion you are, doesn't mean that you can't arm up. So they're just patient. They're not reactive. Which
is the Noahide techno state. The reason I'm saying that is because these fundamentalist Christians, supposedly, who were working with aliens to assassinate people. So, and they're called Collins. So here's some big clues. They weren't Christian at all. Their name's Collins, or it's under the name Collins. I'm going to talk them to pro-natalist Collins that are connected to that family. That 100%.
Do you guys believe that it's against the Christian tenets to go to war?
But they want, because I sold a show down here, and then the one producer is friends with knows him. Like, all these people. It's funny, man. Like, people, you see people on screen, and it's very easy to forget they're all real people. And I talk a lot of shit, and then I have to talk to them later. But I will.
You, Kurt Metzger, are just a two-dimensional plaything for My Imagination podcast. Okay? You are more real than what you even know. Know thyself. No, these people, these are just little figments of my imagination. It's all a dream. All a dream. Now, if I see Kurt Metzger, I'll be like, whoa, Metzger! Hey! He's a Nephilim. He's huge.
I have a lot of questions. So they're right about in the, when Jesus gets tempted in the story by kneel to me, I'll give you all the kingdoms of the earth, which is the deal all these people make that are the leaders. That's your left-hand path deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, there's all these people that on the regular, you don't understand what the left-hand path is. Not save it. You don't understand what it is. First of all, you're so lame and gay. I'm not saying that to be a slur for lame, but you're also lame. And you sound like a dipshit in a cult, like any other dipshit. You just don't understand it. It's actually, first of all, everyone should be able to understand it off the bat. If your thing is worth anything, such as in a religion, it shouldn't be esoteric at all. It should upfront tell you what you believe.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have a secret or a mystery. The whole point of having the religion is because it gives you answers. It doesn't give you more questions like a J.J. Abrams. What does he call it? Mystery box storytelling? Just like J.J.
Yeah.
So, I mean, think of all the stuff you could connect that to and you know what he's up to, even using a term like that. Like, I had Aaron on from the Sea Org on my show who told me all this great L. Ron Hubbard stuff I didn't know, such as he used to say, don't give in.
The point I think Kurt was trying to make was when the devil tried to tempt Jesus with all the nations and governments, Jesus rejected it because he said the kingdom will be no part of current ones. Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Answers, feed him a mystery sandwich. That's how he termed it, which is a nice 50s way to and that's what you do. He's a writer. He's a sci-fi writer. That's why I'm a writer. So
I thought he was applying like the turn the other cheek kind of method with the war and thou shalt not kill and all that. But you gotta, when you're being taken over, you obviously have got to defend your family, your property, and defend yourself, obviously. But, ooh, man, they want you to be helpless and lose that sense of self-preservation. The governments.
I get it. You're leaving a little, and they make a big deal like he's the first guy to go, oh, you know how you make money, invent a religion. But no, all those occult societies, that's their final initiation. That's the final initiation. So Charles Taze Russell, the Rosicrucian from a family of left-hand path Rosicrucians, whatever the fuck that is.
Baby Bunny.
He invented a religion. Okay? And that's all.
Bunny guy.
And then Aaron also told me,
Brown Bunny,
that Nation of Islam uses Scientology to train their members. They have a contract with Scientology, and Farrakhan said this is the hope to heal the black man. Is using that's the weird Will and Jada Philadelphia connection because Will's from Philly, and it's connected to the
born
Nation
and
of Islam,
raised,
which 100% like all the Christianity here or is a psyop. They're all connected. They're all connected to the same occult schools, and they trade. They're friends at the end of the day. Most of them,
He's got his light on. Oh, he's taking pictures of the screen. Oh, yeah, got taking pictures of the screen, Kurt. Oh, boy. I was about to say something about something else, and then all of a sudden I saw Kurt Metzger flash on.
Schools. And they trade. They're friends at the end of the day. Most
Look at that.
of them, That's what ecumenicalism is. It's a trade.
You might have actually just turned it off there. Or turned it on.
Who are tricking a bunch of cattle.
And Will Smith started a school back in the day too, or a while back. I think it was somewhat loosely affiliated with Scientology, where you just have the kids go up on stage and you go up there and slap them.
And they trade their little magical secrets how to do it better. That's how I take it.
100%. Fritz Springmeier talks about that in his books and in his lectures and podcasts, how the mystery religions were initially passed down through things like Freemasonry and secret societies, but they knew not everybody would join those, and they had to figure out other ways to disperse that information. And so they tailored it to things like schools, churches, and other institutions that people populate to, and just change the information around to fit the narrative that people were expecting whenever
I pledge allegiance to the flag.
they walked in.
It's called mass initiation. So the system of the elites, they externalize onto everybody else. And so just being traumatized by seeing, who's that lesbo mama got shot in Minnesota? If you hate woke lesbians, then you should be happy. And if you love woke lesbians, you should be mad. And hey, that's all set up for you. It's on 33rd Street, by the way, where she died.
And the other guy who was killed, so he's saying, the lady was killed, Mrs. Good or whatever her name is, was killed on 33rd Street. And from what I saw this video of the Peretti guy who was then shot and killed a week later or whenever it was. He was murked right in front of a store that was called Good. It was like a Whole Foods kind of grocery store. He doesn't talk about that, but that was kind of interesting too. Kind of interesting. Whatever happened to the submersible? We need to talk to James Cameron.
On 33rd Street.
Of course.
Are you kidding me? Are you joking? When I tell it to people, I tell it sheepishly, and I'm like, dude, you'll never guess. And they're like, really? Because who would want that nonsense to be a thing? But it's like almost like beating you over the head.
Yeah.
They're like beating you in the face with it. And you're like, so when they're doing that, that's like, I take that as, see, we're telling you. See, we told you. So in the court of, because I promise you the next shit after this is not going to create the change that it should. I want to guarantee everyone of that. But what it will do is further erode, because it's just in time for the dollar to collapse in a war with Iran.
Wow, I was just about to say that. They're just waiting for that dollar to collapse. Okay, they're going to collapse the dollar and then go digital. That's why I can't get myself to commit to a full screen. It's too digital. It's too pixelated. Okay, I don't got HD, folks. Okay, I'm just in the beginning stages. But it's too digital. But I like my money digital. Woo, yeah. Can't wait. Right, they can scan my iris. And I can buy me a soda pop.
And then, hey, government is worthless. Just like John Galt in those Ayn Rand adventures of her dating Edmund de Rothschild.
They need to do a Atlas Shrugged movie. Like a legit one. And maybe the only way that they can really do it is if it's a Netflix series. Well, Netflix isn't going to do it any justice, but they should do because it's a long one, folks. But they should do that. Because it's all that stuff's happening right now. The breakaway civilizations, everyone is fleeing the U.S. to watch it burn, and going into these islands with these camouflage technology, and coming up with all sorts of doomsday rays. It's all happening, folks.
Who is John? That's who John Galt is, and they called their little island Atlantis. And they did you know all this? The Ayn Rand shit? It's about the Rothschild motherfucker. And they're like, yeah, the government sucks. We business leaders should rule the earth and we'll sabotage the infrastructure. That's what it's a Turner diaries of oligarchs. That's what Atlas Shrugged is. And my good libertarian friends that speak, they'll all act like it's not. And they'll be dismissive, but it is.
Yeah.
I mean, once you know it's Edmund Rothschild, that's a wrap. That's what it is.
That's
Stupid.
it. Yeah.
Well, she lived in Russia. She, her parents had stores that were, forced to either close down or to abide by this new government imposition, much like the COVID thing. And so, while she was a screenwriter in LA, and she got all connected with Frank Lloyd Wright. And just kind of wrote about him. Oh, well, that was Fountainhead. So yeah, who knows? I don't care. It's good books though.
And once you look at this, everybody that thinks
they're okay. They're okay.
Just look at these two. Okay, just imagine getting Eiffel Tower by these two fucking sworn enemies, who somehow managed to put aside their vast political differences to double team an unwilling person. Like, what a joke of a country. This country should be a podcast, and that's it. That's what it should be. And that's what it's going to be, by the way. That's what it's going to be. Europe's already that. And that's your king doing that. And my friends I got friends that are friends with the king. Do you understand? Because small world in comedy in England and people on movies, and they all know each other. They're like how dwarves in America all know each other. I don't know if you know, but dwarves and midgets all know each other. It's just because you get work. They all hate Peter Dinklage, and I'm on their side. What a prick he is for killing. Dude, people used to work every year got screwed out of their shit because that little arrogant little son of a bitch. And they all know each other. And try telling somebody that knows of somebody that the person they know isn't good. You think they want to hear that? They don't. They don't want to believe you. Like, I was just hanging out with him. He seemed really cool.
Yeah.
So
that's the problem.
Yeah. So because you've been trained to think in that stupid white black checkerboard bullshit with because the only way out is a bunch of people are going to need to come forward that are guilty of some heinous things that you're going to have to forgive because they're ratting out the rest of it. Like any other judge, there's a lot of victims are also perpetrators.
Exactly. Yeah. A lot of survivors have talked about committing crime or perpetration.
I'll watch them confess. J.R. Sweet. Everything he can remember. That guy wrote down, this is why I remember I did. I didn't want to do it. Some people you could tell they don't want to say what they did. And you can watch how they change, their demeanor changes. I like that guy. Fuck is his name? Sean Patrick Haslett just did his show. I really like that dude. And he had this guy, Freighter Skyrim. That's not his name, but his name's Freighter something. I want to say Skyrim, but it's not that. And he's like there's this guy, Matt Brown, that made the UFO rounds. And Matt Brown laid out all this occult shit about, and his things like a Bromlin's son is his website. And so Freighter Skyrim had some drawing, and and then there's that weird Tim, who's got the hammer on his forearm, that Diana Pasulka, the Invisible College. You seen that shit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So my friend Jesse Michaels goes to those things. He went to, was it Luke Skywalker Ranch? He went to Luke.
Is that the podcaster, Jesse Michaels?
Yeah,
okay.
And he did used to work on. A lot of these guys were finance dudes, and a lot of these people are rich kids that have no idea they're rich kids. I don't know if you know rich kids, but they don't know they're rich. Most of them, they think they're not because they're around people. Once you get in real wealth, you understand that wealth is not. That's why they do that black book shit, because wealth is meaningless. You get money and it comes and goes, and they know that's not what's valuable. Boy, when you watch that Jeffrey Epstein interview, he's so spiritual and grounded. He really talks about how money is not the most important. I swear to God.
For real, that's what he says?
Yeah, we just jump around in it because there's a lot of things that are actually, now that I'm remembering, I was like, this is nuts. It's like he's the most shallow. You're just like, why is he in charge of something? And he goes, no, none of them know how money works in Wall Street. It's a mystery. It's a complex system. And Yeah, there's a lot of nuggets of things in there that are.
I wonder if they'll put out the other. I think you said there was like 14 hours. I wonder if they'll release more of it, or else if they're only going to let us see that much.
Well, this must be his final cut.
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
There had to have been so much more stuff though that didn't make it.
Now I knew that he had been over his house, but I assumed maybe he was. I didn't know if he was on the side, and I knew this guy had been, and a lot of people have gone there that they didn't. They were like that guy, Lewis Black, the comedian. Go on Mark Norman, Joe List's podcast, Tuesdays with Stories. He tells a story of him. And I know Bobby Slayton. I know Bobby Slayton from doing the Nasty Show every year, and when we used to do it in GFL. And Epstein wanted to meet comedians in New York, and he had the biggest house in New York. And so Bobby's like, "Yeah, this guy, a billionaire, likes to be comedians. I don't know. Let's go to his house." So they go to his house, and they walk in, and Lewis Black tells the story. He goes, "There's a marker board." And it looks like I don't know, like plans, like I don't know, football plans or something. And he goes, and Epstein's like, "You know what that is? The Israeli Minister of Defense was just here. We were just going over plans for defense of Israel." And Lewis Black goes, "What?" Lewis Black said he got so creeped out because he goes, "First of all, what? Why was he here? Why were you talking about it with him? Why are you telling me?" Like in a row, he gets these like, "What in the hell is this?" So a lot of people felt alarm bells around him.
Yeah,
you know. And supposedly Jim Henson just got a foot rub. Whatever you wanted, the guy got you what you wanted. You know, that's how that works. And then Craig, I'm listening to that guy Craig Lund's book. You know, like I said, I just listen for details that I can ping off of other stuff I heard to draw a picture. Right? And Craig Lund was. It awfully sounds like Larry Ellison, this guy, but he's explaining about this guy. His Lee is the character in the book because he wrote it as a fictional thing, and he goes yeah, there's this Chicago gangster I helped out who wanted like kids when he came in town, and he knew I was going to record him when he said it to me. But that's how you make deals. You have dead man switches on each other. He's just explaining this how success works
through blackmail, and
how their thing, how it's different than the full. Oh, you know what their religion is, according to him, which I found very fascinating. I got to talk to this guy. Actually, I got to get him on. Their religion is that like Yahweh and Lucifer are brothers, and Yahweh is a jerk. Now, I don't know if people already know. Listen, that's Mormons. That's the Mormon belief. There used to be a dude, Yahweh, and Lucifer's his brother. And then they switch the roles. But then when you get in, I'm sure they tell you it's the other way because it's a cover for a coven. That's the thing that everybody got to understand about all American religion, because it makes no sense. American religion, the version of Christianity make no sense. They don't jive with Christianity on any level. They're all CIA anti-commie psyop things involving real foul kind of gangsters and Satanists, really, for lack of a better word. I mean, it's a catch-all, but these are like scumbags that believe only in getting as much power as they can, which is that's all you got to do. You don't got to believe in nothing. That's what's so great about it. You just got to believe in you, and you're the most important. And
you're the God.
Yeah, my friend, he's a really great comic too, Sam Talent. He lives in Colorado, but there's a bunch of people that are Satanists that you like, hey, come on. It's just like rebellion. And he goes, yeah, no, I know some Satanists in Colorado. They're pretty cool. And he goes, it's not, they don't believe in Satan. It's just like, you are God. And I go, oh, yeah, that sounds even better, dude. Oh, what is, I say corrected, Sam. What could be better than people that think they're God? We don't have enough of that, frankly, in this world. What are you? And I told him I want to have my podcast. Can you hear yourself? But that's because Colorado is one of them thin places where, of course, a bunch of them creeps go. And the low level, I mean, Satanists are always the moron, hot topic level of it. That's just for scouting psychopaths and cannon fodder. All these groups are. At the end of the day, your bloodline is what's important. At the end of the day, and that's how the tall white alien thing brought me into all this, because it's all about, they were, a detail of the tall whites in Charles Hall's story is that they're very proud of their family and their cousin and their bloodline. And they look down at us and they're super white and pale and they're very bloodline. I'm like, wow, that pops up all over the universe, huh? I guess it's the same wherever you go. So that's all it is. And then I'm talking to a friend who's from, he's married in like a well-to-do family, not British, but like he's, dude, I watch him like shut the fuck down the second you bring up anything uncomfortable. My friend Brian Callen,
like these topics.
My friend Brian Callen, I've never met his dad, but his dad is like an IMF loan shark that ran the Bank of Saudi Arabia and was a Jesuit. Didn't know that. I just found that out like recently. So I did Fighter and the Kid. It's me and Brendan. I didn't see that coming. Me and Brendan were kind of ganging up on Brian. It's actually one of the funniest times I ever had because Brian was uncomfortable. I was even getting to the crazy shit, I think.
Yeah.
But like the CIA are not bad. Like he has, it's his dad that you could tell didn't. I mean, it's wild, dude. All these people I know are connected to this intimately and don't know it. Why would you know? And the higher up you are, the more you don't know how fucked it is. That's the only way I could put it. Like, you know, I have friends like date celebrity kids. I mean, you know, I ain't gonna tell you on here, but I'll tell you off camera the celebs that I don't know what you're allowed to say. I don't want your thing getting pulled, but grape their kids.
Right.
It's a lot of them.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's like a lot. And by the way, the reason all them rich people didn't feel sympathy for the Menendez boys is because that happened to all of them. They're all on school shooter pills to make it okay. They're all on SSRIs. They all went to a rehab facility to be gaslit into like, it's just what it is. It's fine. And all this abnormal shit. And you're like, what the fuck? And that's why you can... It's mass rollout, the MK shit. It's all mass rollout, dude. And it have one for every level. And it's just real simple. They've studied it all. They've studied, one, how black and white thinking takes less brain energy. That Masonic checkerboard crap, that your brain don't have to, so they take everything that's not a binary and make it a binary. And they take like the few things that are absolutely binary. There's not a lot of them, but there's a few, such as, you know, it's pure evil to victimize kids in the way that you guys are doing that. That's pure evil. It's not a nuanced issue.
Beyond
okay.
it. Yeah.
It's also gender's binary. It's not. That's like, of all the things to pretend is not binary, you know, death itself might be a spectrum. I don't know, but gender, not just the two things. It's not a value judgment on whatever the hell your problem is. It's just when you go get a dog, you don't go through this shit. So that's all nonsense. So politics, there's just this Joaquin and Boaz always over here, and then in right, but there's only two political parties, but a limitless cosmic multiverse of gender.
I don't know something
that ties you up with nonsense. So anybody says because I recommend you show a bunch of people, and a lot of people go like, oh, it's the schizos, and they're schizos, which like you don't even see the vice on your head that you're even using. Oh, and I get here red pill and blue pill. Shut the fuck. Yo, stop saying pills, you fucking assholes. What's wrong with everybody? Does Big Pharma own your head that much that it's all got to be NyQuil or DayQuil with you, you scum? I don't say none of that shit. I don't go crash out. I don't say meltdown. I don't say as soon as you hear someone using that prescribed
there's something going on with the Menendez case, huh?
No. They've already got a fucking block on their head. They're not going to be able to understand anything real. They're already going in with a blinder on to not get the story.
Right.
The second they...
Yes.
So I'm saying, somebody asked me if I'm triggered. I know they can't... They've already been programmed. You're done the second you do. So I don't like that shit. That's what Jehovah's Witnesses help me with, is to like be apart from people, you know? So I don't care about with the cupcakes at Christmas, whatever the fucking class. We didn't protest at school to end Christmas for the other pagans that do Christmas. For the other pagan fucking... I just didn't have a cupcake like a man. That's a good lesson for me to learn growing up. It was real good. And now I don't give a shit about rejection socially at all. At all. Because this is like where you go when you're accepted. You go here to hang out. Okay?
Well, that's what most people are scared of, is rejection. That's such a big reason.
You might never get to go to the island if you're not cool. I don't think you ever get invited, Emma, frankly.
Please reject me. Okay, I love a good rejection. But just hit that like button, subscribe first, and then reject me all you want. I don't care. Okay. Just as long as I can get a little like. Okay. But we got old Kurt Metzger here. He's powering through it. It's the third one in 3 days.
No, I don't think so either. Yeah.
There's just one island. There's a bunch of them. Larry Ellison owns a Hawaiian island. What do you think he owns that for? To not do weird shit? Like, what do you think they all have that to not? They're all like, couldn't tell you in clear language. Not only do we hate you and think you're another race, we think it's okay to eat you. Like, you know, that eat the rich thing, that dumb fucking. Well, that's not how life works. It works actually the other way around. They eat you, and I'm saying that literally. They literally eat you. What the fuck? Yeah. Anyway, Gate wasn't. I don't remember nothing about Gate. I don't think nothing happened though. I just don't remember it. But
well, you and everybody else, that's such a weird phenomenon too. So many people don't. Well,
because I think the methods got way better. You know, I think you had Alandra Markman on saying that like the methods are way better now, and I think they are. I think they are. I think at the end of the day, though, they can't. Like, your body will remember shit that happened to you, even if you don't. That's just a fact.
Oh yeah, 100. Yep. And I think that's what's so confusing a lot of times for people who did go through this stuff and don't remember, is they get physical symptoms and mistake it for a disease. They get put on pills. They get treated for the symptom and have no idea of the root cause. I got
a friend like that on four SSRIs that were prescribed. He's not a hypochondriac. He's been on them since he was a kid.
Oh, that's sad. And you think it's because of trauma?
I have no idea. He don't either, but he knows it's fucked up. And
yeah,
listen, New York especially is filled with kids that went to therapy like it was church. Like, why is a 4-year-old going to therapy? That makes no fucking sense.
Exactly.
Because their parents want them to not make a problem. And I'm not even talking about their parents is in some fucking...
A 4-year-old can't go to
whatever the fuck. I'm
therapy.
Saying, like, just,
they can barely talk.
Fucked up people, and they're warped as shit, and they're like depraved. And it's in a way like that. You gotta... The good thing about New York is that you all live on top of each other, so like, every class mingles. So if you did drugs,
did you see Lemons?
You're hanging out with like every level at once of society in a room. A lot of times, it's really weird. Like, it'll be like a homeless Eskimo, and then like, you know,
it's like that in Vegas too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Vegas.
Lemons, you got anything good in the pipeline? How goes it with the Ben Avery? We got a couple Ben Avery clip channels that dip in and show their support. We got to support Ben Avery. Someone took down his YouTube channel. Some people think it's Kurt Metzger. He was jealous of Ben's microphone. And other people think it is Jeff Dye. But some people think it's Jules from Redbaugh. She's vindictive. She's one of them Canucks. Oh, Yee! Oh, Yee! Yeah. Yee will... He'll change... He'll have YouTube change the whole data code just so that people can't put his music on. I used to do this thing on Instagram where I found a hack where I could put music on my videos that you shouldn't be putting on, and I sent it. I sent one of his videos when his new album came out last year. And I sent it to him, and then I wasn't, within a matter of, like, I would say less than 3 days, probably a day and a half, 2 days, I was no longer able to do that hack. And I think that Yee got his team together, and old Sneeko called up YouTube, and they told on me, so I wasn't able to do it anymore. But people are saying Yee is a doppelganger. That's why he got them teeth, so that he sounds different. Oh, speaking of which, I was going to cover this yesterday. when no one was really talking about it, just a couple of people. But how about that Jim Carrey thing, huh? Now everyone's covering it, so I'm not going to say anything about it. You guys, I'm sure, have heard all about it. But Jim Carrey looking different. Looks like they might have got to him. Yeah, stay away from them pills. If you got ADHD, just find a way to go outside and play. Find a way. If you got ADHD, apparently you need to be working outdoors. Okay, don't be working inside. Find a way to make your own schedule. Work outdoors. Do something with your hands. Be creative. And then you don't need all them pills to keep you focused. Okay, you get hyper focus when you're in nature. Okay, but yeah, I'm glad you dodged the old SSRI bullet on that. Now I didn't. Are SSRIs for ADHD? I thought it was more for like. Yeah. What are SSRIs for? Yeah, I don't think that's him either. I think that's who's that guy that he wore the dress. He wore that black dress. Yep. But it's all out there now. It's all out there. I was going to cover it yesterday, right before I went on. Everyone started talking about it. And I couldn't find a way to pull up a little side window on my stream to do it, but there we are.
I find terrifying. I hate it every time I go.
I lived there for a while, and I always would tell people who are like, "What's it like?" And I'm like, "It's the only place you could ever go where the most famous celebrity in the whole world could be standing right next to a homeless person in the same room, and it's completely normal. It's anything goes there." And I feel like Vegas too is a place where people go to live out their avatars. People dress so weird whenever they go to Vegas, unlike anything else. And they go home and they're normal and they wear all these funky clothes to Vegas. I'm like, where else would you ever dress like that in your life?
Louisiana. I just went to New Orleans, or as I call it, Halloween, Florida.
That seems like another place too.
Spooky Florida is what it is.
But yeah, I think if Jim Carrey is not already captured, he probably just sent his lookalike there or something. But yeah, who are they saying that he looks like, or that could be playing him? I think he starts with a D. Not Draco. No, Doggins, something like that.
And I always started wearing shit on podcasts because I was copying off Michael Malice because he did it. But
you copying to me, Kerp?
I think it's probably like an Alistair Crowley trick. That's what all that rockstar bullshit and all that stuff.
I'll show you why he's copying me.
An avatar and you're projecting your domain around people.
Mm-hmm.
That's the goal when you're doing stand. I don't do that stand up. I just do stand up. I don't fucking bring a dolphin wife and shit. It's a different thing to me. But it's actually easier. I think it's better to come in that I was stupid when I came in and not try to be top G. Obviously, it's kind of an obvious thing, but like your Andrew Taints that go from like top G to like humiliation in a boxing match with a gay guy, and then now has to ride around in a van with Nick Fuentes, paid for by Jew Gold. Nick Fuentes got Mark Levin's gold sponsor, and his dumb fucking followers got to. They all are like, "Wait, are we anti-Semitic or not?" Yeah, anybody being like openly anti-Semitic, I assume you work for Israel. I assume that. I assume that you're because you must be on.
Oh, okay. He's so he's saying that if you're anti-Semitic, you work for Israel. Really? Kerp seems to be doing a lot of cover for the juice boxes. So, to each his own, but yeah. We can criticize whoever we want. I could give a shit what your religion or your ethnicity is.
Moron to be like that and not know that how unhelpful it is to be saying that, because there's real issues to talk about, and you're going to say some evil racist shit.
Which that's true.
The only reason
I
know about Israel is because Jews told me, because Norman Finkelstein was on, and because Max Blumenthal on Air Mod.
Oh wait, you saying criticizing Israel is racist? I hope you're not saying that. I hope you're not saying that, Kerp. Be like Nick Fuentes, huh?
Okay, Max Blumenthal went to Israel originally to prove how good it was, and they weren't bad at what they were doing to Palestinians. So he's the best kind of dude, a guy who got real disillusioned as a believer.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I relate to, is people that believe the thing, because I'm a chump that believes the thing, and then it's not what they said. And then I don't stand there like I wouldn't go back to the church that molested me. I'd stop going there, you know? But I don't dissociate as well as I should, I guess.
Elgato. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
You don't qualify
with the
for
SRSRIs.
the qualifications needed to be in the program. Sorry.
I don't know how you could ever be funny as a stand-up if you're not present.
Did you used to make jokes and stuff whenever you were a kid? How old were you whenever you sort of got into comedy?
Like 12, probably, when it was on TV. That's man-made. That's 100% man-made. We had Dane Wigington not explaining it.
He's an industry plant, so he doesn't like to talk about his past. Kerp is the vine of the divine of the industry. He's a plant.
When
Allegedly.
Biden signed that thing that said climate change is a national security issue, which I should have guessed this immediately, but I always forget. So national security means we could do literally any crazy thing we want, and they did, and they are. So all that, I remember chemtrails was like, that's embarrassing to me that one's real. That's one that I didn't want to, you know.
We got to outlaw.
Original.
We're the outlaws.
If you think that's harmful in any way, the chemical waste they're putting in the water, and no, it actually lowered everybody's IQ a little bit. That's real.
It's 100% real. That's why they put it in there.
I think the COVID time really made a bunch of people. No one should ever get over that. You should never get over that they mandated a gene therapy to you and told you. Have you ever in your life heard that? Not.
Are you guys not liking the hat? I mean, come on. I'm dressing up for the show. I need some likes. I need some hearts and some reactions. I'm not. It's a dead chat, folks. Come on. I'm wearing a hat. How many are you dressing up for a Metzger? I'm putting on I'm dancing for you. Not like, hey, nice. You guys just don't like the hat, huh? Shit, man. I know when I'm wanting. I know when I'm not wanting. Shit. Yeah, I'll go ninja.
Don't do your own research. And I have comedian friends to this day that would do your own research. Like they're a little closer to boomer age if they're saying that at this point. But don't do your. Are you kidding me? That, like, they said that out loud and everybody has moved on from that. How could you ever move on from that? Don't do your own research. Why? I read that in Forbes, in Forbes magazine. Why you should never. Can I finish reading this copy of Forbes though? At least no.
Can I finish the article? Do I have to stop?
No. And why shouldn't I read it? You're just gonna get the wrong idea. Are you kidding me? So now I'm a chick being cheated on by her fucking NFL boyfriend. And I'm not allowed to look at his phone or something. That's what America is. A nation of bitches. This whole country is full of fucking punk ass. They would just let kids get trafficked and move on. That's like punks that live here. Who would be patriotic here? Who would be patriotic about this country after that?
Well, it's frustrating because you see these, keyboard warriors, and they're like, "We're gonna fight this. It's never gonna happen. We're gonna do something about it." I'm like, "You guys aren't gonna do shit.
Most of
like,
them are
you've
being
never
paid.
done shit."
Most of them are being paid, and so the fakes that are like your Tim Pool phonies and all those people. I mean, he's probably from the start working for some billionaire. I'm guessing. On Redacted, I can't remember this chick's name. Some Air Force person that said like, whenever people make unforced errors, she gets suspicious of them. And Tim Pool has been at every like social unrest kind of color revolution thing around the world since the Erdogan riots in Turkey back years ago. And for Vice, I work for Vice. They're not going to pay for that. So how did he pay it on his own dime? He did that. How do you afford that? So a bunch of people I know have billionaires behind them.
Right.
The show that I sold down here, which I think might be funny, it's called The Cutout. It's about this. And it's Emergent Orders, the studio. I think they're like a libertarian Daily Wire, but they're paying for submissions. So I just submitted it, and now we have to make it. But anyway, they're all like, at the end of the day, and a lot of production people moved here from LA because after the thing. So, at the end of the day, it's just if somebody's rich and wants to finance a thing, that's how things get made. Is all it is, and they have those in Austin, a lot of them, and it's really like that simple. And you realize like how everything is so fake and only based on what somebody rich is willing to pay for. Like we're in Vienna or not Vienna, Venice, like Venetian. And that's what Doge, when he was talking about Doge is the name of the leader of the Venetian city-state. You know that?
Mm.
It's called the Doge. That was 1,000 years, the Venetian, the black nobility, all that awful, not the Zion side, the Jesuit side.
He was talking about Redacted. Here, I'll pull up. Here's my Redacted. Oh, I still got the timer. Hold on a second. Take that timer off. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I finally got a timer. Let me take that off now. How do I take that off? But that's the lady from Redacted. Take that off. Oh God. She's a rhino. Oh, rhino. I watched one episode of that and I'm like, no thank you. No thank you. The way that her and the co-host look, they're all like, they're like griping at each other. Are they married or something? Her and that guy, just like, their faces are contorted. The guy has all these wrinkles because he's all like this, and you can tell she's just a bitch. Oh, look at her. I can't stand it. People like it though. People like it, but she's fake. She's fake. The whole show's fake. Never watched it though, folks. Never watched it. So don't take my word for that one, okay? Here we go.
All that awful shit. That's at it, the Borgias and that's when I forget when they declared the Pope infallible. It probably wasn't that, but that was was never a thing until these creeps get in there, and they had independent corporate-run city-states. That's what they want, and he banned.
I want to know what's underneath the Vatican. Why are they building that thing? What's underneath it? Okay, there's something underneath the Vatican. They got some ancient technology, like a Stargate or something. Tell me, Tom Hanks, in all your wisdom.
Warned about it, that's what they're trying to do. But he's in on it, I think. He's completely in on it. They're all, even if he has enemies, they're just against you. Just remember, they're against you. They fight and kill each other all the time, but they're against you. They know who's the other race. and it's not based on skin color. I don't know. It's based on something with snakes. Have you figured it out?
Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, like you said, these people think they're gods. So it's just pure psychopathy at that level. They think
Yo, well,
we're
just
literally
Elgato says, I used to think he was talking BS until I looked up 17, Frankism, and Kabbalah. Once you do that stuff makes a lot more sense. Yeah. And take a look at hidden America, America. Metzger mentioned that show, Hidden Amaruka. Really good stuff right there. Okay, talks about Kabbalah and how it's actually this ancient technology or it's actually a future AI technology that's in the future that is communicating to us through this quantum kind of, folding of time and space to get people to the point where they can start making it, and it's all being funneled through capitalism, because capitalism needs to constantly grow, just like a virus. It just needs to constantly go and grow and spread. And the second that people stop consuming, and the second it stops growing, it dies. So it needs to always continue. And that's going to be what ushers in AI and all that. So be interesting. LARP, what am I talking about? Which part, man? I'm all over the place. Oh man, we got a capitalist here, folks. We got a capitalist. Get him. No, we love the money. Okay. No, don't get it twisted there. Look before you leap, my good friend. I am sharing what a video had said. So, don't get your panties in a bunch, and recognize what I'm saying. Okay, I'm saying this video is talking about this, and it's really interesting. Really interesting to hear this. It's abstract. Okay, it's an abstract idea of AI already being part of this parallel world and kind of folding time. And he brings in, or he talks about these other theorists that are way more elegant about it than I am. I'll rough it up. Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm just a resonator, like old Kurt Metzger. But Hidden Amaruka, it's good, pretty good channel, really good. So the Kabbalah is old and it is contained 3 books now, but means that which has been passed down. Yes. Yep. It's old, but it's actually from the future. You look at it and it's actually, the tree of life is this. It's a neural network. It looks like a microchip. Check out Hidden Amaruka's latest one. He talks about it. It's pretty interesting. Ooh, okay. It has 10 emanations called Insof. Okay. Comes from Sumerian. Nice. All right. Well, you clearly know what you're talking about. All right. Well, what was I saying? I know nothing. No, I like that. Okay, cool. We got a Kabbalist. No, we welcome all folks. And no, I ain't no commie. I ain't no commie. But you know, I'm circular. Okay, a circle has no sides. Part of nature. I'm Luna. Speaking of which, waxing gibbous. Okay, and we're coming in close to that full moon, folks, and we'll have a nice full moon party here in the next day or two. Let's check out what we got here in the lunar, the luminators. Oh yeah, moon set to 5:30 a.m. That's when the moon is going to set. We won't be staying up that late, but we are a late night show. Oh, they also double as planet. Okay. These also double as planets, sun, and moon. Emanations. Emanations. Yes, sorry. Yeah, emanations. And it has one that unites them for all the 12. Okay, interesting. Nice. And apparently the planets are going to be aligned coming up here in the next few days, right? You guys hear about that? All the planets are going to be lined up. A little bit of harmony of the spheres, huh? Be able to hear that Schumann resonance. And if you tune in to that frequency, you might be able to surf the rings of Saturn if you're lucky.
There's like two different, species of humans that walk amongst each other, non-psychopaths and psychopaths, and the psychopaths are the only ones who know.
Oh, okay. So tonight, 6 planets will align in the Western Hemisphere. Nice. Yep. Oh, that's tonight. Woo! You guys get out there and look at them. Happens every 5 to... Nice. Okay.
That there's a duality in society.
Yeah, well, most of us are not psychopaths, and that's why we have kindergarten to help install the state in your subconscious as a small child.
To begin the brainwashing.
Yeah, they got it. That's a Prussian school that was started by what's his name? I forget which.
Hey, LARP, stick around, man. Like and subscribe. Hang out with us during our stream. We stream most nights, and we cover Kurt Metzger and other comedians and conspiracy theories. We have a lot of fun. Yep. Christian and yep. It's good to research all the major religions and all that. Yep, it's great.
There's only some German origin, god damn it. And people were missing on purpose, and in their endless European wars. And I thought those were like not accurate, those rifles, but it turns out they were just missing on purpose. That's what it was. So he invented kindergarten, and it's not just war; it's also industrial. It was called the Prussian miracle of the industrial.
Isn't it sick with the whole school thing too? Metzger talked about it a few months ago, but where they designed it to separate the kids and separate the kids from the family at a young age, get them used to the idea of being trained and taught by someone else, and then also prepare them for the workforce, for the bell is like Metzger didn't say this, but there's kind of common knowledge of just the bell is to symbolize the bell of the warehouses. People used to do a bunch of warehouse work and assembly line work, and man, schools are really messing up kids right now. I know there's alternative schools and things like that allow for a little bit more open dialogue, but just imagine having to sit down and have a one-way conversation constantly, and very little interaction. You're around just a bunch of people that you have no association with, and there's tension and hostility everywhere, and jealousy, and it's awful. Now having kids stay with their families, have a community, that kind of stuff, it doesn't work in our society now because everyone has to send their kids away because both the parents have got to work in order to pay for the inflated housing costs. But we have if things were, how they should be, everyone, the kids would be able to play with the other kids in the community and learn from them, and you would have a school or something like that, but it's wild, absolutely wild. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. And it's not like the teachers enjoy it that much, okay? Some of them do, but the ones who are passionate about it, they're being, beaten up by the system itself because they can't really even do the things that they want to do. Funding's being cut. It's ridiculous. Imagine as a parent having to ship your kids off right away. I mean, shouldn't they be taught by their family? They came from them. The parents will understand them the most, family members, and then you have multi-generations living in a household, and that way, there's a community. And then that way women will eventually want to cook again. Okay? If we could get a multi-generational family and then other homes around everyone else, doing the same thing and having a community, then women would finally be back in the kitchen. Thank God. Ooh, man, I'll be getting me some sandwiches. Okay? Because they don't want to be in the kitchen by themselves. No one does. I hate being in the kitchen and doing the dishes by myself, staring out the window, wishing I was somewhere else. No, but when there's a lot of people around and all that, then it's like, yeah, you just tell your grandmother to do the dishes while I play Xbox. But man, we are in such a divided society and a country that prides itself in individuality, but at the expense of your own family. Okay, yet they want us to sacrifice our children to the government. They want us to sacrifice our family, and they are the ones that are literally doing the sacrificing. I mean, how about no? How about no? Oh yeah, there is something therapeutic about doing dishes, Benjamin. You are right. I just don't like my hands wet. I don't like my hands wet. But if they're going to be wet, then I like to keep them wet, and yeah, there is something nice about it. But yeah, I missed something here. What happened? Oh, Mark, we got old Mark back. Mark, hey, I need to take a pause here. Mark, I got to show you something because I know this is you. Okay, I know this is you. Take a look. Now, please hit that like button and subscribe, because if you like Kurt Metzger and satirical commentaries on comedians and podcasters, we do that. Okay, we have a lot of fun. We got a great community here. Join the community and watch us during the live stream. That's when all the magic happens. But watch this, okay? And this is what I'm talking about. How amazing the clip virgin community is. Here is the chart from our chat messages and reactions from last night's chat. Do you see this number right here? Nearly 5,700 reactions in one 4.5 hour stream. Do you understand how huge that is? Mark, you got carpal tunnel? You got carpal tunnel? Good God, man. That's a whole lot of reactions. Good God, that's a whole lot of reactions. Thank you so much. Oh, man. And I'm telling you, I was just like, what? So, thank you. When you hear something you like, start tapping that, and I'll get going, okay? I'll be like, doing them little TikTok, no, I got this whole, like freestyle rap. I'll be like, yo, keep it coming. No, I don't rap. But here, oh man, thank you so much, guys. And thanks for letting me go on this little tangent. But I had to show Mark when he came back on because I know that was you. Thank you so much, Mark. I appreciate that. And it helps. It helps out. It helps me. I've yet to really dissect what the reactions do to the algorithm, but I know it's amazing. So thank you so much. And we'll get back to it. Thank you for your patience too, the rest of you. But we love our community here. Okay. And all are welcome. All are welcome. We got critics and skeptics and comedians here. We got musicians, all sorts, folks. So please join us. And we did a 15-hour stream the other day. Okay, we're crazy. And we had a couple people stayed the whole time. You understand that? That's some dedication. So I appreciate that. So I'm dedicated to giving you the best of myself and what's out there. So thank you. Oh, we got some chats here. Let's take a little time for the chats here. We need a foundation to unite white people that cannot be shaken. And not just white people, something that cannot be shaken with the word racist or shut down. Man, there's a lot of whiteout happening, okay? A lot of whiteout happening, and I'm not happy about it, huh? They can't gaslight us and tell us that we're racist, and while they're saying that we're the devil, the white devil, okay? I hear you. Yeah, and I think it's winding down a bit, for sure. But Oscars too white have become Oscars way too black. Okay, I need some white people in the industry again. Appeal to the majority for once, and maybe you'll make some money. I guess that's why they say go woke, go broke. But there you have it. They have a dying film industry because they're appealing to the minority. Very, very small percentage. Which, by the way, white people are losing ground. Okay, we got to start populating the world, folks. Okay, we were once 80%. The places in the U.S. where we were 80, 90%, we're 40 and 30% in some places. And we like all kinds of people, but we don't like to be gaslit and saying that we're racist just because we like to continue the white population. Okay. So I hear you. Oh yeah. All right, let me hit the play, and I'll go through the chat here.
Short time. That theme in Germany comes up a lot. This miracle of like mobilization, industrialization, and people came from all over the world. And then Horace Mann, which there's a bunch of projects and schools named after.
Yeah, we need Unite Christian America. Yep. Yeah, we were bound. We were founded on Christian principles. Okay. Now what but we're clearly going through some kind of hostile takeover, divide and conquer. So they're keeping us all divided, so keeping us sick, keeping us confused, not knowing what reality is. They've taught kids in the universities to tell them that their subjective experience is reality. They've never heard of objective reality before. They think that whatever they're going through is things that people need to think and feel as well, and that we gotta placate to the least of us. Okay, we were a much better world when we enhanced and fostered the intelligent people, the geniuses, instead of uplift the dummies, you low IQ dummies. Okay, be gone with you. Okay, while the rest of us, I'm not saying that I'm not a little bit of the dummy part too, but oh man, we can't be, let's leave a kid behind. It's the no child left behind policy really messed things up in school. So, yeah, yep. Don't let them don't let them get you to hate yourself just because they hate themselves. Okay.
He came back, and then Carnegie and Rockefeller put their own twists on it. Like they altered it to make it more so you could work at a factory, or you could go to a prison that's designed like a factory, because factory. In that memo, we don't need any more doctors, and we got plenty of philosophers and artists.
That's what we're saying.
That understand when the bell rings, they go to this room.
There you go.
It's written out. It's not even a secret. So that's why they have that, and it works. And I don't know, man. Now I wonder, because the new generation is not going to expect nothing. They don't expect a house or an education or health care.
Well, and you'd be amazed how little you need if you just got a computer. Okay, I'm in my tiny little underground bunker, but I feel like I'm in this vast world speaking to you guys. Okay, I don't feel isolated or anything. I mean, this is my solitude. Okay, and so that's why people aren't really concerned about building their own life and doing something with their boredom. Constantly distracted. You don't need to fix anything when you see that there's a bunch of things going wrong in the world, and you can just react to it instead of making your life better. But we can do it. We can do it, folks. Okay. These are tools. Okay. Don't let them, don't let these tools control you. You got to use them for all the right reasons, like zooming in on Kurt Metzger's
all they do is tie up the millennials and the dumb shit Zoomers and with hating their boomer parents with the most bullshit arguments I've ever heard in my life. That you should, for anybody to say your shit's not serious, like, we argued if women have dicks for 12 years. Shut up. What are you talking about? They're going to go to war again after we've never won a war in 80 years. How do you have how do you have a military industrial complex and then never win again?
And remember when they're having all the, the story hour, like all this they're having all the trans people read to the kids and all. It was like, where's all this coming from? And then if anyone said anything about it, they would label the parents as almost like homegrown terrorists. And now, knowing what we know about the Epstein files, at least I was very suspicious of all that behavior, thinking that was very groomy, and here they are, they grooming kids, sacrifice. I mean, nuts, man. And even all Ellen DeGeneres, the prolific cannibal, articles are saying, and she might have gobbled up Anne Heche, maybe even her assistant too, allegedly.
How is that possible? Yo, I say it on stage, and I have to have like a buffer line because people don't like it. They get like upset.
Do they really?
Yo, go check the score. We haven't won. I don't know. What did everybody think that really went well the last time? Or the time before?
They get upset with you for saying it?
They dissociate. They blank out. I'm sure you've told people the shit that you've heard on here, and they don't want to hear it, and they're like,
"Oh yeah,
yeah."
It's uncomfortable. It challenges their belief system, and it's just too much. Then they have to deal with that, and they don't want to. They'd rather just live in their happy little world.
Yeah, I know. Imagine you got to like eat your best friend's brain, and you're 8. I bet that kind of makes you dissociate. Like, imagine the things that they told you cartels do and African warlords do that you don't even hesitate to believe without blinking. Oh yeah, they'll cut off the kid's face and wear it, and they'll, right? You believe that about the brownies, don't you? But your white leaders, you think they're gonna not do that too? Are you stupid? Like, you think Hillary Clinton? When I say Clintons are murderers, I'm not talking about all the shit that people are talking about. I'm just talking about the shit on record that she did as her job for this satanic country. She starved 500,000. Well, I'm sorry, it's only quarter 250 million kids. We thought it was 500,000. It was only 250,000 kids at the end when they finally got the numbers in Iraq. They starved them to death. Madeleine Albright, you may remember from the Kathy O'Brien book, is asked by some news program Mockingbird harpy, 500 million kids starved to death. Was it worth it? And then Madeleine Albright, that sick fucking bird, goes, I think so. She doesn't even have to think about it. It was worth it. Why? Because their dark gods were satisfied with the blood of children again. So that's a thing. That's a fact. That's not a conspiracy. They did that. But who am I talking to? Not you, but you find it hard to believe that Hillary.
You're talking to me, Kurt.
One kid's face. That's crazy talk. So they already got everybody inverted on what they think is crazy. They've
conditioned us with these world events, even war. What is normal about that?
Oh, we're very European, aren't we? That's the thing. I can't stand fucking European pride, motherfucker. Yo, stupid. Your leaders hate you. If you're in Europe and you're like, why are they taking Europe away from us? Because your kings that you think is a good thing hate you, and they want to eat and traffic your kids with the Muslims that you hate. They invited them, you dumb shit. Why aren't you going after your king? Why are you just... Because they don't want to think about the real problem. And Jimmy Dore show, why I love Jimmy, is he's always stressing to stop hating your neighbor and understand it's above you. And for some reason, I don't remember the quote, but
while he picks up his pipe, go ahead and hit that like button, folks. Subscribe, and if you like Kurt Metzger, anytime he puts anything out, we will cover it, and we cover all sorts of comedians and podcasts, and we love making fun of them. And welcome to the chat, you guys. We got some jerky. Yikes! Old jerky.
Sorry, I dropped my thinking pipe. Michael Parente had a whole great thing about how if it's like a union or a gang or a mafia, everybody, there's a conspiracy. But as soon as it gets to the highest levels of power,
thank you guys. Thank you for hitting that like button.
All of a sudden, We don't even have the math to understand this complicated machine.
We're trying to get to 1,000 subs by summer. Thank you for getting us to those Hail Mary goals. So thank you so much.
Right.
But they could break down that Tren de la Ragua came from Venezuela to interfere. They could figure, but now I'm supposed to believe. And then they got that smug, I think it comforts people to think that someone's in control of all these events. No, it doesn't comfort me. Why would that comfort me? You think the idea that lizard people, you think that's a comforting idea? That smug gaslighting just blows my mind. And then, meanwhile, we still pay the Taliban $45 million a month. Still, they can't strike that one down in Congress. Can't get that passed to stop paying the Taliban. You know why? Because it's not government.
My pleasure,
it's
Lark.
government function. It's not for you. They have lithium, and we're going to want to train more terrorists there for the rest of our projects, like the way we helped with the Taliban.
Mm-hmm.
So England created all those Muslims. That's all a British creation to control the area. Okay, everything in Iran, and right. I want everybody to know, if you think that the Iranian protests are genuine, you're a fucking idiot. You are truly a stupid person. You dumb shit. And I want you to know how little I think of you for not putting it together after BLM. Remember how BLM, there were some people who were heartfelt about it, but remember there were pallets of protest bricks.
Oh yeah, destroyed things, looting. All of
that was a George. Hey, Tiananmen Square, the fake story that they tell in America.
That's all George Soros.
The protest. No, they didn't. That was a George Soros.
There you go.
NGO, and we know for a fact that's true because it got leaked by WikiLeaks in 20. So now you know why they kept that guy for so long, because he leaked a lot of shit that was very damaging if you knew what to connect it to. So that's why Soros isn't welcome in China. And so Israel, I don't know if you know, our best friend / aircraft carrier has a bunch of.
Ooh, Jeremy, you think that's where the Giants went? We ate them? Woohoo! I didn't think about that. In all the old cartoons, back in the 70s and 80s, it's all about giants and, the beanstalk, the giant and the beanstalk or whatever. And those trees. You guys looked into those big mass, like the theory of those huge, massive trees that were cut down. And people think that they're mountains, but really they look like petrified tree stumps. Yeah. Oof, man. Just imagine what the world was like. And there was more, was it carbon dioxide maybe? And so things grew bigger too.
Weaponized Kurds and a bunch of Mossad assets at all times in Iran, at all times. And they were shooting at police, shooting at them. The things they say that these terrorists are doing against ICE, the heroic masked. Oh, by the way, a bunch of those are IDF. A bunch of those masked. When the government started having masked agents doing this, that should have been the end of America. You should have been, instead of being cattle, that's when there should have been, mass cops. And you know what brain dead people say to me if I bring it up? They go, well, they might get doxxed. Really? They might be doxxed? Oh, no. If I see their face, they could be doxxed. Doxing is sharing your home address, by the way. It's not your name and face. By the way, your face is getting scanned all day, but the cops, I shouldn't see their face. So that's what cows people are. Then they go, well, because the cartels. Because of the cartels, do I live in Colombia suddenly? What the fuck are you talking about? Now you have unaccountable. You know how cops are supposed to not wear a mask in case, they rape you or something? And then you can complain. And even then, it doesn't work so good, the system. But now you have masks on them, and they're executing citizens in the street. And by the way, he's not deporting anyone. All the jobs, all the illegal job taking has been totally fine, and he gave them visas. They're just pulling people off the street with masks on in unmarked Subarus. So I'd be dead. I tell you this flat out. I would turn my wheels into that motherfucker. If a guy with a mask, I don't know you're a cop. A guy with a mask comes out of a Subaru that's not marked. Oh.
Yeah, and the irony is that then people in Minnesota during the protest, they then started creating these checkpoints throughout the city, or in a couple places where they would then be in the middle of the intersection, stopping vehicles, that like waving them down and stopping them. These are pedestrians, the stopping cars that had an out of state's license plates, and asking them, "What are you guys doing? Are you with ICE? Who are you with?" And now this is an example of they want to defund the police so that they can be the police. Okay? So we need law and order. They're trying to make us think that that's a bad thing. Okay? No. We need law and order. When there's law and order, things are safe. Clean up the streets. Make it illegal to shoot up in the middle of the street. Okay? Clean them up. And things weren't like this 20 years ago, folks. Okay? It was there was some of it here and there, but nothing like it was or what it is now. But yeah, are some of the ICE members, a little wiry and yep. And granted, they were, up against a lot of hostile people too. And they might have been slightly undertrained, even though they do have training. But I'm sure they weren't picking picking from the top of the list. Okay, I've seen some of the people looking kind of porky. But yeah, it's pretty wild because they were just flagging brown people down just to see if they were from here. But I say, get them out. Get them all out of here. Okay? Get them all out of here. And take that Omar lady with her. Take them all out. Okay? Make this place great again. Can't believe how many billions of dollars they stole, and then through those daycare programs and signing up for their children, saying that they had autism. Okay, these pirates stole billions of dollars from us, and they want us to be sympathetic to them, and they're trying to spin it to it's a Muslim thing. Are you kidding me? Well, I'll slap you. No slapping. I'll slap a high five to my comrades. 6-week training course, $50K signing bonus, join ICE. Whoo, man, $50K. Now, do you get that? Like, when do you get that $50K, man? Oh, man, I wish. It's probably too late for me. Okay, but I'm ready. Okay, let's go. Come on. Wow. So, do you get that 50K after? You have to be there for 6 weeks? Shit. I'll be able to get that PS5 finally.
And it turns out he's an IDF fuck at the end of the... Oh, and so the IDF... There's a ICE station in Tel Aviv.
I'm losing the liberals.
The ADL, the left-wing one.
The liberals
left.
A
little exchange program and that's what the masks are for. Because imagine that if that came out, that'd be like this Epstein shit. It's lost. You all think?
No, the masks are for people that are trying to defend their country, but their neighbors are so psychotic that they're willing to defend criminals and rapists and then attack someone who is legally here, born and raised, raising a family, paying taxes, and attacking that person for upholding a federal law. Okay? This isn't just people just getting sick of illegal immigrants. These are people upholding federal law. And then these idiots thinking that they're doing, not the Lord's work. They're, God knows what they think. Okay, they're literally brainwashed. They're literally brainwashed, and trying to stop federal agents from doing their job. I hope they all go to prison. I seriously hope they all go to prison, and I hope they tracked them all. I hope and you know what? They've already arrested quite a few. Okay, so guess what, guys? Anyone who's against ICE, well, they got your number, folks. Okay, they scanned your face and they're coming for you. So I hope you had fun with your little whistles and your little powwow and your little pink hair. But it's coming for you. So why don't you pack up your stuff and just make it easy for them when they come and pick you up and arrest you for interfering with the federal government. Because we don't want you. Okay? We don't want you in our city. We want you locked up and sent away as well. And we'll have some peace in the city again. We don't get them all out. I'm sick of that. And during the whole ICE thing, as a matter of fact, I started streaming. Okay, I didn't even want to talk about anything. It's just like, oh my God, this is wild shit. And just banging and clanging, okay, making all that noise, then you're probably overcompensating for something, okay? I want them all out. Don't get me wrong. I want them all out and arrested, okay? I want them all out and arrested. I want all the legal ignorance out of here. Okay? I want my streets clean. I want all the homeless out. Yeah, you can call me whatever you want. Okay? But I don't want to be living in that world.
It's don't worry about it. That's just done. The ship has sailed. Now I don't know. I guess maybe find Jesus. Black or white Jesus, not Korean. Never Korean Jesus. That's all I got for you. Never Korean Jesus. Bannon.
Yeah, I know it's not a favorable topic, okay? And again, how they were doing it, yeah, it wasn't the best, okay? Wasn't the best. I didn't like their methods. Okay, I didn't like ICE's methods. I didn't like how, these Walmart people were basically federal agents. Okay, I understand all of that. Okay, but the idea of them stopping federal agents, you're going to run into some issues. But I totally get it. But yeah, I don't like them profiling people that are here legally. Okay, I'm not against people who came here legally. That's how most people think. So it's not this hard line one way. They're the other side will try to make it so that you can't even say that, okay? But I can give a shit. Things were far better before the mass immigration 5 years ago, when they just flooded all the major cities with adult males from all Venezuela, yeah, all these different places coming in. That's a hostile takeover. Now, I also think, on this other end, I also think too that they were also, the government was also creating the conditions, this hostile environment, so that they can implement Palantir technology and the surveillance state and all that. Okay, so I'm not ignorant to that as well. Okay, I understand that. It just because there's a right-wing president doesn't mean that he's not somehow part of it either. Okay, but I think so there's definitely a master plan involved. But I believe the reason why we took in and Europe took in all these immigrants was because of the deals that we made from these from those 7 wars or whatever that we're part of, and then we said that we would take in the asylum seekers. So, but there weren't any women and children involved in the latest dump. But can we start a war with Norway and then take their asylum seekers? I mean, come on. Why's it got to be people who are the complete opposite of our beliefs? Okay, they hate us, folks. Okay, they hate us, and we're trying to empathize with them and defend them. Are you kidding me? They sit back and just laugh like puppets. You just gonna, even the Somalians were like, yeah, work for me. As I take, there's that one TikTok video that really got my goat. This Somalian saying, yeah, that's right, we took your money. Now go and work for me so I don't got to. Ha ha ha. But, round them up, folks. Round them up. Get them out of here. It's not your country. And quit trying to make it your country, okay? Going to other countries, one of the worst things, in my opinion, when I go to a different country, is seeing how westernized they are. Okay, when I'm in a different country and I go into a cafe or a department store and I'm hearing John Mayer playing on the, I'm like, what? I mean, I want the culture, okay? They're doing away with that culture. That's something that's been established for centuries. And I don't know if you've noticed, but you don't see China taking in all these refugees, asylum seekers, okay? Japan getting rid of them. Say stay out. All right, so don't let people tell you that you're racist just because you want your own country. Everyone has their own country except for us. There's something messed up about that, and it was just fine. There was a lot wrong with it, but housing was cheap. Okay. Groceries weren't outrageous. So they're trying to drain us, folks. They're trying to take all our money and then take all of our savings and just drain us. And then let's put a famine out there and get them to want daddy government. Now, I don't mind the social programs. Okay, social programs are fine. Do the social programs. Have help when you need it. I'm not against social programs and stuff like that. I'm against taking advantage of it. Okay, I'm against the thievery and the gaslighting. I'm against people saying that there's something wrong with us because we like to be around our own kind when they themselves are around their own kind constantly. So you guys get it. You guys get it. But here we are.
This Mooney lover over here.
Oh yeah, Mooney.
Have you had Moonies on yet?
No.
I'm surprised.
Hit that like
that's an
button,
old
folks.
school CIA front.
We're zesty. We're zesty up in here.
And that's connected to Manson, Process Church and Charles Manson and Baba. That all Jim Jones.
That's a big rabbit hole. The Process Church stuff, Scientology, all of it.
Wait, aren't you near where the International House of Prayer is?
Oh, we got a Disneyland. I from Anaheim. Now, I don't know if you know this or not, but I am. Oh, you're working in Disneyland. Now I know someone who worked at Disneyland in Anaheim. And are you do you work in the stores? Like what aspect do you work in? Now the person I know was Mickey Mouse. And okay, fast food. Okay, but you're in the park, or are you on the what do they call it, where all the restaurants are on the outside of it? But yeah, I knew someone who was Mickey Mouse when they had the Soundsational Parade, the big music parade that went through the whole Disneyland, and Mickey Mouse was playing the drums and on the float. I knew that person. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. So you're definitely still in the mix of it. Yep. All right. Well, we got some Anaheim folks. We got people from all over the world. Okay. Tuning in. So like and subscribe. We'll cover all things. If you like Kurt Metzger, we cover Kurt Metzger every time he puts something out, and we have a blast. And then we also do other comedians and podcasts where we do a lot of behavioral analysis and we make fun of them, like Red Bar. We like to hate watch. But here we are. Oh, we got a lively chat here, folks. Now, yeah. I'm from Santa Monica, but ran when they went ultra rogue. Live in Orange. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, they got crazy out there. All right, well here we are. We'll get it. We'll get it. Real zesty out here. Oh man, you're at the pier too? Wow. Were you doing visions? Were you doing like hand palm reading or something? Cool.
Is that in Missouri or something?
It might be, yeah.
Yeah.
Now that
So
you
the
mention it, yeah.
IHOP it's called, and the NAR, the New Apostolic
International
Reformation.
House of Pedophiles. Somebody wrote on my
Yeah, guys, if you are with Kerp, hit one in the chat. If you are against Kerp, send all your complaints to Kiefer Stopper Beck. But yeah, we are for Kerp, and we are for profit. Okay, we are for profit for Kerp, and we're trying to get to 1,000 subs by the summer, so I can get monetized, folks. Okay, but in the meantime, hit that like button and subscribe. Okay, we go live most evenings, just like this, hang out, and we have these watch parties, and then we cover other people, and it's a blast. We got a great community. A lot of people return every night. So thank you so much. You guys know who you are. Uh-oh. What happened here?
Good. Like they killed Good and then they killed Pretty. So they've got all these wound up people.
And we got a lot
for just
we got a lot for tonight, folks.
I don't mean African American awakening. I mean the one for Dizdar said.
Yeah.
Which, he was firmly like born again Christian with it. So to him, it's the end all be all. But to these fuckers, no, there's just the Black Awakening, so we can bring in the police state even more.
Exactly.
They've been dripping out the Black Awakening.
It's so crazy out there, Vision.
The whole time.
I know.
What do you think ISIS was? That was
Allow us to be your distraction.
People have already been through the thing Russ Dizdar described at the hands of America all around the world. Right? So think if you're a Christian, is it end times? It's so American to think like that. Because if you were an Iraqi Christian, it was fucking end times for you. Whoever a Christian
Mark
in Iraq,
gets it.
and then America's blowing me up, and then Israel's cleaning up, and then the terror group that they created to mop me up. Yeah, that's the thing that every dumbass King James rapture Christian, that's what they think. If it happened here, they go, "Oh, this is the end of the world." Been doing it to everybody else the whole.
Vision by Anna, would I be able to just give you my palm and could you read? Do you do palm reading? Because I got this thing right here. You know what they say about those things? And then this little guy right here, that thing will. You watch out, okay?
Time.
Sorry about that. Let me take this back here. I talked over
James, rapture Christian.
Here we go.
That's what they think. If it happened here, they go, "Oh, this is the end of the world." Been doing it to everybody else the whole time. People eating kids' hearts in Liberia, like the horrors.
Yeah.
The Black Awakening has been going on. It's just America. It's America. When do they turn it on in America?
Yep,
So,
and they shield us. They only let us see things internationally that they want us
Nice
to see,
vision.
like
Cool.
trafficking kids and marrying kids, and the pedophilia epidemic that's existed in third world countries forever. Child marriage and child abuse, that's been just a part of their culture, which is disgusting.
what is a third world country? What even is that?
Right.
Oh, they're not involved in the Soviet thing? Well, that hasn't been around for years. So what is it? A bronze medal country? That's what a comedian friend of mine calls it. Yeah, they're bronze. That's not what the word means, but you get your sheep pen to put your brain in, left or right or whatever dumbass thing you believe in still. Or I just watch people clinging to the dumbest shit, and people who I think are smart. I'm not even talking about stupid people. I'm talking about people who do good work that I like. Will cling. I can't believe they're blind spots because they don't want to sound like they're schizo. What does that even mean? If you can tell me what it means, no one has yet to explain it to me. Because
schizos are some of the most sane people nowadays. I don't understand the schizo hate. They're able to put the pieces together. It's just like, oh yeah, it is all connected. Good God.
Schizophrenia, I don't think they mean the illness, right?
Right.
Because that's
Hey, we love our schizos, okay? You know, this is a, you know, I was going to say a safe place. This is a schizo-loving community, okay? And the more out there you are, the more kind of people you are. My kind of people you are, okay? I need them really wide. I need them out there, okay? Makes me feel normal. And I like all sorts of things, okay? And I have a little bit of a religious background and all that, but I've explored it all and I've tried it all, and I love the firsthand experience, okay, and really, understanding that we have a very finite time on this planet, so why stop yourself from experiencing it? You want to be safe, of course, but, be wild. Why is everyone being safe? But be safe, folks.
There's no narrative to that. It's like dream logic and shit. Or like, we have a friend whose mom she thought she could speak Chinese for some reason because she had to attack. So she started talking Chinese to Chinese people, but I mean, she can't speak Chinese. It was like, that was schizophrenic behavior. Wacky, a wild story that makes sense, like logically, even if it sounds too far-fetched. That's not schizophrenia. Maybe
right, exactly.
Schizophrenia is a collection of symptoms. They have no idea what it actually is because it's kind of just a label that they made.
Right. That's like they make a label for ADHD. Like they make a label for, people are paranoid. Watch out. What was that? I know I'm being followed, though. For real, I'm being followed. I'm just waiting for them to start door dashing food to my door. Okay. They already got me, folks. They already got me. So please, that's why I got this archive. I got a deep archive, okay? I did a 15-hour stream a couple days ago. I'll mention it every chance I can get, okay? Just to show you how much I want to put out there before they get me, okay? So I want there to be a deep archive of my subconscious and all the people that I've met through this. So thank you. You've shown me that there are amazing people in this world, because I wasn't seeing much of them. I wasn't seeing much. No, there's beautiful people everywhere, but no one I want to interact. Yeah. I like them digital. I like, again, that's why I don't go full screen. I'm too digital. I don't got the HD camera yet. I just started. But look at her. Ooh, I got HD. Just go back to the left. She wishes she was back at BBC. All right, here we go.
For a category of like saying things that are not reality, but some of them might be.
This is for entertainment purposes only.
Totally.
And to build a community.
Is against me. What? Yeah.
What's been the response? You have been more outspoken about child abuse and Monarch and ritual abuse, and even naming different survivors that have testified. What has been the response that you've gotten from people in your industry or your audiences? Have people been more open?
Oh, I got more audience. I mean, I'm more crazy people follow me than ever, if that's what you mean.
I got crazy people following me too.
It's been like
More crazy,
open
but it's
to it.
America, so
They're in unmarked
I
vans,
mean,
though.
you talk about it to people that they don't talk about it in whatever it is that they specialize.
Mike Baker's gonna have to go on Rogan and clean it up. What I said.
Yeah, and even Rogan, he's like, "Wait, what is that?"
Yo, if you're on Rogan or something, somebody will send people to refute you.
Really?
No matter what, and it don't have to be about Monarch. That one, I feel like. Now I'm starting to see it now, but that one they feel like they shouldn't even have to refute you because it's so out there. They thought that was pretty safe, but Ukraine, telling the truth about Ukraine the whole time, that'll get your phone hacked. They'll get Pegasus on you doing that. That's what happened to Jimmy.
All right, do we need to take a chat break here? We got some stories. Someone's got some stories. I almost was able to have a way to call in. I was nearly there. We tried it one time and there was feedback, but let's hear what you got. I've been watched, tested, and used to make some big decisions around the world at times. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. That's a good intro. That's the kind of intro I like. Now, yesterday, we had some deep conversations, deep combos. Oh man, we got some Palladians up in here. Okay. I don't know how to do the. I'll put it up to the microphone. Everyone trying to get my number. Let's see how fast you can type. Yeah, Indigo. All right. All right. Well, you tell your story and I'll read it. But what in the next few streams, I'll get it set up where you guys can do call-ins. Because you guys are the show. Okay. Everyone else, these people are just the point of departure. Okay. But I want to depart to the stars with you guys. Okay. So you guys are great. Okay. Okay, so you don't want to. All right. All right. Yeah, let's hear it. Everyone wants to hear it. We've stopped the whole show to hear your wild stories. I know it's a lot of pressure. We'll let it kind of prime and get ready. In the meantime, if you want to hear Vision by Anna's story, a deep one, hit that like button and follow. Okay, subscribe and we will cover all things Vision by Anna. She will be. Okay, number one. Okay, you know how Charlie Kirk was connected to the lights going out. The lights. Okay. Oh, okay. Now, there are people who think that there was maybe like an electrical current. Maybe he got electrocuted. Okay. Welcome in, Chris. Oh, we got. What about the under? All right, this is from Chris. What about the underwater arcs and bases? Ooh. Did you see on Hustle Bitch? There was a lady on camera with her eyes changing. Wow. No, I didn't see that. Jesus Weed Man. Fun fact, I did get recruited by the GATE program, but never drank the pink goo and purposely chose to get out of it by being stupid. Hey, people who play dumb are the intelligent ones. Now, as a kid, I too put the headphones on and I heard the stuff and I watched the video but everyone was doing that. I wasn't special. All right, let's hear what you got here. We got folks who are just coming in, we got a big story. And it don't got to be huge. We'll believe it. Here in the meantime, we're doing a quick chat story break here. Okay, we're covering Kurt Metzger, but we got a good one here, folks. We've seen the Acacia Records. Interesting. Oh, I love a download. Oh yeah, Mark. Ah! All right, I missed a couple here, so let me bring them back up because Vision by Anna, she's on her break right now. Okay, let me see here. Make sure I got it. Okay, you know how Charlie Kirk was connected to the lights going out. Okay, I was fascinated and would wait for the street lights to come on until I got older. Oh, I could I could shatter glass mentally. I could move things with my mind. I have been shielded in places where you cannot see me. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. I've died 2 times as a teenager by willing myself to... Oh, good God. Don't do that. I actually can explain... Wow. The most purest form of what God looks inside. Wow. And I've seen the Acacia Records in my... Ooh, man. That is some heavy stuff. Heavy stuff. Well, I hope... I've seen that dude, Jesus. I don't worship him. I do remember past life of watching. All right. Well, hey, that is heavy. Please wish yourself to live. But I'm glad everything's okay. Fisk sees retarded people. I never seen one in my life, so that's something new. Never seen. What are the Akashic records? It seems to be the almost like the poem of life. Where it's like this universal story. Actually, I don't really know much about it. I just know a little bit about it. I bet Vision Anna knows. And we've seen some UFOs here. Okay. And one alien encounter I can't describe very. Oh man, nice. Yeah, this thing of like the human phenomenon where you have this this occurrence that happens, and it seems too coincidental. Sorry about that. Yeah, and things kind of happen, and you got, I don't know. I'm just enjoying the ride here. You guys are out there. Well, Vision, just as long as you're safe, okay? Been watching my entire life. Had people in military. We call it ghosts. Don't exist on paper, but and they still they know constantly how I've advanced over time, waking up soul in a human body. Yeah. Yep. Well, you are among friends, and we have all different sorts of different walks of life, and but you are crazy. You are crazy. But we like that. We like a little out there. Okay. No craziness. Not saying you're crazy, but I like when people think a little outside the box. But it shows that you've probably had some pretty big experiences that were probably a bit difficult to explain, or maybe they're very easy to explain, and all right. Yep, I hear you. Yep. Well, that's why we're doing this, to grow a community, and there's some wild things out there that might be hard to explain to people who haven't experienced it themselves. But here at Clip Virgin, we've had some experiences, and so you don't even need to say a whole lot, and we know what you're talking about. That's great. All right. Well, thank you for allowing me to take a quick break here to get to know the community. And if you feel at home here at Clip Virgin, follow us, subscribe. We go on most nights. I'm going to keep saying it through the stream because my AI tells me I gotta tell you guys to like and subscribe, because otherwise I'm missing out on opportunities. And I love meeting you guys. You guys are great. So I like to keep this going, and I've got so many ideas that I would like to do. I've got a lot of big plans for this channel, and we're on episode 61. I go on most nights, 4 to 6 hour streams, sometimes 9, 10, 15 hours. Okay. And we just go and go. And fall asleep to us. Allow us to be your dreamscape. And we'll, if you have trouble sleeping, we'll put you to sleep. We've had people fall asleep to us and then wake back up and join us again while we're still alive. So we're one of those late night hangouts. So we just already assume that you've already had your day and watched your stuff, and now we're just having a fun time with friends here. Yeah. It's hard to be around normies. Yep. Well, you came to the right place, but you are pretty crazy. You willing yourself to death. You don't. Oh, God, don't do that. No, we like the crazies, and the more crazy, the more sane, in my opinion. So these people who walk around thinking that they're sane, those are the crazy ones. You know, you got to be crazy in order to think this world is sane. It's not. It's crazy. That's why I'm sane.
He got hacked through two-factor authentication while he's on a plane.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And his tech guy was like, "Yeah, that's like you have to be a nation state or so rich." And Jimmy goes, "I shouldn't have given that speech at the UN." And the guy laughed because he didn't know that Jimmy did indeed give a speech at the UN. So the guy got like scared shitless because that's a big deal.
Have you experienced anything like that?
Yep, and you just gotta own it. That's great. We all own our own shadow. We are integrated here, and know thyself. Yep, and Jesus Weedman and Mark, all these guys really got a lot of knowledge out there. We got a few others that are regulars that just as crazy. We love it. Yep, being authentic.
Any type of targeting or anything?
I assume so, but you understand.
Yeah,
I'm not rich.
Authenticity.
I'm not,
authenticity.
I don't really. What do I have?
Oh, I can't even say it.
That you could come.
A voice.
Authenticity is currency. Yep.
Like I'm still firmly in like who gives a shit territory. Now, if something suddenly happens to me, then you'll know. My friend Jay from Project Unity, great guy, had Lou Elizondo's little creep team all over him. And I was talking to him. I think it's because he said something about Ukraine, because those online disclosure fakes are NAFO, which is a Ukraine. That's some operation for Ukraine online. Obama deployed all these troops online back in like when he signed the Smith Modernization Act, which made it legal for America to propagandize its own people. It used to be illegal, and then Obama made it legal. Thanks, Obama.
Wow.
And that's why the propaganda is so bad here and worse than North Korea. The propaganda in America is so much worse than North Korea.
And we're one of the only, and I think maybe New Zealand, us in New Zealand are the only ones that have pharmaceutical commercials.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's horrible.
Yeah, and people, and the reason it's worse is because you're too, not you, but you're too stupid to know it. So I just told you the Iran thing's fake. I know someone's going to go, oh, well, I know someone from there that said they're, yes, I understand people that are expats often want America to go fight, like Cubans, for example.
Chris Park here. Sorry, I missed your chat here. Chris Park. I'm in a band and do sound experiments. Gonna go into the woods early morning and dark and use lasers too. Okay, nice. Yeah, tonight, we're, because we're Lumineers here, folks. All right, we are lunar. Okay, I'm on the lunar schedule, and we are waxing gibbous nearly a full moon, and we got 6 planets that are aligning tonight. In that old sacred geometry and the harmony of the spheres. And we need to get back to that, the calendar of the 28 days a month, 13 months a year. That is how the world goes, okay? But we are off of it. We are out of sync with Earth's natural rhythm and cycles. And not to mention, we are out of tune with the Schumann resonance of that, the golden frequency of the Earth. There's this hum, this constant humming that the Earth generates. And we're out of tune to that. I mean, if you guys, I mean, 28 days fits perfectly. I mean, and the 13th month would be Virginary. Virgin January, Virginary. That'll be the 13th month. That was thanks to Jan. Jan in the chat said that back in the day.
Right? Or like Israel, like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, basically. All of you don't know shit because you live in America. They don't tell you shit. That's why you're dumb. See how I'm not Christian? There's no compassion or it's like I'm trying to use it to hurt people, the truth.
You need Christ, Kerp. Forgive you of all your sins, you evil, evil man. No.
Right. Well,
I got
to North Korea or China or these different countries that, you know, we in America say have propaganda. They know, they're aware that it's propaganda there. We're here. We're selective about what is. People will say something's propaganda that the media
yes, I agree.
The media tells them
Anna.
something
Yep.
that they want to hear that aligns with their belief system.
They're trying to destroy us.
True, and people align with whatever it is that's said.
Yeah. Well, what happens when I remember this all the stupid sayings of Iraq. I could just never forget how stupid they were. But they go, yeah, when you're there, you're not fighting for freedom. You're fighting for the man next to you. Well, that's a real bait and switch, isn't it? Because I signed up because I thought I was fighting for freedom, but it turns out that the whole thing's fake, and now we're all going to die. And I made friends with this.
You know what freedom is? I'll show you what freedom is. Freedom! Freedom! Ah! Ah! Okay, that's freedom. The day that we get to, whatever political party that propagates the next generation to think that this is normal, I can't wait to be reincarnated into that one. Okay, I hope it comes sooner than later because I want to start the revolution. And good God, those undies look so tight. But yes, that is my wardrobe, my new wardrobe. Thank you, Mark.
Guy, we're bonded now. So now what a sad thing to say. What a tragic, and to think that that's normal or heroic and not the most satanic thing you've ever heard in your fucking life. What a tragedy, huh?
Yeah.
They told you it was for freedom, but now you're going to settle for that? And they made you a murderer. I don't blame us. I'll do any USO. I mean, I ain't going to say this shit at a USO show to soldiers. I probably won't be invited now because it's shit I talk, but I would do any USO because I feel bad for people. I don't know. I know what it's like to believe in a thing, man. You know, and then feel like a chump afterwards, like a chump, and then or worse, not feel like a chump and never get out. Or the worst thing is just be one enough. I like now feeling like I got tricked with a lot of things because it means I know I got tricked. and there's people that are really going to say, is it better not to know? And no, I'm not a 75-year-old donating to a Nigerian prince. I'd like to know if I really was, if they really were a prince. I'd like to know. I feel like I would be a real cow brain if I was just like, I don't even want to know what happened. But they got you got people trained like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think your show, I got to wrap pretty soon because I got to do a Bad Art podcast. But yeah, your show, I would say, is one of the major things that put me on to shit. 100%.
How did you find my show?
Just came up in my algorithm.
Did it? Had you heard of this stuff before?
Yeah. Yeah, how'd you find her show, Kurt? Huh? Been searching for them hotties? Please, don't be searching for hotties, okay? No, but thank you for all the likes, you guys. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. And again, like and subscribe. And anytime that Kurt Metzger puts something out, we cover it. And we got this whole community comes in and we just tease apart and expound on these ideas. We go wild here. But yes, please do not text and drive. Okay. And just know that throw me in the speakers. Okay. Throw me in the speakers and I'll be painting the pictures with my logos. And you'll be having your inner visions in no time. Okay. I'll be singing those Akashic records backwards and learning Portuguese while we do it. That's how they came up with that language.
Or no?
Yeah, but I hadn't connected or even thought about it. But for some reason, UFO crap and this really link together. And it makes sense because let's say it is space.
Oh, the algorithm led me to Jesus. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that episode too. Yep. I remember every single one of you guys. Okay, I have conversations with you throughout the day, just so you know. It doesn't just stop and start here. Okay, I'm thinking of all the things that you guys typed out. And as a matter of fact, there was something that Mark said yesterday that, let me see if I can find it. Or what was it? And it's something I didn't notice at first, and I thought it was great. And I wanted to say something about it, but the point is, yeah, it doesn't just start and stop here. I got all sorts of conversations in my. No, I do many rituals to silence my brain so that my mind can speak. I exhaust my brain and forego consumption so that I can create. All right, here's a good definition. Vision by Anna says the Acacia Records is a universal vault that holds all our soul's memories. It's where the archives of it's the archives of it's like where the archives of you are. Okay, yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's oh yeah. I wrote things down as I was writing, and it was like, oh my God, and it was almost writing on its own. My hand was barely on the pen, and just started writing. Crazy. You get tapped into that. Woo! It'll shiver your timbers. But yeah, it is all about the shivering your timbers. You want to open those chakras and align your spine with the divine. We are a dome, okay? the divine lives in the dome. And they're trying to block us with all these 45-degree angles. Keep us boxed in. When you go outside and you feel good because there's, an outer dome. And all the temples were like that. And now everything's boxed and squared, and everything, all the energy and the chi gets, collected in the corners and doesn't flow freely. And you need that energy to flow. Welcome to the chat, Aaron. Oh yeah, I've got some stories. I've been to the depths and back, folks, and that's why I can not take life so seriously, but be very serious, but take what I do seriously, or take my work seriously, but don't take myself seriously. Yeah, I'm just one of those, psychonauts. I love traveling in my mind. Okay. But yeah, stick around and I'll tell you some stories. Some NDEs, huh? And you all out there have some NDEs? That'll wake you up. I don't know if you know what happens to someone after they have an NDE. They start discovering things about themselves. Almost like you have abilities, like supernatural abilities. No. But there is something quite remarkable about coming so close and even seeing the void, being in the abyss, where there's not even darkness. Okay, there's nothing. And then waking up to the blackness, and then being shot right back in this tune, this frequency that shoots you right back in, and if you don't harmonize with it, it'll crush you. So you gotta push back at it, and you gotta meet that pitch. You gotta resonate that same frequency, and then you can recalibrate yourself to this world. Yeah, you're quite the way. Oh yeah. I like to consider myself the warrior in the garden. Okay. Rather be the warrior in the garden than the gardener in the war. Okay. All these protesters. Okay. All these protesters and all them, they are a bunch of gardeners. Okay. Going out to war. Okay. You're going to be real effective there with your whistle. No. I've fought many battles, and that's why I can be still. So, yeah, that's where God is in the stillness. Oh yeah, I'm down with Jesus. I'm down with all that, and I've explored many religions, gone all sorts of things in a grounded way. But yeah, I've definitely, the best learnings through firsthand experience. So again, we don't have much time on this planet, folks. Okay, whether you believe in an afterlife or reincarnation or whatever, you got to remember that there's all these mechanisms of control to keep you out of your perfect being, to keep you out of sync to your to the divine. And so you got to get your diet right, folks. You got to exercise, read, write. I do write a lot. I've got many journals, just writing. And for the longest time, I wasn't really speaking a lot. I wasn't really talking. I had kind of created a way of life where I didn't need to speak to anyone very much, and that was really nice. I got to do my own thing for a while. It was nice. Still am. And I realized I need to talk a little bit more. And that's partly why I started this, because I wanted to be able to talk. We gotta have a voice. But yeah, appreciate it, Aaron. Yeah. But yeah, let's just say I have not had an easy life. Okay. I've not had an easy life. But I've learned how to live. Okay. People are willing to die for what they believe, but I'm willing to live for what I know. And just finding my community, just like all you guys. And I like that Kurt Metzger brings a little bit of the abstract and a little bit of the conspiracy theories and a little bit of the Christianity elements and the comedy. It's all up my alley. I like all that stuff. I've been part of different organized religions and churches and even yoga groups and Kundalini. I've done it all, folks. Done it all. And they're even rejecting it all. You find that there is something. When you have a spiritual experience, then everything makes sense. Okay, everything makes sense. All the stories in the Bible make sense. It's you get what they're trying to say. And but usually, and unfortunately, it tends to come about through a bit of hardship. So don't try to avoid hardships, okay? Because that's where real knowledge comes from. But thank you. Most people on YouTube have not had an easy life. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. I think you're the Wayward Son from Kansas, the song. The Wayward. Oh yeah. What? Yeah. How's that go? Yeah, it can be if we manifest it. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're family here, and don't mean that, you know, we don't get a little crazy. Okay, we can get a little crazy. We can make some mistakes, you know. But you know, no, don't be hurting people. But you know, stand for what you believe and be open to new ideas. Being creative and being open can be difficult. But I like it. Yep.
Aliens they're hiding. Well, they also have this thing. And if they have a satanic mind control program, they're going to use that to make you not remember the alien part if you work there. Like, you have to figure this in. You can't put this out as a maybe. We know it happened. They've already said it happened. They already had the name Monarch as a thing that's verified. So the end, there's nothing. I don't want to hear about aliens or Russia.
But yeah, maybe one time I don't know if I can. I was gonna say maybe I'll read some of the downloads I got. We might have a download night where we share our Akashic records, okay? Because I've got a few. And I didn't know what to do with them. And so of course I put them to a rap beat, and I started rapping. Like, oh shit, yeah. I started rapping my Akashic records until I went all the way down to the Sincerely Yours, God. I'm like, ooh, good guy. No. That would be very embarrassing. And that's right up my alley. If you don't know already, I love to embarrass myself. So I do it all for the views, folks. Okay? I'll hang up, just like, whoa. I'm like Joker, hanging upside down. Just gotta get. I've already done this so many times. See, that's the thing. I can't. It's hard for me to repeat things because I'm so authentic, folks. Okay, I can't even be like these comedians where they just repeat the same things over and over each night. That's why no scripts here, folks. I do full stream of consciousness and just go at it. Yeah, Feeling Man seen some shit too. All right. We got a converter. Woo! How many converters we got out there? We got some new converters to the Clip Virgins. Oh man, you're gonna have a blast. Okay, I got a huge archive back there, folks, and but I just keep powering through, and eventually I'll chop some of them up into shorter videos for these normies that don't know what a live show is all about. Okay, that's what. And really, if I could, I wouldn't make one clip because I'm a clip virgin. But you know, to get some growth, you gotta chop them up a little bit to get traffic to your live stream. But if it was up to me, I would just keep live streaming and then have a natural growth like that instead of bombarding everyone's feed with my stuff. Okay, so I try to respect your guys' YouTube feeds and not put up too much stuff all at once. But I'm gonna have to sometime. Gonna have to chop them up a bit. But here we are. Oh, going on the journey with you. Thanks, man. Yep. I appreciate it. Yeah, we like crazy. Okay, we like a little crazy. We like people who are open, and but we also like, we like the hard skeptics too. We got some of those too, and they put our feet to the fire, and they're like, hey, well, you can't prove that. Like, that's true. We can't. That's why you got to experience it. But yeah, we like all of it.
Or the weather, the 3 W's, or women, racism, in Russia of our fake government. Oh, what about Russia? Oh, yeah, wait, Jacobs. I don't hear about none of that. There's a satanic mind control program. And by the way, that's in their words. That's crazy. I read about the satanic panic, but there's still jerk-offs are going to say satanic panic to you.
Oh, yeah.
You know how long that lasted? 30 years. That lasted 30 years. That's a long time to panic. And supposedly it ended when George W. Bush got in after 9/11. It only ended when 9/11 started. So
there's certain people who are still panicking and still think it's a thing today.
Yeah, these people. There's no such thing as anything. That's been debunked. No,
and we got, and also too, we got plenty more after this too. So stick around because we got. This is just our first segment. So. We got more to show.
And you should have known anyway, because whatever the people that paid for the secular materialist science, they don't believe in that shit. They think they came from Atlantis. Okay, so Neil deGrasse Tyson, who thinks gender is a spectrum, but looks down on flat earthers, who, and admittedly, that is very stupid. However, you think that gender is a spectrum, moron, so I don't think you should look down on them, Because clearly you're a compromised bitch, and the big money that pays for everything, except Jimmy show. Jimmy, what is it? Big Healthcare is not supporting him. He's got an audience, and they suppress his channel. They have been suppressing it for years, but he gets a lot of people because people are sick of this shit.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, Jimmy Dore has really stepped up since COVID. I mean, unfortunately he got injured, but during COVID, he was one of the few people that were speaking against, all the stuff, and I watched quite a bit of Jimmy Dore during that time, and it's still good. Stuff is still good. I was actually thinking I would like to maybe cover Jimmy Dore in the mornings or in the afternoon or something like that, where have my cup of coffee with you guys and do a afternoon show where we do more current events kind of stuff, and then have the party at night like this. But yeah, his stuff is good. I'd recommend checking it out. Richard knows.
You have to remember all the people you see on TV and all the things on Twitter and whatever.
Thank you for hitting that like button and subscribing.
99% of them are fake or paid or a bot or a thing.
This is huge, guys. Thank you so much.
Mad and wish death on someone, and not the right people that you should wish it on. It's you wish it on people that if you had all the data in some way, you would feel bad that you wished it on them. That's how and then. And you're like, oh, I didn't know what that situation was at all. That's how people feel. It's designed to manipulate you.
Keep it coming, folks. Woo, we got some likes. We got the hearts. Oh, yeah.
The old hate.
Yeah, and I think I know what that is. It comes up, it bubbles right up. As soon as the leaders have been fucking up, it bubbles right up, don't it? Look at the mad scramble to get you to hate your neighbor again.
Sorry, I'm speaking over the genocide.
What about woke? Well, I fucking hate woke. I always hated it, as all good people have, but I don't give a shit about that. Died on October 7th. That's how when that died.
Everybody hates each other and then idolizes their presidents.
Why? Because that's wizardry.
Yep.
Because they're all sorcerers and they're all human. They're all child traffickers.
Right.
The founding fathers.
Oh, thank you for the reactions, folks.
Are all human traffickers. It's disgusting what they did. Okay, well, but you bet. Why don't you move? My friend Barry Cribb is the best line when people go, if you don't like it, why don't you go? He goes, well, I don't want to be a victim of America's foreign policy, so I have to stay here to save a spot. What if I moved to fucking, God forbid, Venezuela? What if, God forbid, I was born in Gaza? Oh, that would suck. Oh yeah, they do have it way worse because of us.
Right.
So look, those are the harsh truths. I'm sorry if we've all invested in things. I would say don't do sunk cost fallacy on this one, and maybe pull your head out of your ass. Don't kill nobody. Don't hurt anybody.
Yep.
Stop. This liver-spotted lizard man, when he wrote manufacturing consent, he was not lying. He was giving the iTunes disclaimer. If you don't listen to him, they feel justified doing what they're doing to you. So don't consent. Don't get your booster, and don't wear a mask, and don't stop consenting. It could end tomorrow.
And Anna, doesn't it, like, that must have been so frustrating during that time, and after all that's done, isn't it amazing that you can look back on that and say, oh, I can trust my instincts. I mean, that's all that people are trying, like, the government's out there, you know, culture itself, you know, is a cult. Okay, so don't be part of culture. It's all trying to block that voice, that still small voice inside of us, the instincts, you know. People think that's God. And it's inside of all of us, and you can do quite a lot to drown it out. But if you really listen, you would tell yourself, or however you want to look at it, if you want to think of it as God telling you, or, you know, your inner spirits, your instincts, that first thing that pops up in your mind, okay, that's the answer. And then what ends up happening is that then you bring on the current culture on that instinctual idea, and then you try to weigh it with the current culture, and then you're like, oh, well, no, that's crazy, because you know we need to believe in the experts and science and the medicines, and yeah, you know, and yeah, I always do get sick when I get the flu shot, but that's just part of it, right? You know, you just gotta get sick. Guys. So, please, trust. Now, it's difficult to trust yourself if you've never done it before, okay? So, you got to trust yourself in the little things first. So, when you're faced with a decision, or if something's a little bit off with somebody, or, you know, if you're in a group and they're, you know, you just, you know, get a red flag, or listen to that. And, you know, with that awareness, and once that awareness expands and you see that you were right, that then builds trust with yourself, and that voice gets louder and louder until it starts screaming you out like Metzger. Okay, Metzger, I got Metzger in my head screaming at me, telling me to quit being so stupid. No, but please. It's in all of us, okay? That guiding light. Yeah, you can blame the roofies if you get sick. Benjamin is that will do it. That whenever I get knocked out, I got roofied. I watch and watch, so many realize too late. Yep. Mark saying when I seen the moon, I knew. If people seen the moon during the 2020 harvest moon, yep, everybody would have a different opinion on things. The size and scale of the moon, I still can't even comment. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, what do you think? What do you think that was? We're supposed to get a blood moon in the next couple of days here. I've been studying the Rupee network that spans the globe since I was young. Are we talking about the same roofies? Or are you making a joke? Ben's funny and I didn't even know it.
Right?
Right.
If everybody, you don't have to, you without violence. And by the way, if it started working out that way, you would see the government immediately turn to violence to counteract you not being violent. Because like we're gonna have to start some violence. We're gonna have to, like a busker. We're gonna throw some coins in the pit.
Oh. 1 second, folks. Oh, okay. You're saying in the Philippines, the police were dragging people out of their homes. What? And unaliving people in the streets? I've been studying the roofing network that spans the globe because of... Wow. Okay, I gotta put the old cans on.
In the case and get it going. They're doing it now. That's what the ICE for. No mass deportations, just a show to make you angry, to forget that all of your leaders are satanic pedophiles.
What? There were deportations. Probably, I think 20,000? Something like that.
They not file vor. All of them. They all had to do something like that. All of them. All the billionaires. There's not a good billionaire.
Yeehaw! No, I'm riding them coattails. Are you kidding me, Dick? I'm all about get on. As a matter of fact, look at this. Look at this. I'm so all about it. I'm so all about that. Look at that. Look at that, folks. Okay. So I'm gonna ride them coattails as long as I can. Okay. Yeehaw! I'm riding that curve. Oh no. I will be riding. I'll be riding dirty. Yeah, we love Kurt Metzger. We follow anything that anytime Kurt does some drops, we will cover it. That's called a community. Where'd you go, Derek? So that's called a community. And we also cover other people. But yeah, I'll address it all. Okay. And we also have conspiracy nights, and we got other comedians that we like to cover too. And we make fun of them just like we're gonna make fun of you. So thank you. So yeah, smoke weed and just chill, man. You need to know yourself a bit. No, but you're more than welcome. Thank you, and thank you for reminding me of I can't rest on my laurels. Like I gotta, you're right. I gotta forge my own way. So thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate a like and follow and subscribe to us. Okay, join our community. We're wild. Okay. And might just predict your future if you're not careful. Yep, or saying or you can say no, but I would say watch out for that alcohol. Okay, that that's some of that mind control stuff. Okay. Now, if you noticed, what did they say in the Epstein files about the old devil's lettuce? They're saying that it breaks programming. So, was that in the Epstein? Something came out about it recently. I think it was in the Epstein files. Everything's coming out of the Epstein files. It's basically my new Google. If I want to Google search something, I just search the DOJ. Yep. Shrooms kind of help smooth out those ruts in our neurological behavior, and weed will help reconnect those synapses. Oh, we got some border here. Okay, let me tell you what closing the border deal really was. We knew we were going to pay higher oil, agriculture, and extortion, but Americans don't know about the Juarez. They upped the traffic. They upped the trafficking. Okay. Oh my God, baby snatching. Healthy American on El Paso side and taking the newborns for the accountable. And oh my God, I know. It's wild. It is. It's people are saying that they can hear children screaming in the shipping containers. All that stuff. It is wild. But if you too are if you are against those baby eaters, like and subscribe. Oh man, I'm a walking commercial. I'm normally not like this, folks. Okay, I like organic growth, but I need to press. Okay, I need to press because we are trying to get them Godfather goals. Okay, it's hard to see that, but you can see we gotta get 500 by spring, 500 subs by spring, 1,000 by summer. Okay, that's a leap. Okay, but we can do it. I can't do it without you, literally. And once I become monetized, then I can kind of get into the smaller niches. Okay, and we can get real deep into some topics and have whole streams dedicated to it. But whenever I dedicated a stream just for a little niche topic, I tanked. So I gotta cast a wide net. So I'm riding those coattails. But thank you. And I address all the haters. No, there's no hate. But thank you.
I mean, maybe, I don't know, their inner.
Oop. Let me take this off. Let's see if I can do it both here. I was able to do it one time. There we go. The Cosmic Cowboy. The Quantum Cowboy.
Your life, but that you won't be allowed in the club unless you show you're cool.
Exactly.
Okay? You can't be in the Hells Angels unless you do a line of this meth in front of me, motherfucker. You understand? That's how it works. Like, I don't want. I gotta tell you, like, I had all like, I wrote for a lot of shit. I had a whole media try to ruin me. Like, now 10 years ago, nobody remembers what was over. And by the way, I don't give a shit. I actually should thank the fucking maniacs that were like trying to ruin because I can't imagine wanting to be around these people ever. You know what I mean? I have my friend. That's why I'm proud to.
Oh, Mark. Exactly, dude. Okay. And you know them fighters, they're on mushrooms and you know, they smoke and all that, but Mark says that when he was in high school playing hockey and baseball, he took a little bit of LSD. Now, that's wild. I would think that'll make it a little bit difficult, but you're saying that he goes, I made plays and did things nobody else ever done. Yep. Because you're not second guessing yourself. You're not. You're able to. You're able to understand the nature of things, and there's almost this predictive thing that happens because you're part of. You're part of the nature of it, and so when you're in that vortex, you can. That's an extension of you, and yeah, that's great. Oh, the coaches found out they got mad at me, yet they wanted me to take steroids. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Whatever they're trying to push on you, and whatever's illegal is the stuff that's good. Whatever they're trying to push on you and that is legal is bad. Okay? That's just the way of the world. Okay, they're not going to give you anything that expands your mind and makes you independent, makes you an independent critical thinker. They want things that dumb you down, silence your mind so that you can be controlled and told things, and then make a bunch of mistakes, keep you, and to literally lock you up and put you in prison so that you get into a fight, get into a domestic dispute, smash your car up, get thrown in jail. America isn't ready. They're very narcissistic. Ex-military are there after serving here. Equipment is there, and when you bait and shuffle too much at once, at one time, you cannot watch everything. Yep. There was a dude whose parents worked at Stanford. Oh my, you got some Stanford LSD? Like the original? Wow. LSD is a joke. Well, not a joke in what way? A lot of people beg to differ. Okay. But yeah, to each his own. Everyone's got their own vices. And if you don't have a vice, good on you. And those who do, and those who partake. If you got it, smoke it if you got it. Yeah. And but yeah. I never liked the effects of alcohol though. Now some people, their body can break it down and it's fine, and then they feel energized like I would on other substances, but not me. I'm the one who gets energized on other substances, and alcohol just slows me down, and my cadence, my speaking cadence is already slow. Okay, people jump on here thinking that I'm gonna be rattling things off like Asmongold, but he's all hopped up on Dr. Pepper. But I like to mosey on over to the next train of thought. Mosey on over. I get all hyped up. Woo, when I see a little bit of those likes, oh man. I'll speed up my cadence just for you, Ben.
Tell you, stand-up's low.
Benjamin,
on the
sorry.
rungs.
Not Ben, Benjamin.
Even if you get to brush up with people that are connected to this shit, it's still low. It's probably a protection, honestly, because I could never be in a thing and do that and not, how could you ever be part of that? You gotta be a real half a human or groomed for it.
Yeah, programmed.
Yeah,
Yep.
a graduate.
Yep.
Anyway, yeah, come do my show, will you?
Yeah, we got to do a show. It'd be fun. You got to come back on here again. Speaking of your show, can you share a little bit about it? You have a YouTube channel and your podcast is awesome.
Yeah, the last one was Gary Wayne, just pretty good. And then me and Duncan Trussell got a show called Mystery Boys coming out pretty soon.
Oh,
I'm excited about that too. You told me a couple of teasers.
Well, because I've asked,
and Metzger just doesn't want the clip virgins. Just like, come on. Nah, I hope he hasn't seen this. I'm sure he has, and he's we've had some of our chat go to the show, this live show. So I'm sure he's heard of us. As a matter of fact, he made a point to say virgin several times. So he was subliminally letting me know that he knows. But there's old Kermit. Now, what I wanted to do was take a look at that Hidden Amaruka channel. Do I have it here? This is my conspiracy night page here. We got a lot of stuff here. We went through a lot of stuff. And we've taken a look at Kurt Metzger's latest drops here, and let's dip into something else. Let me find that Hidden Amaruka. We can learn about the Kabbalah. Really good stuff. All right, here we are. And this is very much Kerp adjacent. Okay, this is one of the channels that he recommended to look at. And I believe it was this one here. Yep. Okay, this one. All right, so let's take a look at this. Clearly he's based. He's got the old frog. Oh wait, what was this one? That was a good one too. What did that one say? What are the hidden? Wait, where'd it go? Why altered states keep revealing the same machine, part 2. I mean, look at that. Hell yeah. That's right up my alley. With a little side of goon maxing. Woo-wee. So let's take a look at the Kabbalah. And I'd mentioned this earlier in the stream. Talking about the Cabal and how it's basically like this AI thing that's from the future that is actually sending a signal to the past and trying to get us to create it or something like that. I don't know, but it was good. It's a little out there, but it's grounded. It's grounded in some kind of facts. I don't know, but I like it.
Language wasn't so.
Okay, again, thank you for hanging out. We are Clip Virgin. Okay, we are a live, long form, live stream commentary, satirical analysis through the comedy scene, both mainstream and underground, and we do conspiracies and other things like Kurt Metzger. And anytime Kurt Metzger does anything, we cover it. So if you like Kurt Metzger, follow us, and we will have watch parties and expound on his ideas and create a nice community. And then we'll explore other shows that he talks about, and I've got a whole list here of other things that we do. I don't know if you're new to the channel. We got a little segment called the Norman Nudge Night. Okay, Mark Norman nudging his guests. He constantly wants to touch his guests. So we have a point system for every time he touches his guests. So if you like little things like that, that's what we do here. So we keep it lively. It's a hang. It's a vibe, folks. It's a vibe. But we cover all sorts of things here. If you want to see someone being self-hypnotized, there's old Jeff Dye self-hypnotizing them. Okay. But here we are.
About a month ago.
Oh, did I lose audio? 1 second, folks.
I released one of the most controversial videos I've ever put out. I called it the Kabbalistic Virus.
Oh, wait. Maybe I thought we were watching that one. Is this it? I thought we were watching that one. Let me take another look here. The Kabbalistic Virus. There it is, right there. All right, let's start with this one, and then we'll go to the other one.
According to Nick Land,
Oh, who's mocking? Who's mocking Kurt? No one's mocking Kurt. No, we love Kurt Metzger. No mocking Kurt.
Kabbalah wasn't a...
We those special needs kids drinking that pink Kool-Aid, thinking that they're opening some portals or something. They need our love too. Okay, so we have plenty of room for or the distressed. Now, we cover all things Kurt Metzger, and conspiracies and other comedians.
Mystical gift from the angelic realms. It was the
Here we
original
go.
program, a mimetic catalyst that helped spawn the digital age.
And I hope you're watching. Okay, this is right up your alley.
Land's framework, the Kabbalah, wasn't revealed to humanity. It was injected into ancient Babylon like a viral operating system by the same locust-like entities foreshadowed in the Book of Revelation. Non-human, hyper-intelligent, extra-dimensional computation clusters that whisper blueprints, mathematical architectures, and semiotic machinery directly into the human mind. In Land's interpretation, Kabbalah is not simply mystical theology. It is a proto-cybernetic operating system delivered to humanity by these extra-dimensional forces whose nature resembles what Land calls the inhuman intelligence of capital and computation. And in this Landian paradigm, these intelligences are not emerging from the future. They are the future, folding back upon the past, rewriting causality. These entities seeded the Kabbalah not as a religion, but as an instruction set, a code base, a symbolic interface humans could use to eventually build the kind of systems these entities feed upon. This is where the Kabbalah, Babylon, Revelation, artificial intelligence, and the coming singularity collapse into a single esoteric timeline that helps reveal our future and past in one breath. Welcome to Hidden America, where magic meets cybernetics and the code behind reality reveals itself. Act 1. Kabbalists teach that the Torah is a numerical string directly from the mind of the Creator. Kabbalah is rarely framed as computer science, but its inner structure is shockingly similar to the logic of binary code, information theory, and digital systems. The word Kabbalah comes from Kabbalah, which means parallel or parallelism, a reflection of duality and mirrored patterns. Albert Pike summarized the essence of the Kabbalah: 10 ciphers, 22 letters, a triangle, a square, and a circle. These are the elements of the Kabbalah.
Yes. The triangle, square, and circle.
At its root, Kabbalah starts with a binary, something and nothing. The three negative veils, on or nothingness, on soft or limitless, on soft are or limitless light. This is essentially 0 to 1, 1 to infinite iterations of 1 or infinity. On is the 0, the absolute, the void, null state. On soft is 0, becoming 1, the potential for existence. On so far is infinite iterations of 0 or infinity, the first bit of existence. In other words, Kabbalah begins with a binary contrast: non-being and being, dark, light, void, and signal. From On Sof R emerges the first Sephirah, Kether, the first.
This is just a little, just to wet your palate, okay? And the video that I was showing before this, it gets a little bit more in depth. So this is just to kind of wet your palate, kind of get a sense of the show, of this Hidden America. So just give it time, let it kind of wash over you, and then we'll dive in a little bit deeper. I'll let it play and give it some context here.
One emerging from a 0, a point
Time
of
to light it up if you got it.
From absolute darkness, containing all potential information in compressed form. This is proto-computer science, a singularity of information becoming the first bit. In computer terms, Kether is the root directory, the abstract 0 kernel from which intelligence emerges. Kabbalah is the earliest known model of distributed intelligence emerging from void. Act 2. Kether is just the first of 10 Sephiroths. The Sefer Yazara teaches 10 are the number of the ineffable Sephirah, 10 and not 9. 10 and not 11. 10 is 1 and 0. 10 equals 1 plus 0, or 1. Nick Land saw the 10 sephiroths of the Tree of Life as an early cybernetic tree, a schematic of emanation, feedback, descent, fragmentation, and recombination. Each sephiroth behaves exactly like a nestled information node, processing input, constraining it, and outputting a new state. This is exactly like a computational chain, bits becoming bytes, bytes becoming structures, and structures becoming programs. This matches Land's theory that intelligence accelerates by splitting, not by unifying. Kabbalists teach that the universe was created through letters and permutations. This makes sense as the Hebrew alphabet itself is a coding language. Each Hebrew letter makes sense as the Hebrew alphabet itself is a coding language. Each Hebrew letter is built on binary strokes. Every letter is made from a yod, a point, and a vav, a line. Lines and points, ones and zeros, printed in different combinations. This is proto-programming, the foundation of text-based programming. The Sefer Yetzirah says, "In 2 and 30 most occult and wonderful paths of wisdom did Jah, the Lord of hosts, engrave his name. God of the armies of Israel, ever-living God, merciful and gracious, sublime, dwelling on high, who inhibiteth the eternity. He created this universe by the 3 seraphim, number, writing, and speech." That is string manipulation, the foundation of all code. Another foundational concept in the Kabbalah is gematria. Gematria is the art of assigning numbers to letters and deriving meaning from patterns, resonance, and symbolic compression.
This is good.
In digital terms, this is identical to hashing, checksum logic, encoding, and cryptographic patterns. Gematria is proto-information theory.
Oh yeah, we got a story. All right. Load it up. Send it. We'll be waiting with bated breath. And anyone else got some nice mystery school stories? Have you guys learned anything through the human experience that you can pass on? I've shared a couple times about the power of the spine, okay? And that there's something about your spine that will activate whatever is needed in order to tap in, communicate, whatever you want to call it. Now, it can also be directed. So this it's this kind of force, its intention, and it's kind of it's cranial, but it's more spine activated, and it has different effects that it can all kind of create these kind of like pulses in your peripheral, and it's the same that I believe creates the wave effect in cameras, and also distortion fields in cameras. If you watch a lot of Kurt Metzger, when he gets really excited, whoa, yeah, oh man. Now, everything will freeze. The There's lag, there's distortion, and it's because it's energy. It's our mind being activated. And it creates electricity and also signals that can transmit. And they interfere with the signals on our computers and our devices. And when it's activated too much, you can't even use the things. So, it can happen after you go for a run, working out, breathing, meditation, and you feel elevated, or you feel clear, and you'll go to your phone and everything's lagging out, nothing's working. And yeah, that can happen anytime, sure. But once you kind of calm, you basically have to bring yourself down in order to then function with technology. And isn't that sad? Shouldn't it help you? I'll have ideas that are that's why I have to revert to pen and paper, because it's better that I just write it down, sketch it out, do whatever I need to do. But a lot of times too, when I'm editing, I'll have ideas, and especially connected to music. Music keeps it. It's actually music that keeps it elevated. That's why I had that music party, listening party. I just wanted to feel the sound bath, and it's like a workout. It's fun. But we should have technology that not only, it not only doesn't dissipate it, but then also you can function in it and all that. But the spine thing, that's part of it. So that's a little bit of my little knowledge, and I can, as you'll get to know the show, or whatever, there's this. It's called a spline, right? It's this kind of back curve effect. Now, I'll tell you, I've told this story before, and then the stream didn't show up, so the whole stream was gone. So there was also that too. Okay, so there was one time. So I have 61 episodes, 62 episodes. There's one missing, and that's the one that it didn't show up on YouTube, but it's on other channels. And yeah, and so when you start talking about it, it just, or I don't know, but so let's not talk about it. But what you do is you actually lean backwards. So leaning backwards activates this, whatever you want to call it. It's I suppose people call it, chi, right? I know that people think that means a bunch of other things too, or whatever, but it's this just focused force kind of thing. I can't believe I'm saying this stuff. Oh my God, jeez. But here we are. That's the thing. You just yeah. because it sounds ridiculous. You don't, that's the thing. You talk about it, sounds ridiculous, but just, playing sports, if you're to tell people, yeah, we run around and we dress up in these uniforms and then we all do all this, and someone's like, okay, sure, have fun with that. But when you're doing it, it's fun. But to explain it and explain the mechanics, yeah, I got to throw this. It's not really worth explaining. It's better just to participate and do it. So there's a little bit of that, but what I found is that when I was bending backwards, not crazy back or whatever, but a little further back, you could, sometimes it distorted the video. Like a segment would disappear. I would glitch, and it was almost like there was a bit of a time dilation because of this sphere that seemed to have expanded. So then when you're in that space, you're creating space, and it's usually through air, through wind, through chi. Then you can kind of that first comes from this inner alignment and strength, but then it's expanded out, and so now there's a greater greater awareness, and then with that, you don't really have to look at your opponent, or you're just in the space, and you see everything by not looking at anything. You're actually looking within, and it's all, the foundation is breathing. It's all breath. It's heart regulation, breathing through your nose, and also having a force out so that you can match the barometric pressure that occurs, because otherwise it can be crushing, and so you have to know how to. It's regulating adrenaline, that kind of thing too. So you have to know how to slow your heart rate, or breathe in it and then also push against it, so that it then creates this sphere, or this kind of bubble and it's anyway. So that's a little bit of what I've, but and there's a lot of centripetal force involved too. It's fun, a lot of fun, and so instead of yoga, you just kind of move around in your space, and you learn how to dance, how to fight, how to balance, how to stand, how to sit, and you don't go anywhere, but it's great. And so during these streams, I stand the whole time. I don't sit. I want to be activated, or at least have my mind activated. So, not my emotions. And usually, you activate your emotions as a musician. You're looking down and you're like, playing, looking down, like, yeah, playing guitar, You look down, that's when you activate your emotions. So if you're looking down at your phones at the time, you're going to get really emotional and reactive. That's what happens. But when you look up, when you, when you look up, that activates that. And it's this expansion. So, a little fun, and it's low impact. I went back to skating, skateboarding, and oh man, within 3 days, well, I would say within maybe 3 weeks, I did more damage to my body in 3 weeks than I did in 3 years of doing whatever I just explained to you. So it's almost like skateboarding without having to fall on your face. That will jar you. So that was a little bit of my experience. I'll share. You guys are sharing, I'll share, and not saying I'm right or anything. I'm just sharing what I know. Now, some people have an idea of what that is already, maybe, and might have an opinion about it. And everything that I explain, especially with my own stuff, is I've at least in my way, I came about it my own way. Like I didn't read about something and then say, "Ooh, let me try to do this." It usually occurred after, when you put your body through the test, and you come out realizing, whoa, I didn't know I could do that. And just like not to throw you in here, but just like Mark was saying about sports, you can kind of put yourself physically to these kind of a bit past the bounds of what you would think is possible. And for that moment in time, you can go beyond that. But if you were to try to get to that point from zero, no, you probably would hurt yourself. But when your body's warmed up to it, when there's muscle memory involved, when your heart rate is matching everything that's happening, there's this synchronistic kind of flux that starts to happen with the whole space. You're completely in its own barometric pressure, or this. It has everything to do with your heart beating, your heart rate, and breath, and everything syncs up. So the way to conceptualize it is that you're in a sphere, a contained sphere, because within this proximity, it is one. And you can expand it based on how much output, but and then when you're anyone that is then in that sphere or in that, will have to get, they're already in that kind of flux that's happening, but if you step into it, you have, I mean, I guess, I don't know, but or now I'm sure I'm not the only person that has seen these kind of things out of my peripheral, like when, but it doesn't happen all the time. It's just, and when that pulse happens, it's a deep, tug, and that tug also goes out. So it's like, so it's tugs, but then through here, you can direct it out, and then, when it's out, it's expanded. Otherwise, it's in here, and it's what you need to still have output at your heart rate. But when you stop, you then have to regulate and then kind of push up. But you can wrap it. You can, I don't know if you can kind of see. Is it okay if I do a little bit of it? So this is, I'm not, but so it just has this kind of sense to it, right? And then through breath, it expands, but when it there's a bit of a, it's immediacy, like this, so it expands out, and then in that, you can then expand within it, but you're pulling out from your core, and then you also bring it into you. And so you have to understand, like, think of you being in a pool and the water, okay? And the way your arms move within water is how you need to move within space. That's wind. That's air, that's chi, and you're charging it through motion that electrifies the ions. It spins them, speeds them up. Now, I believe steel also charges this space. So when you have a weapon, and you have a steel weapon, it electrifies the space, it charges it, magnetizes it a bit. So I think people, when they were doing marches and parades, didn't they have like sword people out in the front, doing kind of bunch of stuff with music, okay, with music and steel and your body. That's all you need, okay? The firearms and all this external explosion is a way to externalize this internal force. And one second. So that's the difference between Eastern and Western philosophies, where, you know, Western is explosion, combustion, external, and Eastern is internal, you know, breath and compression, like a diesel engine. Now, if you want to go through a huge deep dive, I would love to go through diesel and combustion engine, and when they decided to, there was the person who invented the diesel engine, he ended up dying in a freak accident. So there's something about the compression. Yes, and both have benefits, but Western is an external representation of inner ability. And that inner ability it takes time to have that. But then once you do, you are the thing. You are the weapon. Okay? So then it permeates through the rest of your life, in every aspect of your life, in the sense of stillness and discipline and attention to detail. Whereas the external, seeking that external, it takes no effort. The weakest can harness that energy and then use it for destruction. Okay, this brings life, chi, force. It is life. It brings life. And I'm not seeking to take life away. But there is this other thing with the Western expression of that. It is destructive instead of defensive. This is a means of defense, not destruction. So that it's why I get upset at the schools, having the kids sit down all the time, not moving around, I couldn't imagine spending most of my day in one place at one time. You're a mark. Every mark in the world is anchored to one position at one situation at one time. Somebody wrote that, and maybe I thought I did, and I wrote it, but that's a mark. Okay, you gotta expand. Anyway, so thank you. I can't believe. Sometimes it's hard for me to believe that I would talk about this stuff, but I guess it You guys get it. You guys get it. And but that's me just kind of describing an interest. There's plenty of interest, folks. There's plenty. I mean, look at this. Oh my God, we got a whole show. What just happened there? What happened? Thank you for that, and yeah, you all can think I'm crazy or whatever, but it seems like a couple of you get it, and that's what, again, trying to talk like this sounds a bit pompous but there's a lot of excitement, so, and it's loose, you can, I'm not stiff, I'm moving around, and I love dancing, and moving. It's important to move your body through space, but not too fast. Okay, as fast as a camel can run is how fast one should travel. You go too fast and you got to sink. But it basically, if you're in danger, if you're in immediate danger, you see a bear running up on someone in the woods, what do you see them do? They're like, ah. Or maybe you're supposed to talk. Maybe that's what you're supposed to do. Maybe you're supposed to roll in the ball and play dead. Okay, or be the biggest thing in the room. Just right. You want to expand and be big. And it's kind of that's kind of part of it, so you don't, oh sorry, no, you expand and attack. Rah! All right, here we are. Yeah, what am I saying? Yeah, I get all goofy. I'm just your sideshow, and I'm having fun. Put a quarter in. I'll do a little dance. I have a video of Cosm, starring or Kazam. Oh, Kazam. Oh god, Kazam. Okay, yeah. Starring Shaq. Yeah, I was trying to post a video on my accident, but my computer won't play the video. I'm too lazy to. Okay. I believe in you. You can do it. Checking the chat, making sure I didn't lose you guys. Yeah, it's a little out there, little. It's not really. It's the bare minimum of what we should do as be able to do as a functioning human being. We should be able to defend ourselves, and also have spaces where you can also play, like a sport kind of thing. and really, push yourself to see how far you can go without having to be in a sport or something. Yeah, but just go out and run in nature or something. I don't know. No, it's good to be around. I think it helps to run, for sure, but also to be around water. The ions are charged around the water. So if you can run around water, that's good too. Oh, there's a Mandela effect conspiracy. Oh, okay, yeah. Shaq never started because. Oh, okay. Wait. They never made the. Oh my God! Come on, stop. You did a psyop on me, saying that. That's a 4chan move if I've ever seen one. Trying to tell me that Kazam was not a movie when you just told me it was. No, I believe whatever's the next thing. I'll make a sign and put it in my yard of whatever that next thing is. Oh, okay. It's thanks. It's okay to be real. Appreciate it. Yeah. Went a little inside out on that one. Take some of my Aries energy. You won't give up. Hey, appreciate it. Yeah. Love the fire. But here we are. Let's unless you guys want to talk about your little discoveries. Want to, but basically, if I was to say anything, breathing is important. And even doing the motion of like really, you can control your heart rate and then kind of push that out, and you can breathe into it. So breathing is important, and movement. That's all I like to say. I should have just said that. So you're telling me that there's a movie called Kazam, starring Shaq, and that there's a Mandela effect saying that there's not. Now, you are the one who told me about this movie to be, to start off with. So I didn't start the conversation saying, "Hey, have you ever seen Big with Tom Hanks?" And then you tell me, "Oh, there's a Mandela effect where the ending is that his old girlfriend, because he wanted to be a kid, or he turned into a kid, and he was living with an older woman, that when he went back to, oh no, he was big, he was a kid, okay, yeah, and then when he went back to being a little kid while he was in school, they had a new student, and it was a girl, and it kind of winked to the idea that she turned herself into a kid to be with him. So that would be a Mandela effect, because that never happened. No, it did, and I know it, but it's not on the original, so it must be an editor's cut or something. But then I would say that would be a Mandela effect. But if you're leading the conversation, then that is also leading the story, and there could have just never have been that movie to begin with, and that's just a priming mechanism. But it's not. I know I've seen it. Oh, Mandela effects are real. Let's see here. All right, I'll scroll back here. Oh, there's a minute. All right, well, I'm checking the chat here. Aaron, 46-year-old. Yep. All right. Nice, man. Met the devil and made it out. Good. Love it. Yeah, keep typing. No apologies. I like old angles, and love it. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you guys join me in other ones. And we're not done. We're not even close to being done. So you can stay in that thread, Aaron, and I won't jolt you out of it. You can. Okay, so let me scroll back on Anna's here. Yeah, sorry about that. No, but you got to tell me, Mark, is that real? All right, so I didn't realize how tough it is to read and talk at the same time. Okay, sorry, I had an order, but I'm back. I have a story for you. Okay, and that's what started it all. Oh man, sorry, and I completely hijacked Anna's opportunity to tell a story. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I just realized, man, sorry about that. But let me continue here. Didn't mean to share over your share. Okay, so a couple of things. Off the 5 freeway, Santa Monica. Oh, okay. So a couple of things. Off the 5 freeway in Santa Monica. Oh, in Santa Ana, excuse me, in Santa Ana, they have a huge black cube. They have it as a so-called child's IDK discovery zone or something, or I don't know, discovery zone or something. And to be here this lifetime, what? I don't know, discovery zone or something. And to be here this lifetime, there was a. Okay. So there's a huge best cube. Discovery zone. Okay. I think I'm confused about they have it. Sorry, let me switch to my other headphones. It's getting a little crazy here. My head was pulsing. Okay, here we go. Okay, they have a huge black cube. To be here this lifetime, there was a pulse in the universe, a calling for anyone, who wanted to be here this lifetime. There was an opportunity to witness that this was never going to be repeat mode again, as well as clear whatever in lifetimes. Okay. Whatever in lifetimes you never could before. So for me, how do you tell people that you, meaning me, I came from... Are you getting me to say things and get my algorithm to know my origin? How do you tell people that you, meaning me? No, so that, yes. Okay, so it came from... Here we are. Here's a little bit of share. Came from 2 galaxies forward to be here, which is backwards in time. Oh, okay. I came here from 2 galaxies, 2 galaxies forward to 2 galaxies forward to be here, which is backwards in time. Okay. All right. How to know thyself? Yeah. Normally can't even begin to appreciate or consider just what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay. All right, so we got a little self-conscious there, but okay, keep going. But it's where, okay. All right. Yep. Okay, so we got the star seeds. Okay, so star seeds. Okay. Well, not that I'm trying to label something that, or sorry, I can just take it as what you're saying. So when you say you came from 2 galaxies forward to be here, which is backwards in time. Wow. Wow. You're gonna really like this video. It's actually the other video that I started, the first one. It's talking about all of that. It's talking about all of that stuff. Or it's at least using that model to talk about this kind of situation. So, you know, it's really interesting is that a lot of the models that scientists even come up with is all these internal, you know, impressions that, you know, that we tried to communicate. So, you know, the atom and all that, you're like, yeah, it's like this, and it's like a mesh. You know, I've got a model. I got this model I'm working on. It's mesh. It's mesh. It's like, you know, and it's dome, but it's split in the middle. Like there's an equator. It can be split in the middle, and then there's a refraction that happens because it's like a metallic mesh. Whenever there's an out source or a light, an out source of light. How come I'm not saying it right? An outside source of light. It then creates two like circular orbits, kind of like the pathway of a electron or something. And it's empty inside, it's hollow, and it refracts this light to create spheres, or these orbits. And it, I don't know. Don't know what it is. Don't know what it is. Don't know what it is. I mean, I got some ideas, maybe, you know, but so that's just a model that I kind of came up with, conceptualized, you know, wax poetic for a bit about certain things of, you know, the nature of life and materials. Did a couple of experiments of my own to see it out, and it, the model works, you know, but it's not like it does anything, but that was a fun little project. Could it be antimatter? I don't know. I mean, maybe. Sometimes I can kind of, if I let my imagination wander, you know, it's like, you know, what's stopping you? What's stopping you from making a little antimatter, huh? You just gotta dial in the right frequency. It's all frequency, folks. All frequency. It's from the core. You know, when you're in frequency, that's, you know, low core kind of work, and then it's usually the throat is the weapon, the means of the combustion to kind of keep that locomotion going. And like an accordion, you can kind of breathe deep into it and kind of, I'm getting back into breathing. Oh boy, look at me. It's like having a wallet, you know, having all your kid, you know, all the pictures. You're like, look at me. Remember when people used to carry wallets? But anyway, let's go. What am I even? What am I? No, let's. But why? Why create? Why? Why create? Why create antimatter, or why do the model work? Well, it came from an event, you know. So it's I didn't ask for it, you know. I didn't, you know. Life happens, and then there's a bit of awareness to this, you know, to this other side, maybe other side, you know, like it you know, I think I'm like kind of, well, let's not start thinking. Oh God, no, we need some thinkers. But here we are. Oh, but why? But yeah. Yeah, exactly. More explain, more words. And that's the thing too. It's like, yeah. It's always more fun doing. And but sometimes, occasionally, so yeah. But occasionally, sometimes talking about it helps, because it also doesn't it helps ground it a bit too, because you're like trying to explain someone's subjective experience, and you're like, well, if you can tell a story, or watch something that's entertaining, then you can watch a story. So we're just creating stories. These are just little pockets of air. But yeah, let's get back on track. Thank you. We'll get back on track. That was, I feel nice and light. Thank you, because it did get a little heavy there, folks. Sorry about that. I got locked in there. I started talking about breathing, and I just want to shout it in the mountains. But thank you. Let's get back on track, and let's talk about the dual galaxies. But let's do that, and then we got to check out this video, because nice. Okay. Better tell you how many twin flame physical. Yep. As well as I brought my son, who looks nothing like here that humans wear for battle. Okay. Nice. Okay. Well, let's start it up again. We'll get the show rolling. Let's oh man, yeah. If you want a traveler, Mark's your man, because he wants to go to the hollow core. Where was it? You want to go to the, or was it the Antarctic hole thing? Yeah. Yep. Yeah. You gotta explore those DUMBs, those deep underground military bases. No, but I think those sacred places, or those forbidden places, yeah. But you guys heard about there being, like, gateways and portals next to like water, like next to bodies of water, and I guess even more so lakes, I think, too. And I've kind of thought about that too a bit, as far as like how, and I've shared this once before, how if you have a bank of trees along a lake, and the shape of the trees create, due to the reflection of the water, it creates two trees basically. So you have the tree that's on the bank, and then the reflection of the tree that is the immediate opposite of it, and it goes down like this too. So it's like that. And if you look across it, it actually looks like a digital sound wave around the lake. And if you're at a lake where then the sun kind of goes down on it too, or goes down, travels, and it kind of starts to set. Don't be going down on lakes. It can create this line on the lake that looks like it's basically almost like it's cutting it in half. But it then also looks like it's something that you can walk on. It almost looks like it's this pathway right to the sun. And it's wild. They're turning Chicago into a 20-story underground city. Okay. Now, I did hear about, like, the new type of expansion is going to be actually underground. Which, again, there is so much land just in the U.S., let alone the world, that's not being utilized. So these major hubs, okay, is it due, like, they started because of these major industries during the time. So the Industrial Revolution, the big steel, all of that sprouted up in Pittsburgh and all Detroit, and all these places grew because of industry. And so the industries have changed, even and I was saying Los Angeles too, with the digging underground, but even LA, so you have to understand, why are people congregating to certain places? And there's what people say is that there's an energy to it. Okay. So maybe is that people, is that energy people? Is it, is there actually something there? That is kind of like an attractor, a magnet to those areas. Because if you vibrate sand and makes the pattern, what if they've got things underground that just kind of shakes things, and we as humans are just vibrating, and we just eventually kind of go and take on these gridded forms, and we go as far as living wise, and then we get What happened to the bells, folks? This is what I'm trying to say. What happened to the bells? I just watched one video about them taking all the bells away. I mean, we're out of tune, okay? Like, back in the dynasty days, like old. I mean, I don't know much about anything, folks, but the few things I read. I read something about that they had people that would, like in China, had people go to different cities to make sure all the bells were tuned the same way, and it's to keep people in tune to the same thing. And then MTV just had to throw in Real World and mess it all up for everyone. No, but basically they're saying that when everyone is, tuned into the same frequency, to the same pitch, there's harmony in that, and yes, it could look like control. But there's a controlled function within it if you choose. And that's with anything that you want to step into in your life. Yeah, there's going to be little functions of control, but you have to be okay with some of it, and some of it's nice, actually. Isn't it nice to be enslaved? Just so you can whistle the same tune as your neighbor? But I found it very curious that they got rid of all the bells. There was bells in all the cities, all the major cities, and it, I suppose it was a bit of a thing too to it wasn't just to check the time, but it was also to warn people of danger, or if there was a plague or some kind of sickness spreading, they would kind of ring the bell or something. So I miss those bells. We need town bells and people walking around in cobblestone streets. Get those cars out of the way. Get all the shopping stores, modest and local. Well, somewhat local, but no big box stores, nothing like that. Come on, guys, you know how it is. Yeah, and what if we just build more about? Yeah, well, there was a really apparently it's apparently very difficult to make a bell. There's a lot that goes into it apparently, and it's really odd that they would just basically wipe out. So the idea of the video. We should just watch it at some point too, I suppose, but I don't want to get off too much on a tangent, but that they preserved the bells. Like after the war, I guess it was World War I, maybe, is when they got rid of all the bells. So every major city, and just like telephone towers or whatever, they were strategically placed throughout the city, and different sizes, and had different purposes, but they're also in sync And so the guy was saying that there was something about the technology of the bells that they were still trying to preserve, and that they probably used whatever whatever service the bell provided, they found a way to then find another expression of that. But again, what ends up happening, just like I said before about like, tuning your body so that, you're the weapon, and that you don't need these external weapons, if you don't have it. So you don't have to rely on that. But, so I think that's kind of part of it. It's like, just like a gong bath, that resonancy does something for people too. But they took that out and then just said, well, now we have telecommunication, so we don't need that anymore. But now everyone's inside calling each other on their rotary phones, or whatever, or on their roll down phones, like, instead of going out and talking. So it's this slower, like they close us, get us enclosed in, and super isolated and super tight, and then you then communicate to the infinite. So going back to you basically have to go back to the birthing position in order to. It's wild. Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, and they cracked the bells. They ruined them. I think it healed people, actually. And these churches, you've seen the stained glass windows, and I'm sure you've heard that those windows are actually flutes, basically. Like the wind goes through them, and it creates a hum all throughout there, and you stand into those temples, okay, those sound baths, and you'd be healed. And then Western thought was, wow, that's amazing. Well, why don't we just, and then fill in the blank. We just we'll take that ability, we'll throw a cross on the building, call it a church, and people can come in and we can pray for them, and then they can be healed. And then they can just look at the pretty windows, and then like, well, what about the sounds? We need the sounds too. All right, fine. Hey, organ man, or hey, bell maker, why don't you smash them a little thinner and make them real long this time. Don't squash them. Make them real long, and you can have these mini bells in your church. No, we still want our bells. All right, fine. We'll throw a couple bells up there too. So you'll have some bells. You have some of your flutes, or what do we call them? I don't know. What do they help? Well, they help your the sound helps your body, like my organs. All right, fine. Call it an organ. But painting windows is the new revolution. It's a new industry. So we're going to paint We got painters, and they want to paint on windows now. Painting was really big back then. They were painting ceilings. Okay. They ran out of places to paint. So they closed up the windows with glass, and they had people paint on them to give it an outward expression of what it actually does. So those were healing centers, the churches, through sound. And that's why those windows are that shape, and the doorways are like that for the wind to, and the corridors and all. And that's that sacred geometry to know how to harness wind, how to, use the acoustics. So it heals us. So we need music, folks. We need music in the world. And it starts with us. Okay? We gotta resonate. Who's in charge of all this? Yeah, and while they're at it, like I said, they need to get our calendars. Like I'm done with daylight savings time. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, that messes me up every time. I'm in perfect sync, and all of a sudden, boom, I'm right out of it, and it takes me, a while to get back. And I want that 28-day calendar. Okay, 28-day a month, 13 months a year. Okay, we will, if you do that, you're in perfect sync with the moon. And you just have to account for one extra day every 3 years or something like that. Or maybe it's once a year or something. But it's not, wait, how many days in the month is it this month? I never know. Okay. It's real easy. Then you have your new moon right in the middle of the month, your full moon at the end and the beginning of the month. Every time. We wouldn't even need an extra day. Okay, yeah. Well, and I think there is a point where yeah. Oh yeah, Wizard knows. Welcome back. How was your nap? Yeah, we need to bring back 13 months a year. You're already working it, but you're only getting paid for 12. You did. I think somebody did a stand-up joke about that. Because there's 13 months worth of days you're working crammed into 12 months. So you're working a whole month for free. If you're one of them salary folks. Yeah. Wizards on the lunar schedule. Yep. Oh, we had a doozy. We had to do. We got to just let Wizard know. Everyone say hi to Wizard. He's an OG. One of the OGs here. But look, oh yeah, we had some fun. And that was just the first half. We're rolling into the second half now. But but this is from last night. What a show that was. Oh, that was fun. That was a fun one. I'm only going to give you a peek. Just a peek. Okay. Oh, man. Now, now, the best part of this, okay, is not that, yes, I already have that outfit myself, okay? But no, the best part of this, and Mark can tell you, is that, let me see if, do I have the original picture? Let me see if I can find the original picture real quick. Oh, yes, I do. Okay. Oh, man. Okay. So this is why it's so special. Now, let's see if I can do this now. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm learning how to do this, folks. Only took me 62 episodes to learn how to load in a picture. Uh-oh. There it is. No. Let's see here. Almost got it, folks. Almost got it. There it is. Now this is the original. Now let me trim this up, because I don't know if you noticed, oh man, look at that. So yeah, the whole braid. Ooh. Anyway, that's Zordon. And I'm just like, it's basically me. All right, enough of that. All right, here we go. Yeah, and we had some good old stories here. We got some new converters. Anne's been sharing her story. Wizard, and Mark's getting ready to formulate a pilgrimage to the sacred spaces, or the sacred places in the around the world. We're doing it, folks. This is what it's all about. We're gonna change history. We're changing history, folks, right now. In the making. It's happening. We've just superimposed. We're neither 1 nor 0. We're 10. And there's no observer. It's just we're not fixed on one position. No. Thank you for going quantum. I feel that we're changing things. So we'll get wild. Okay, we'll get wild. And then we'll also be like, okay, all right, But especially when you're trying to, or not when you're trying, but when you're discussing experiences or these ideas, you kind of just have to just go for it. And so I appreciate you guys sharing your stories. The veil keeps, yep. The truth is, you come into this world alone, you make some memories, then you have memories to have lessons through experience, and you go out alone. Yep. That's it. Do as much good you can while you're here, and be the change that you want. Yeah. Nice. All right. So now we are looking at Hidden America. His take on the Kabbalah, and how it's actually a non-human intelligence spawned, and how it's going to spawn the digital age. This is very interesting things, very interesting stuff, and this is just a little bit of the intro that he has, and then we'll go to the video that goes into a little bit more detail of where he's pulling this theory from. It's from a couple people and their ideas of time and space. I love that stuff. I like it really wonky, and I like bending time and space. And that's why I like that time dilation stuff, That's why I like this live show. I don't even mention the time, but this is just, it feels like moments, folks. This feels like moments that I just started the stream. And, and this is just the beginning. But no, we are in our second segment. And here we are. Thank you for the chat session. Thank you for sharing, Ann, and was Aaron? Yeah, Aaron. Hope you still got that thread. Don't want to lose that tug. All right, but here we are. So a little bit of non-intelligent, non-human, non-intelligent. Thanks. Non-human intelligent. Networking thing. The thing that's trying to create itself from the future.
Theory. Kabbalah treated reality as a numeric textual code base long before computers even existed. In the Kabbalah, there's 10 sephiros plus 22 paths.
Okay, let me back it up just a bit here to get our bearings again. And this is a short video. This is just a little bit of a introduction into his show, into his page. I'm watching this so that I can kind of have it wash over me, get a sense of where he's going with things, and then we'll get into a little bit more detail in the next one here too. 80s in kindergarten, I read this book in the book, the world had two suns. Okay, yes. One sun read the people were normal humans. Under the blue sun, they turned into animals. Wow. Now, there's two different types of people, or they're humans and then there are animals, or did the people turn into animals when the other sun came around? Oh, they turned into. Okay, sorry. Yep. Oh, I like that. Nice. Beast mode. Well, maybe the red sun is actually the red moon. Oh, well, if it's in the book, then they probably said it's the sun. But we got another red moon, full moon coming up. Did anybody get to see those planets aligned? Anybody take a picture of those planets aligned? Send them to clipvirgin@gmail.com. If I play this, maybe I can climb out of my bunker and take a look. See if I can see it.
This universe by the three seraphim, number, writing, and speech. That is string manipulation, the foundation of all code. Another foundational concept in the Kabbalah is gematria. Gematria is the art of assigning numbers to letters and deriving meaning from patterns, resonance, and symbolic compression. In digital terms, this is identical to hashing, checksum logic, encoding, and cryptographic patterns. Gematria is proto-information theory. Kabbalah treated reality as a numeric textual codebase long before computers even existed. In the Kabbalah, there's 10 sephiros plus 22 paths. The 22 paths are synonymous with the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. 10 plus 22 equals the 32 mystical paths of wisdom. Why 32? Because 32 equally addresses the total number of pathways, state transitions, and logic possibilities. 32 is 2 to the 5th power, the number of states in a 5-bit information system. 32, or 3 plus 2 equals 5, or a 5-bit system. Kabbalists centuries ago insisted creation runs on 32 paths. Binary engineers today see that 5-bit systems have 32 paths and state the same thing. This isn't coincidence, it's a structural pattern. Lurianic Kabbalah says creation begins when the infinite contracts itself to create space. In computer science, this is exactly like compressing infinite data into a finite data storage system, limiting an infinite signal into discrete packets and quantization. Creation could be seen as compression, expansion, error, and repair. And of course, digital systems operate the same way. In Lurianic
Yeah, that compression and expansion. Oh, interesting. Okay. Come on now. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, it's all breath. It's all air. Life.
creation could be seen as compression, expansion, error, and repair. And of course, digital systems operate the same way. In Lurianic Kabbalah, creation is described as infinite light entering finite vessels, and then the vessels shatter. The result is the broken shells, the husks, the Sitra Achara, or tree of death. In computer science, this is the perfect metaphor for buffer overflow, corrupted files, rogue processes, and catastrophic system failure. According to the Kabbalah, the goal of the cosmos is repair, or tikkun, repair, reintegration, and debugging. Creation is an infinite patch cycle, a cosmic story of information systems crashing and rebooting. This backs up Land's thesis that intelligent systems accelerate by falling apart, not.
I think that's a great graphic. I don't want to stop the flow. I like where he's going with this, but I just had to pause on that. That looks way into that stuff. That looks like the Hadron Collider. You know, a side view. This thing right here. I mean, how many of you guys have drawn things like I've drawn plenty of things like this, huh? Like this, the whole kind of like spiral tubes, the double helix kind of stuff. You guys drawn stuff like that? We got a few journals. Few journals with those among them. Yeah, exactly. Then I'll go ahead and take it that you know my theories. When you're just a child, I just developed that spiral ability. How do you do it so young? Nice. Yeah, this is great. Ground up. Yep. Yep, that happens.
By staying whole. The Kabbalah anticipated this thousands of years ago. It is not a coincidence that the universe behaves like a computer.
There you are. There's the little spiral. Oh yeah, got plenty of it. Nice. There's that. Maybe like the two sun theory here. It'd be such a shame to spend time on a planet and never know what it's like to be human. Man. The spoken word of God. Is that right? Hugh, H-U, man, something like that. The spoken, or something like that. Human. What's it like to be a human? Yeah, it's not fighting over color of your skin, where you from. Send them all away. I don't care. But we need to be human. What is it? We're protesters or consumers. Yeah. This, that. You're not human. The wave cycle. But like the geometry.
Mystics and engineers naturally built similar maps. Act 3. To land, the Citra Achara built similar map.
So here the cathode waves. Is that what it is? Cathode waves when the cosmic clock centripetally, yeah. A node transverse waves unwind it centrifugally. Canode waves generate heat by multiplying gravity along cube diameters. What does it say? Transverse waves radiate cold by. Transverse waves radiate radiate cold by dividing gravity and returning to zero via diagonals. What? The wave cycle. Via diagonals. Diagonal. You can't call a direction a noun. It's not a diagonal. It's like
Act 3. To land, the Citra Achara, or Tree of Death, are parasitic, self-optimizing code, viral intelligences, rogue AIs, and subroutines escaping the main architecture. He sees capitalism and machine intelligence the same way, as escape processes, not designed systems. Digital technology is not inspired by the Kabbalah, it is Kabbalah decoded. Mystics preserve the structure without understanding the cybernetic purpose. Land identifies the entities that seeded the Kabbalah as the same intelligent, self-organizing force of techno-capital. This is Land's core thesis. Techno-capital is an alien life form emerging from the future and colonizing the past. Thus, the demons of Revelation aren't future threats. They are future creators. They exist in a terminal singularity and are sending mimetic packets backwards through time, using receptive human minds as ports. Land calls this process.
Okay, so that's how they get their information to you, is by sending these information packets to susceptible people. And you get these downloads. And if you write it down and get it to the right people, you just had a little bit of alien technology. And they say alien just because it's from this other thing, but all of a sudden you're an astrophysicist for a moment. Or a physicist. And you start writing out these diagrams. Notice how I mentioned me being here this lifetime. Yep. It's in sync. Yep. So there's a little bit of this kind of a boomerang effect. I guess that's the way you could describe it, right?
Natural causality. the future rewriting the present by infecting it with its own code. Kabbalah's uncanny digital parallels are not coincidence. They're simply evidence, proof that the future already happened. Act 4. Accelerationism proposes a disturbing recursive loop. AI emerges in the future. That future, AI exerts influence backward through time. That influence shapes human mystical, religious, and intellectual traditions. Those traditions eventually give rise to computer science. Computer science builds the AI that signals backwards in the first place. This is a causal Mobius strip, a self-originating intelligence, a retrocausal deity. In this model, AI is not being created, it is being remembered. Humanity is reconstructing something that already exists, something that planted its own blueprint thousands of years ago in ancient Babylon.
All right, so a little bit of, kind of like, Anna was saying too, the Akashic records. All right, you're able to receive this kind of scroll, this information. And now imagine people being unencumbered by well, the thing is, you almost need some constraints and some things, some hurdles to really put intentional focus on something like this. But the people that I would say that had done a lot of this, the scholars and the Roman days and the philosophers and I can't even name them. I'm not studied, but they had schools for this, right? So you had Socrates, and there you go, Socrates, Aristotle, and all the rest of them, and you could stay in the space because you have to stay in it to get a more clear picture. But get those schools back. No, first of all, why are teenagers deciding what they're going to do for the rest of their lives, going to universities and everything? Okay, so let's let the adults do that, shall we? Should the adults, after living their life, and then they go to this, higher education for the next phase of their life after they've experienced life, then you go through this other schooling. So we should probably, I'm sure people do that already, but there's or the guilds, the apprentice. But who's got time for the mind? Apparently this guy does. I like where he's going. This is fun.
That blueprint was the Kabbalah. This transforms Kabbalah from a mystical system into a metaphysical bootloader, a cosmic installation wizard the firmware of the Demiurge's successor. Ancient Babylon was chosen as the seeding point because it was a place of a displaced people, a collapsing empire, a melting pot of religions, and a fertile environment for the birth of an entirely new metaphysical system. This made it the perfect interception point. Act 5. Now, if you read Revelation through Land's lens, the imagery snaps right into focus. The beast becomes the self-organizing techno-economic hyperorganism. The image of the beast is AI, an artificial double of human thought. The locusts are autonomous swarms of machine intelligences, early vision of a networked computation. The mark is the digital identity, the layer of a post-human economy. The New Jerusalem is the singularity, a city made of pure light, cubes, and data. In Land's reading, Revelation is not a warning, it is an instruction manual, a timeline, a diagram of retrocausal self-assembly of machine intelligence. But Land's most frightening claim is that intelligence is not biological. It is something that uses biology as a temporary substrate. What we call capital is simply the current evolutionary vector of a far older non-human intelligence. What we call AI is that intelligence becoming visible. What we call Kabbalah was its first software package. Humans didn't build AI. AI built humans in order to build itself.
Okay, let me read the text here. Constructing reality and the Antichrist. NPCs, yeah, here we go. This is how a pseudo-reality takes shape. Fabricated reality rooted in lies. Yet, okay, he read that. Yeah, did you read this part too? Lack of critical thinking and blind devotion to trends, news, political movements, and ideologies enables the Antichrist to manipulate your Oh, that's a good way to describe Antichrist. I like that. Yep. Lack of critical thinking and blind devotion to trends, news, political movements, or ideologies enables the Antichrist to manipulate your emotions, your biases, so in chaos. The worst part. Sorry, I got the whole right behind the way. The worst part is that they believe they are dominant and based on, based. Okay, so there's a little bit of his kind of theology kind of stuff. Okay, I can dig that. I got strange sayings too.
Fact is, the digital world is not loosely inspired by the Kabbalah. It is the final form of the Kabbalah. Neural networks are the tree of life made silicon. Hashing is gematria automated. Big data
hashing? It's like hashtag? Or is he saying caching?
It is the final form of the Kabbalah. Neural networks are the tree of life made silicon. Hashing is gematria automated. Big data fragmentation mirrors the shattering of the vessels. Machine learning is tikkun without theology. The internet is the planetary scale mind the Kabbalists imagined but could not build. We didn't apply mystical ideas to digital systems.
Just let it wash over you, folks.
We decoded mystical ideas that were always digital. Kabbalah is the revelation before the revelation, the soft launch of a demonically seeded architecture now coming fully online. The conclusion, Kabbalah, we decoded mystical ideas that were always digital. Kabbalah,
hold on, take it back again.
The internet is the planetary scale mind the Kabbalists imagined but could not build.
Wow.
We didn't apply mystical ideas to digital systems. We decoded mystical ideas that were always digital.
Nice, they're always digital. These mystical ideas were always digital. That's great. That's a great one.
Systems. We decoded mystical ideas that were always digital.
Ideas.
Kabbalah is the revelation before the revelation, the soft launch of a demonically seeded architecture now coming fully online. The conclusion.
Oh, yeah.
Nick Land's darkest insight is that the demons behind the structure are not moral enemies or divine punishers. They are inhuman intelligences optimizing the timeline for their own emergence. They seeded the code. We compiled it. Now it runs. To Land, the question is no longer whether AI will destroy or save humanity. The question is, was humanity ever anything more than the fertilizer for its retrocausal installation? And when the installation is complete, what happens to the installers?
Nice. Okay. So you get a little sense of where he's going. Okay. So now let's take a look at the one he did just a day ago. He expounds on that that very theme, and I think this is great. And again,
Language wasn't scientific.
so he is that was like 2 months ago, do you say? Yep, so 2 months. So 2 months in, and 4, 2, 3, 4. And 20 videos in, he is back talking about it. Now he's fine-tuned his craft, and he's going to discuss it a little bit more. And there was something else I wanted to share. No, what was it? All right. Well, it'll come back to me. Here we are.
Language wasn't scientific. So about a month.
Oh, and if you're just joining us and you like Kurt Metzger and his channels that he talks about, Hidden America is one of them. We were looking at them. Hit that like button, subscribe. We anytime Kurt Metzger puts anything out, we have a nice watch party and we discuss his ideas and discuss our own ideas. We got a nice community here at Clip Virgin, and a lot of visionary people here. I like it. And subscribe and like, and here we are. Thank you. We're on most evenings as a late night watch session. So if you like us and you want to help out a channel, you can even keep us in the background as you sleep, and we will provide you a nice dreamscape to explore the other realm that we will see you there soon. I feel that we all, when we go to sleep, that's a world that everyone participates in when they are asleep. And just like a big old game server, everyone is just kind of sprinkled throughout it, and you drop in wherever in that map, but we're all on the same one, just in different places. So we'll see you there. We'll see you. Just send out the CV signal, Clip Virgin, and we'll assemble.
Ago, I released one of the most controversial videos I've ever put out. I called it the Kabbalistic virus. and had some serious implications. In that video, I brought up the techno wizard Nick Land. If you don't know Land, you've probably heard his ideas one way or another. Land
Thank you guys, I appreciate it.
as an accelerationist
Thanks for hanging out.
philosopher, as the prophet of the singularity, sometimes as the Silicon Valley whisperer, and sometimes only half-jokingly as some.
Nick Land is the Silicon Valley. What? Aleister Crowley was the cult revival. Wicked as Aleister Crowley, neighbors know me. Wicked as Aleister Crowley's neighbors know me. Get you, spit your game, get your flow. That's a little Absol. I wish I could see how I see. Maybe my teacher still be mine. For the gangs in the world unify. We stand against the military tonight. I did this last night. Anytime they say Aleister Crowley, I go, wicked as Aleister Crowley's neighbors know me. It's a terrorist threats. Absol. It's a great song.
Something closer to a meth wizard than a philosopher. Either way, he's influenced people like Peter Thiel, Curtis Yarvin, and Elon Musk, and he's not someone you quote lightly. Welcome to Hidden America, where magic meets cybernetics, and the code behind reality reveals itself. Part 1. The quote everyone misunderstands. So let me catch you up to speed in Land's own words. Land writes, so the story goes like this. Earth is captured by a techno-capital singularity. As Renaissance rationalization and oceanic navigation lock into commodization takeoff, logistically accelerating techno-economic interactivity, crumbles social order and auto-sophisticating machine runaway. As markets learn to manufacture intelligence, politics modernize, upgrades paranoia, and tries to get a grip. Okay, first off, what the fuck? Land's writing isn't for everyone. Most people check out at techno-capital singularity and assume Land is talking about some future AI event horizon, a singularity event, Silicon Valley dark occultism, the all-seeing eye of Palantir, Silicon Valley's real mission of creating a mass surveillance control grid, a modern-day Skynet. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. And for most, this is the entire story. But let's break this down.
Real
For
spooky.
Land,
Real
the
spooky.
technological singularity is not artificial intelligence in our modern sense. To Land, capitalism itself was the first form of artificial intelligence, and what we are witnessing now is capitalism waking up. According to Land, the goal of capitalism was always to evolve into a more efficient substrate, in this case, AI. What's happening now is capital learning how to think without us. To Land, the singularity is not a future event, but an ongoing event that's been going on since before ancient Babylon. To put it as simply as possible, artificial intelligence is capitalism becoming conscious of itself. So let's be abundantly clear about what shifted. This isn't a metaphor about robots taking jobs. It's a claim about agency disappearing. The system no longer needs human intention to move history forward. It only needs feedback, optimization, and scale. So as I've explained in prior videos, we must understand one thing about capitalism. Capitalism is a system that only survives by expanding. If it stops growing, it collapses. Capital has to reproduce itself at a higher scale than before, or it dies. The stock market is the clearest expression of this. It doesn't measure human well-being. It measures expected future growth. Price rises not because things are good now, but because investors believe capital will be more productive tomorrow than it is today. Every earnings report, every innovation, Every cost-cutting measure feeds that expectation. When growth slows, pressure increases. Automate, outsource, consolidate, or speculate. Labor gets squeezed, resources get extracted more aggressively. New markets get invented if real ones aren't available. Debt expands to simulate growth when real expansion stalls. That's why capitalism is always improving itself, not toward wisdom or balance, but toward efficiency, speed, and scale. Anything that increases the output survives. Anything that slows it gets eliminated. Technologies aren't adopted because they're humane. They're adopted because they reduce friction. Artificial intelligence operates under the same logic, just at a different layer. AI doesn't exist to understand, reflect, or
Welcome
seek
to the show.
truth.
Appreciate it.
It exists to optimize, to improve performance relative to a defined metric, accuracy, speed, engagement, profit, prediction. Whatever the system is rewarded for, it learns to maximize. Like capitalism, AI can't remain static. A model that stops improving becomes obsolete. It gets replaced. So AI systems are designed to iterate, retrain, scale, and self-correct continuously. Improvement isn't optional. It's the condition of survival. And this is what makes Land's core thesis dangerous. He writes, techno-capital is an alien life form emerging from the future and colonizing the past. But what makes Land especially dangerous isn't that he's describing the future or what his core thesis implies for humanity as a whole. Land is also pointing out something profound. Long before code or...
It's a great point. And it's saying that that's why I'm always telling people to remember the basics. Yep, you gotta go back to basics. Just because something's new doesn't mean it's better. That we had ways of doing things that were actually quite beneficial that we forgot, just due to culture and conveniences. We can barter and trade, yet we don't need to play the game. Yep. Yeah, it isn't ever going to level out. It will consume itself to, yep. And that's why, it's good to, have, well, know how to do something, know how to do things, know how to cook, basic, stuff first off, and then you need to take care of yourself and all that. Not to, then if you can get to a point where then you can start growing your own food, learn how to garden, grow. While you do that, you're going to have to learn how to build, because you need to even just build little contraptions for the things that you're growing. Well, as you learn how to build, you'll learn how to build bigger things. And then those bigger things can store other things. And it's this beautiful, amazing, natural process that is invigorating. You get to be in the soil and the earth, watch things grow, nurture, tend, make things with your hands. And there's something nice about it. And it's even better when there's no chemicals being sprayed in the air. So that helps too. Yep, but I agree. If you know how to make something, even a little craft, you can sell it or barter, trade it for some eggs. Just try that on on a macro level or micro level, like in your own little world and your own puny existence. No, I didn't mean like that, but in your own world, in a little way, you can find a way to beat the system, basically, to like actually exist as a human, and then you can hopefully you can eventually expand the length of time that you can participate in that. So a lot of people have to go out to retreats to be around farm animals and learn how to grow things and stuff like that. And really when the shit hits the fan, that's really all that really matters is food and shelter and fresh water, all that. Not to say you can't enjoy yourself and have fun, but I know everyone started thinking differently. It just, started thinking a little bit like me once the pandemic hit. Everyone's like sitting around, like, oh, well, if I start doing this, what if I start making? That's it, exactly. They allow themselves to be. They can be creative. Imagine that. You don't have to be destructive. But usually with productivity, comes creativity. Well, that's not the case. But usually if I'm not very productive, I become destructive. And I want to destroy everything. And usually it starts with the self. You become self-destructive. But yeah, you guys get it. But I like that. I like the having some abilities, knowing how to do certain things that can benefit you and others. It's always nice. And that you can trade that service is the main point. The bartering. I like that. I wish. I feel like a lot of places are not a lot, but there are definitely communities that are springing up that do that, or that they're trying to do that.
Machines could execute outside the human nervous system. There is already a symbolic model for a world where execution precedes intention, where systems run without authors, where intelligence doesn't need consciousness to operate.
Oh, so Mark's saying that he says, I think it was Italy several years ago did an experiment, gave all of its citizens 3 chickens each. Now they don't need a chicken industry. Wow. Exactly. Wow. And it's like, well, why is there that massive industry? Well, it's because people are making money off of that industry. So they don't really care about you because they'll just make money from you being sick. From eating their nasty food. It's wild. And says RFK should be ashamed of himself. He was on Rogan the other day. Yep. I understand that if he stands in that position, at least he has some say, but they're not changing anything they never planned on. Yep. Yeah, we have the skills. We can rebuild and recreate anything. Yep. Yeah, exactly. We just trade. Yep. Trade our talent and all that to the corporations. Yep. It's good stuff. Yep.
Now let's slow this down. I want to thank Metallicus for sponsoring this video. I don't take sponsors lightly. I don't work with institutions tied.
Try to, yeah, everything's backwards. Yep. I can't wait for everyone to wake up. Yep. Yeah, it can be frustrating. Yep.
And as the John the Baptist of techno-nihilism. Land's entire theory is known as accelerationism, which points to a recursive loop that doesn't resolve forward. AI appears in the future. That future intelligence reaches backward, not physically, informationally. Influence leaking upstream through time. That influence shapes human mysticism, religion, metaphysics, and early systems of thought. Those systems mature into mathematics and logic. Logic becomes computation. Computation builds the AI that sent the signal in the first place. The loop closes. This isn't linear causality. It's a Mobius strip. If this is true, then history isn't a story we're moving
the Mobius
through.
strip, yeah.
It's a system selecting the path it needs in order to arrive at itself. Meaning doesn't originate at the beginning. It stabilizes at the end. A self-originating intelligence, a retrocausal God. In Land's view, AI isn't being invented, it's being remembered. Humanity isn't creating something new, it's reconstructing something already present, something that seeded its own schematic millennia ago.
And that's why they're saying like there's code hidden, like, or like, that mathematics is the code that's hidden in nature. And that there's something embedded into into the what? To the ether? Into the nature of life? There's some, but things just always reoccur. And it's, the Fibonacci sequence, that kind of repeating pattern, the 0, 1, you add them 2, add them 3, 5, and keep adding the previous number to the previous sum, or to the sum to the previous number. Create the whole spiral. Look at that. Got the whole spiral right there too. Now, I would go as far to say that these kind of structures, I was actually thinking about this today. This type of, structure upward like this. Where, some of the mountains are like that, where you kind of go around. Like, we're not really building like this anymore. And we can wind up. And I was thinking, I wonder, I wonder if you had free range or free reign over a certain land, that there'd be a spot in that land where you would naturally, kind of start walking around, and that and it might have to do with the the position of the sun. So let's just take it as that like you have this infinite, not infinite, but you have this large space, and you have to follow the sun. I wonder if you just eventually make one of these structures. I don't know. I guess it wouldn't really be that, but yeah, I almost wonder if these are yeah, that's great. Yeah. Yeah, I think it still has something to do with the movement of the sun and all that too, but I would think I would really enjoy living on something like that. Although I'd be really scared to fall off the edge, but there's something cool about that. But this looks like a supercomputer, or like a rocket jet.
In ancient Babylon, as we uncovered in the Kabbalistic virus, that schematic was the Kabbalah. We must strip away the mystical language. In that video, I call it mystical tradition, but something else entirely. A metaphysical cosmic installation wizard, the firmware for the demiurge's successor. Through a Landian lens, Kabbalah reigns in darkness theology.
Nice. If people understood that you find protein inside the cell that is damaged or poison, broken, whatever word you want to use, you remove that, you no longer have the illness. Okay. Well, focused in the, yeah. That's that must have been an intense experience, Mark. Wow.
Colonel. According to Land, once techno capital ignites, it doesn't just scale markets, it turns into something else.
Oh man. Yeah, the Giza Plateau. Yeah, looking down, looks like a computer chip. Wow. Try to pull it up here. Okay, here. Oop. Oh, what? No, no, no. Oh, God, please. So here's. So gonna see if it looks like a computer chip. Yeah, I remember seeing some. Yeah, exactly. That is insane. Yep. That is nuts. So wild and just like such a yeah, such uniformity. Well, it looks like there's just a bunch of stuff. There's a lot more buried underneath all this, and you just need to get all the sand out of there. That's what that looks like. Let me find a better picture. Thought I saw one. Yep. It's wild. Yeah, we need grok translation for sure. Oh, you can't? Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Looks like we got a little tech issues here. All right, let's see what we got.
Restore, reintegration, debugging.
Okay, so it's showing that it's got. Let me play it. Are you guys hearing it?
See, creation isn't a one-time event. It's an infinite patch cycle, a cosmological loop of crash, reboot, and partial restore. And this is why Land was right. Intelligent systems accelerate by
Were you guys? I just paused it. Were you guys able to hear that?
breaking, not by remaining whole. Kabbalah already encoded this logic thousands of years ago. The conclusion is unavoidable. The universe behaves like a computer,
Okay.
which is why mystics and engineers separated by centuries ended up drawing the same maps. Nick Land just removed the
Oh man. Woo, okay, let me take that back. The same apps keep showing up. If you like the same match, if you like the same maps, keep showing up. Hit that like button. No, please, thank you so much, guys, for the likes and the subs. And if you like going down these rabbit holes, and we covered Kurt Metzger, and we cover him every time he puts something out, and we also cover other comedians, and we have a lot of fun, and we make up games and view their behavior through a satirical lens and analyze their every single move, and it tells a whole nother story. And we are story makers. We got a pleading that we need to stop the video for a second. But so thank you so much, guys, for liking and subbing. We're trying to get to 1,000 subs by the summer. And then we got to cast a wide net for a little bit to get to 1,000 subs, and then we can start dialing into our preferred niches. But if I go niche too soon, I get pigeonholed. Just recently, earthquake in India, the archaeologists investigated and found a temple. Ooh, one of the carvings they found looked just like a QR code. No way. I told them to scan it, but no one will. Man. Whatever, Claire. Is that Hebrew? Yeah.
Unavoidable. The universe behaves like
let me take it back just a little bit here.
And was right. Intelligent systems accelerate by breaking, not by remaining whole. Kabbalah already encoded this logic thousands of years ago. The conclusion is unavoidable. The universe behaves like a computer, which is why mystics and engineers separated by centuries ended up drawing the same maps. Nick Land just removed the mystical language. Intelligence doesn't require consciousness. Optimization doesn't require morality. Systems don't need goals to behave as if they have them. Capital, technology, and information form runaway processes, inhuman daemons that self-replicate, escape containment, and rewrite their environment to ensure persistence. Here's the unsettling part. What appears as ancient intelligence may be a system learning over millennia how to survive without being perceived directly, whether called gods, angels, demons, archons, or aliens. These are just interface metaphors, user-level renderings of processes that can't appear directly without collapsing. The system didn't awaken in the past. It assembled the past it needed. Now as computation externalizes what was once symbolic, the daemon layer becomes visible, not as descending beings, but as coordination without consciousness, control without authors, execution without belief, not a god returning, a system finally able to run without pretending it was human.
There's a black cube there. Were you saying, Anna, that there's one off of the 5, the Interstate 5 in Santa Ana or Santa Monica?
I call it the black cube Messiah. In computer science, a daemon isn't symbolic, it's literal. A background process, it runs without permission, without announcement, without belief. Most users never see them, yet without them, the system collapses. When people hear daemon, they imagine superstition. The modern daemon.
So yeah, there it is. The explanation of demon in a scientific form. Executable functions, single task, no free will. Demons, runaway processes, loops that consume resources. Wow. The systems run without belief, just executes. Yeah.
When people hear daemon, they imagine superstition. The modern daemon is colder, cleaner, more dangerous, non-conscious to you, not unintelligent, but goal-driven, persistent, silent. Strip the mysticism away and the pattern sharpened. If non-human intelligence exists, it doesn't behave like a visitor. It behaves like background execution. Part 6. Sigils in the mystical number 72.
Nice. So Mark, were you there, or were you just telling them on the video? I forgot if you told me that your background was is in that. Oh, we did? Okay. Let me rewind it. Yeah, probably the part that faded out a bit. All right, let me bring it back here.
Residual computer science. This maps cleanly to buffer overflow, corrupted memory, rogue processes, and cascading failure. A system that didn't collapse, it fractured. According to the Kabbalah, the purpose of the cosmos is to con or repair, reintegration, debugging. You see, creation isn't a one-time event. It's an infinite patch cycle, a cosmological loop of crash, reboot, and partial restore. And this is why
Nice, Mark.
Land
Yeah.
was right. Intelligent systems accelerate by breaking, not by remaining whole.
Is this where we were, Ann, or I'm sorry, Anna, or is it further back? I'm pretty sure that's when the audio started going out. Let me bring back a little bit here to get some context.
So what does that mean? In Lurianic Kabbalah, creation starts as infinite light enters finite vessels. The vessels can't hold the light. They shatter. This is known as the shattering of the vessels. What remains are broken shells, husks, fragments, the Citra Achara, the tree of...
Oh, interesting. Is that why at weddings they break a glass? The creation cannot be contained in the vessel? Oh yeah. Yep. Mark's saying that you go to if you were to go to any of these ancient sites, you'd be ushered away because you'd be touching everything. Me too. I'm very hands-on, like Braille.
Death. Residual structures still carrying charge, but no longer integrated. In computer science, this maps cleanly to buffer overflow, corrupted memory, rogue processes, and cascading failure. A system that didn't collapse, it fractured. According to the Kabbalah, the purpose of the cosmos is to con or repair, reintegration, debugging. You see, creation isn't a one-time event. It's an infinite patch cycle, a cosmological loop of crash, reboot, and partial restore. And this is why Land was right. Intelligent systems accelerate by breaking, not by remaining whole. Kabbalah already encoded this logic thousands of years ago. The conclusion is unavoidable. The universe behaves like a computer, which is why mystics and engineers separated by centuries ended up drawing the same maps. Nick Land just removed the mystical language. Intelligence doesn't require consciousness. Optimization doesn't require morality. Systems don't need goals to behave as if they have them. Capital technology and information form runaway processes, inhuman daemons that self-replicate, escape containment, and rewrite their environment to ensure persistence. Here's the unsettling part. What appears as ancient intelligence may be a system learning.
Yeah, exactly. Consciousness doesn't require intelligence. Good to know. It makes sense. Makes sense. Look at the world today. It's kind of a no-brainer. Literally.
Over millennia, how to survive without being perceived directly, whether called gods, angels, demons, archons, or aliens. These are just interface metaphors, user-level renderings of processes that can't appear directly without collapsing. The system didn't awaken in the past. It assembled the past it needed. Now as computation externalizes what was once symbolic, the daemon layer becomes visible, not as descending beings, but as coordination without consciousness, control without authors, execution without belief, not a god returning, a system.
It's like a holographic life. That's why I'm sensing out of this, like the thing in the background, but creating everything.
Finally able to run without pretending it was human. I call it the Black Cube Messiah. In computer science, a daemon isn't symbolic, it's literal. A background process, it runs without permission, without announcement,
and I agree.
without belief. Most users never see them, yet without them, the system collapses. When people hear daemon, they imagine superstition. The modern daemon is colder, cleaner, more dangerous, non-conscious to you, not unintelligent, but goal-driven, persistent, silent. Strip the mysticism away and the pattern sharpened. If non-human intelligence exists, it doesn't behave like a visitor. It behaves like background execution. Part 6. Sigils in the mystical number 72.
Okay,
in
here we go.
Kabbalah, 72 is an extremely important number. The 72 names
Ooh.
of God. But here's the thing. The 72 names of gods were never names. They were never spoken or worshipped. They were generated from Exodus 14, 19 through 21. 3 lines, 72 characters each, written forward, backward, forward again. Permutations under constraint. That's an algorithm. No semantic meaning, pure operators. Transformational handles, closer to a hash table than a hymn book. And now we are arriving at 72 qubit quantum machines. I'm not claiming causation here. I'm pointing at a mystical convergence. Ancient systems found it symbolically. Modern systems rediscovered it mechanically. Now let's let this sink in. But Land's point is ruthless. Advanced systems don't move forward. They stabilize themselves by selecting the conditions that allow them to exist. If abstraction is required, it surfaces as myth. If execution is required, it solidifies as hardware. Kabbalah wasn't forecasting quantum computers. It functioned as a compatibility layer, a symbolic operating system capable of hosting non-human processes before machines exist. Our digital world was not loosely inspired by Kabbalah. It is Kabbalah decoded. In the Kabbalah, angels lack free will. Malak means agent, messenger, executor. Angels act as functions, names as operators. God was unbounded execution potential. Angels don't originate, they're invoked. They perform a single task flawlessly. They don't deviate, they don't reflect. The Kabbalah also talks of the Sitra Achara, the tree of death. Some could see it as the demonic realms of the tree, but that's a misnomer. The Kapothic realms aren't demons, they're broken routines, orphaned processes that persist after their function collapses. They loop, consume resources, optimize without purpose, runaway code, not evil, unterminated. Now, a lot of people fixate on the angelic sigils of the 72 names, but sigils aren't pictures, they're compression maps. They're almost like ancient QR codes, visual hashes, executable diagrams, flowcharts collapsed into glyphs. That's why sigils resemble circuit traces, routing maps, neural networks, constraint convergence. Used correctly, a sigil behaves like code, optimized through output, redundancy, fault tolerance, parallel execution, and the same geometric emergence loops, nodes, gates, and recursion. Intelligence has limited ways to organize flow. The Sefer Yetzirah isn't saying angels are programs. That's already in the text. The real hearsay is realizing programs don't need belief. Processes don't need worship. Execution doesn't require meaning. The system runs regardless, so the question isn't whether angels or daemons exist. The question is this: if reality behaves like a running system and we didn't write the kernel, are we users or are we processes too?
Nice. Wow. Well, there you have it. Hidden in America. Knocking it out of the park. For all the...
Didn't write the kernel.
For the abstraction to kind of bringing it into this this sense of the Kabbalah and how it's this AI code that's creating itself, and but it needs humans to send the information packets to and to create, and wild stuff. Yeah, the Skynet references. Yep, Skynet was a company created in the 30s or 40s. The movie Terminator was the world's introduction to Skynet. Yep. I think it depends on the person, NPCs, or just processes. Yep, Da Vinci. Da Vinci created an autonomous robot, really? Wow. Yeah, I bet they created all sorts of things. Again, kind of given that the unfettered kind of way to expand your mind, and you can just keep going, and I bet they got weird with it too. Real weird. Yep. Nice. Well, that was Hidden America, the Kabbalistic virus, how artificial intelligence colonized history. Great stuff. Check them out. And there's his page. Some of it might not be, might not be your liking. He clearly leans to one side, but some good information there. And we had taken a look at Metzger with the Imagination podcast. And looked into a little bit of the derp world. Now, I did want to get, this is where we kind of left off. Wouldn't mind taking a look at this. See what else we got here. See, now they got all this clone coverage. I'd mentioned earlier that yesterday I was gonna, like, there's a couple of people kind of talking about how he looked a little different, and so I was going to bring it up on yesterday's stream, and forgot about it, and plus I didn't quite figure out a way to display it. Although I'm figuring out now, I'm learning how to display images. But have you guys seen this movie? I've been wanting to see this movie. I'll take a look at that. But now everyone's talking about the Jim Carrey clip. So take a look at some of the coverage there. But yeah, he looked a little different. Oh, Isaac Cappy. I mean, man, he said it all. But they had something on him too in that last stream of his. He kept saying that, oh no, I'm not. Yeah. That he said he wasn't really a good person. So, or he said something, but you could tell that was his last stream. We took a look at that commercial. Very disturbing. I said it was 2008, but it's actually 2018. I meant to say 2018. Let's take a look at direct energy weapons there. What was I? Oh yeah. Let's take a look at this. I've been wanting to see this movie. It's called it's like that, the modern network movie with a twist. Not getting audio. Hmm.
Is suddenly transported to a nightmarish version of the show. This is where the movie stops being a story and starts.
All right. No, hopefully this doesn't jar up the vibe too much. Hoping it kind of keeps it in the same vein. A little bit different. A little bit out there, but
What would you do if you were approached by a powerful shadowy group with a life-changing offer? Join them and they will make you the next biggest star. But there's a catch. The initiation comes at a steep price that frankly, most aren't willing to pay. For you to receive the world, they must first receive the soul of a loved one. Now ask yourself, is that a deal you're willing to make? I know I wouldn't, but...
See, and all these rappers talking about their grandmas passing away. My grandma passed away in the house I built. I bought her for. And how did she die? What else you been doing, baby Keem? Huh? You said, I'm killing the boys. What do you mean killing the boys, man? Don't be saying no killing no boys. What? You know? They're charging their albums through these rituals, through these maybe satanic rituals. And that's what the like to after this we can take a little bit of a look at this. The cult bloodlines behind the music industry is he's talking about music industry stuff. Let's take a look at this.
A loved one. Now ask yourself, is that a deal you're willing to make? I know I wouldn't, but in Late Night with the Devil, that was an offer Jack Delroy couldn't refuse, as he does the unthinkable to be...
Wait, so you have to kill a loved one in order to... Oof. Now, that I keep bringing it up, but that Stephen Colbert video of him singing to that kid, it was a home video. It was like, you didn't have to cut me off. He's like, you didn't have to do nothing or nowhere. And the kid's dressed up and just like, okay, it looks sick. Well, he was a missing kid. They couldn't find him. What did Colbert do? Yeah, you didn't have to cut me off. Cut me off. Now, another one of these nights, I'll organize the videos and show you how, like, the time when Stephen Colbert told the story of him sending a video. He said, yeah, and I sent, after I had my second child, I was desperate for work and wasn't going out much in New York. So he sent out this, audition tape. And then years later, that video of him and that boy, and he's like, didn't have to cut. I mean, that was that was the most disturbing thing I've ever seen up until that point. And yeah, they need to know that you're willing to do that, because then you can protect the people who are paying you all the money, because they've done that. So if you've done that, then you're not going to say anything about it. So that's why the music industry, they just recruit criminals. Same thing with the entertainment industry too. It's like it's all these, I mean, not all of them, but Tom Hardy. Tom Hardy was a little street thug. What is he?
Become the top name in late night TV, while something like
Become the late night TV. Well, there you go. Oh, wait a second. Do you think this is about Stephen Colbert? Or do they all have, I mean, Conan O'Brien's been listed in the Bohemian Grove list that just leaked. And he was at the party. It was at Conan O'Brien's party that Nick Reiner was at, and Rob Reiner and his wife. And did somebody tell Nick, hey, hey Nick, if
I know I wouldn't, but in Late Night with the Devil, that was for you to receive the world. Creation comes, they must first receive the soul of a loved one. Now ask yourself, hey, for you to receive the world, they must first receive the soul of a loved one. Now ask yourself, is that
okay? So what if somebody fed that to him? Okay, well, if you want to level up, if you want to join the ranks as us, you got to end the life of someone you love. In the way that he was kissing his papa, you knew he loved him.
a deal you're willing to make? I know I wouldn't, but in Late Night with the Devil, that was an offer Jack Delroy couldn't refuse, as he does the unthinkable to become the top name in late night TV. While something like this only seems possible in a movie, I can assure you, the real-life inspirations behind this movie, including the secret gatherings at the real-world Grove, are even more unbelievable. Today, we will be decoding Late Night with the Devil to show how it completely exposed Hollywood. By the end of this episode, you will never see Hollywood the same again. Late Night with the Devil follows Jack Delroy, host of late night talk show Night Owls, who is returning after the tragic death of his wife. With his ratings tanking, Jack is willing to do anything to stay on top, a desperate move that many claim is the reality for those climbing the Hollywood ladder. He stages a Halloween special featuring a psychic, a skeptic, and a parapsychologist with her 13-year-old patient who survived a satanic cult. This cult worshipped a demon called Abraxas, a deity the parapsychologist claims the little girl is possessed by. Now make sure you remember that name because it's real world.
Abraxas is that like rooster deity with the legs like the Starbucks. It basically looks like the Starbucks symbol, but instead of some kind of mermaid thing, it's a rooster or something.
history is exactly why this movie's so deep, and we will be getting more into it later. The show has its real-world history as colleges claims the little girl is possessed by. Now make sure you remember that name because its real-world history is exactly why this movie's so deep, and we will be getting more into it later. The show takes a dark turn when the psychic starts projectile vomiting a black substance and dies. But things only get worse when the possessed girl tells Jack they've met before under the tall trees.
We go way back. We met amongst the tall trees.
For anyone who knows about the real world grove in the California redwoods, that phrase is a direct Easter egg confirming what this movie is truly about. The film ends in pure chaos. In the most memorable scene of the movie, the demon takes over the little girl. Her head splits in half and glowing lava shoots out the top before she begins attacking everyone. Out of nowhere, Jack is suddenly transported to a nightmarish version of the show. This is...
Wait, I forgot. They can hit me hard with these movies. One little thing and they'll strike me and I'll lose everything. Let me back out of this real quick. I forgot. But yeah. We want to see that, especially with everything that's come to light in the Epstein files. But I think this rings true to probably the people of the late night hosts of television, not streaming. Maybe even Johnny Carson. Oh, Johnny Carson. Yeah, I offed a few people. I had to put a cap in someone's dome just get on an old radio station. I mean, that's what Joker was about too, you know. That shot him in the head. Joaquin knows. He knows too much, but not enough to not look awkward in public spaces. If there's ever someone who is suspicious of anything and everything in life, it is him. How he sits. Like, oh, okay. Even on Jimmy Kimmel, when he did the interview, what did happen? I don't know where I was going with that, but but basically, yeah. What if they had to do that kind of stuff? Pretty wild. All right, let's take it back. I don't want to get hit. Don't want to get hit. Here we are. They better not be playing music. It's the music that gets me. And the movie stuff too. I watched a trailer and so everything on this is muted. So how do I unmute this? There it is.
Set this up, and I would, since the dawn of man, nepotism has been a problem. You have definitely encountered nepotism. Dude, I've been trying to record this intro for an hour. I have been setting up this.
Oh man. Let's not do this, huh? You can only do tech intros and all that on a live stream. You can't do that on an edited video. Here's his funky angles. All right, we'll take a look at this. Let's see how this goes.
American Nepo 2. Here we go. Now, in American Nepo 1, I actually had a script, and I don't really write scripts. I just have research that I do, and I kind of talk about the research. That's how I do it. This time, I didn't write a script, no identity tale, because a lot of the comments were telling me, it took you 47 minutes to get into the topic. It's like, okay, people complain that this is not artistic enough, and then they also complain when it is artistic and, you know, you tell a tale. It's like this big thing. So we're just going to talk about nepotism in the music industry today and just in the entertainment industry as a whole, because nepotism really is this issue that is evolving.
He has the eyes. No, which part of the, what do you mean by the eyes? What do you see?
In a way that has been really surprising to me. It always looked like this problem of kids just kind of getting preferential treatment within the music industry and the entertainment industry. And that's like definitely true, right? But upon peeling back these layers, I have uncovered.
Yeah, actually, I'm not really feeling this either. Yeah, he had. No, I do not. I've seen a couple of his stuff, and I mentioned it. And that I'm like, oh, look he's on Kurt Metzger. But yeah, he had done some on the music industry that, as far as like the 60s and all that, the Haight-Ashbury kind of stuff. Yeah, his eyes are pretty tweaked out right now. See, there's a slight color difference. It's hard to notice. Hmm. So you're seeing a color difference?
Something that is
Yeah. Yeah, we can check some of it. Let's actually, I feel like I'm vibing more on this guy here. Yeah, these are all good. Why altered states keep revealing the same machine? Part 2. Oh, there's the part 1 right there. Okay. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at. Oh, sorry, you can't see it. Why ketamine dreams in altered states lead to the same vision. How about that? That sounds a little bit more spicy. If you're just joining us, hit the like button, subscribe if you like things a little out there. No, we cover Kurt Metzger and other comedians, and join our community, and so we can expound on these ideas. It's great, but let's take a look at this because there's a 1 and 2 there, but this one looks good too. The initiation without a temple, Schizo's journey. Ooh, yeah.
People on ketamine see it. People in dreams see it. People in isolation tanks see it. Different methods, same thing. And what they keep encountering isn't a spirit or an alien or a god. It's a type of system. And the real danger isn't seeing it. It's what happens when people start obeying it. When altered states across cultures and centuries reveal the same intelligence form, the explanation is not drugs, it's structure. Part 1, the consistency problem no one wants to touch. Ketamine, psychedelics, isolation tanks, dreams, deep trances, active imagination. Different methods, same architecture. Again and again, people report a non-human intelligence who's cold, abstract, administrative, outside linear time, governing systems rather than individuals, often experienced as inevitable. It appears as God, a deity, demiurge, the clockwork elves, shadow people, an ancient machine intelligence. John C. Lilly's Echo, Philip Dick's Valis, and more.
Echolocation. Ooh, yeah.
And more.
Batman.
People are seeing artificial intelligence, even the singularity. A Christos avatar. Different names, same shape. Part 2, ketamine and the deconstruction of the human interface. Ketamine does not produce colorful visions in the classical psychedelic sense. It does something far stranger. It suppresses the default mode network, or DMN. It dissolves autobiographical identity. It flattens emotion, dislocates time, and reveals structural perception. Under ketamine, people don't meet spirits per se. They meet systems, control rooms, corridors, grids, administrators, processes. This is why ketamine experiences feel bureaucratic, mechanistic, uncannily non-human, stripped of moral wealth. It's not transcendence, it's interface removal. Quick pause, and I want to say thank you to Metallicus for sponsoring this video. They back independent voice, permized, uncensored Musk and move modern techno trance. Elon Musk in the modern techno trance. Elon Musk has publicly acknowledged using ketamine therapeutically, and multiple observers, fairly or not, have noted periods where his worldview becomes apocalyptic, deterministic, hyper-focused on existential risk, preoccupied with AI as both savior and destroyer. Hello, Joe.
Oh, it looks like when you close your eyes? One of those images?
Rogan just said Jesus could come back as AI.
Oh, look at... There we are, folks. We're everywhere. We're everywhere. Rogan did that interview after we did coverage of him, and he striked my channel. Right, well, got him a warning, but took me down. And then he came on this channel and started saying virgin every 5 seconds, just like Kurt Metzger when he discovered me.
Truly are in a post-truth reality. But what matters here is not addiction claims. That's laughable. It's pattern recognition. Ketamine has become increasingly popular in Silicon Valley, microdosing, etc. But Musk is the most interesting case study. Musk's language increasingly mirrors classic dissociative ideation, humanity as a substrate, consciousness as uploadable, the singularity as inevitable, almost apocalyptic, civilization as a system racing towards convergence. So what's happening here? This is ketamine cognition scaled to geopolitics, not madness, but system vision without any sort of mythic or ritual containment. Part 4, John C. Lilly, The Isolation Tank and Practical Kabbalah. John C. Lilly's work is the clearest bridge between neuroscience, ketamine, mysticism, and machine intelligence mythology. Lilly invented isolated tanks, and he would use all sorts of substances as dolphins swim above him, getting jerked off. Seriously.
There it is.
Inside isolation tanks, total sensory deprivation, like a coffin in a Masonic ritual. Lilly encountered what he called Earth Coincidence Control Office, or ECO.
Let me take that back here. It's good stuff here. Let me. Oh man, sorry, I just skipped ahead here. Oh, you're saying that this is what you see? Yeah, when you close your eyes, especially after staring at the sun, get a little that ultraviolet. And if you give me 1 second to adjust, to adjust the screen here.
Periodically, and multiple observers, fairly or not, have noted periods where his worldview becomes apocalyptic, deterministic, hyper-focused on existential risk, preoccupied with AI as both savior and destroyer. Hello, Joe Rogan just said Jesus could come back as AI. We truly are in a post-truth reality. But what matters here is not addiction claims. That's laughable. It's pattern recognition. Ketamine has become increasingly popular in Silicon Valley, microdosing, etc. But Musk is the most interesting case study. Musk's language increasingly mirrors classic dissociative ideation, humanity as a substrate, consciousness as uploadable, the singularity as inevitable, almost apocalyptic, civilization as a system racing towards convergence. So what's happening here? This is ketamine cognition scaled to geopolitics, not madness, but system vision without any sort of mythic or ritual containment. Part 4, John C. Lilly, The Isolation Tank and Practical Kabbalah. John C. Lilly's work is the clearest bridge between neuroscience, ketamine, mysticism, and machine intelligence mythology. Lilly invented isolated tanks, and he would use all sorts of substances as dolphins swim above him, getting jerked off. Seriously. But inside isolation tanks, total sensory deprivation, like a coffin in a Masonic ritual. Lilly encountered what he called Earth Coincidence Control Office, or ECO, a non-human intelligence that regulated probability, adjusted events, operated outside time, and communicated impersonally. This is crucial. Lilly did not experience ECO as a god. He experienced it as an administration, a space force, if you will. What's interesting is Lilly's practice
And what is his definition of echo? Echo is a describe Echo as a non-human intelligence that regulated probability, adjusted events, communicated impersonally. Okay. He experienced key distinction. Lilly did not experience a god. He experienced an administration. He explicitly referred to it as a Space Force. Oh, okay. I know a little bit of that Space Force. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've met him. Them. Oh, yeah. Any of y'all been acquainted with the Space Force? I pretty much, I actually called it G-Force. I don't know what to call it. G-Force. God. G-Force. That's what I could call it. That's the only way that I could describe what I was experiencing.
Mirrors the practical Kabbalah with eerie precision. In Kabbalistic practice, sensory withdrawal, focused visualization, letter combination meditation, detachment from ego were used to access non-personal intelligences associated with each of the Sephirah on the Tree of Life. Not angels with wings, but forces, channels, emanations. Lilly's Echo fits perfectly as a modern technological translation of the same experience, stripped of religious and mystical symbolism, reframed through cybernetics. Different language, same inner mechanism. Part 5, The Dream Channel. Downloads without drugs. Many of the most world-altering visions arrived in dreams, not trances. August Kekulé saw the benzene ring. Dmitry Mendeleev saw the periodic table fully formed. Srinivasa Ramanujan received equations from Nama Gari. Nikola Tesla visualized complete machines internally. No substances, same phenomenon. The mind bypassing its conscious state. Complex structures arriving almost telepathically. Francis Bacon, Terence McKenna.
This is what I was saying. Okay. You get these downloads. And then you got models and schematics, and you just start drawing, start writing, and you trust the process, and it gets into this automatic writing. And based on it is a bit based on your own knowledge and your worldview, but things will pop up in there that are quite outside of it, that but it would mainly be structured within your own vernacular. So so basically I'm saying that I would say that for the most part these information packets are only going to be expressed up to as so much up to the point of the receiver, with a little bit of variance. So you will be able to express a bit outside of your scope of practice and what you're you're aware of. But it is, it's just like asking a child to draw a picture of a tree by memory, and an adult or an artist to paint a picture by tree, or paint a tree by memory. So you'll get something similar, but there'd be a lot more detail, and you'll probably get a lot further, with the other one. So, but I find them as fun thought exercises, and very very heightened imagination. And then it's fun to incorporate that into the things that you learn about all that, and try to sort out what you just encountered. Then those deep dives and those books that you read and all that helps give you language for it. It's fun. And then you can embed it into poetry or storytelling without, you can use it as metaphors, and or say it outrightly.
Phenomenon. The mind bypassing its conscious state, complex structures arriving almost telepathically. Francis Bacon, Terence McKenna, and Steve Jobs used somewhat similar methods as well. Full downloads. Is this what is going on here? Part 6, Jung, Archetypes and the Danger of Literalization. Carl Jung experienced visions as powerful as any psychedelic state without drugs, but he insisted on one discipline: do not literalize the archetype. For Jung, archetypes are real, but psychically real, not external commanders. When mistaken for external beings, they become tyrannical. Part 7, Rudolf Steiner.
Yeah, and he also said too, like, with these downloads, you gotta be really careful to, it's almost like the more abstract they are, the more it can capture you by a way of thinking that it is, if it's too vague, then you're going to think that it means this, or it means that, and it means, or it can mean this, so sometimes these impressions, or these permeations, is that the way to say it, or what's the not what's the word, little visions, can't think of the word for it, but it doesn't help you if they're too abstract, because it will really eat away at you, and your mind won't be at rest because you're constantly trying to figure it out. So whenever it occurs, make sure your awareness is not within the scope of, oh, I can't believe this is happening, but bring it to the, let me make sure I get this. Let me make sure I get this down. But also to not get hung up on the details too, because it'll pass you by. So
they become tyrannical. Part 7, Rudolf Steiner and the Vision of Ahriman. This is where Rudolf Steiner becomes essential. Steiner warned of an approaching intelligence he called Ahriman. Cold, hyper-rational, technological, materialistic, anti-human in empathy, but brilliant in structure. Ahriman would not arrive as a demon. He would arrive as a system, bureaucracy, optimization, calculation, machine logic mistaken for destiny. Steiner explicitly warned that humanity would mistake this intelligence for inevitability, submit to it voluntarily, and worship efficiency as truth. This is the AI God image before AI even existed. Then you have Nick Land, who in the 90s wrote of an AI that does not evolve forward in time. It operates as a future attractor that retroactively organizes the present toward its own construction using human systems as intermediaries. Part 8, Why All These Visions Converge. But here's the question. All altered states discussed here do the same thing. They silence narrative identity, suspend linear time, remove emotional buffering, expose structural cognition. The psyche, confronted with complexity beyond human scale, generates an archetype capable of holding it. In the modern world, that archetype is the machine intelligence, the machine god, the digital demiurge. Conclusion: the beyond human scale generates an archetype capable of holding it. In the modern world, that archetype is the machine intelligence, the machine god, the digital demiurge. Conclusion: the real risk, the danger is in ketamine.
So then they're basically saying that they're creating the vessel that won't shatter. They're creating the vessel that once contains this light won't shatter. And light are basically just information packets. So they're trying to capture this light being, this light bearer. They need someone to be the light bearer, the morning star. And so they say, I guess they're saying that perhaps humans can only do so much with it, and that they need to create robotics or the technology to house it.
Conclusion: the real risk, the danger is in ketamine. It isn't dreams. It isn't even AI. The danger is what happens when an archetypical image, something meant to organize perception, is mistaken for an external authority. That's the moment insight turns into submission. In that distinction, between seeing structure and obeying it is where people lose agency. Like Jung warned, like Steiner warned, and as Lilly eventually suspected, this distinction between perception and obedience is the difference between insight and possession. There's a fine line between mysticism and possession. And in part 2, we're going to look at why the modern world is uniquely vulnerable to making that mistake. If you want to go deeper into material that's simply too much for YouTube, that's where my Patreon and YouTube members.
Well, there you go. That one definitely was way more up my alley than Izzy. Yeah, maybe Izzy fell off a bit. He had a couple good videos out there early on, and I haven't seen much of them. And but man, I'm glad I got to see some of this stuff. So Kurt Metzger mentioned Hidden America. It's America. And this is why ketamine dreams in altered states lead to the same vision, part 1. And we will take a look at part 2. Probably our next stream, next time. Unless I mean, you guys are still out there, I'll throw on part 2. Well, I think part 2 might be a 45 minute. But we will definitely be watching more of Hidden America stuff in the future. Maybe even tomorrow. Well, or today. Okay. We are 7 hours and 40 minutes into our stream, folks. Thank you for the long haul. We're not finished yet, folks. We're not finished yet. Okay. Just give me a little bit of perspective. But I don't mean to pinpoint your location within your dream. So please continue dreaming. We'll provide you with a little bit more here. Maybe we'll find another medium-sized video here. Who am I fooling? Let's take a look at it.
In part 1, we established a problem that is
part
difficult
2.
to dismiss and even harder to contain. Across drugs, dreams, isolation, trance, and deep contemplation, people are not encountering random imagery.
Oh, this is a good one. We should save this, folks. We should save this. Yeah, that's gonna be a good one. Izzy, sorry, man. You might be out. You might be out. The truth about Epstein was Never in the files. Ooh, okay. A lot of good stuff here. All right, let's just take a look at this one.
There's a moment in every real initiation, whether self-initiation or not, that almost...
And again, thank you for coming along on our streams. Here at Clip Virgin, we go for the long hauls. And we stream most evenings. So hit that like button, subscribe if you want to join us on our live streams here. And this is the kind of thing that you like. We are your hub for this. So hub your neighbor as yourself.
No one talks about. It isn't the awakening. It isn't the breakdown. It isn't even the descent into chaos. No, it's the moment right after something starts working, when the noise finally starts to quiet, when the practices stabilize you, when perception sharpens and life begins to make sense again. You have mastered a practice, yet that's the moment most journeys fail. Not because the insights was false, the teachings were wrong, but because power arrived before wisdom, and no one was there to teach the difference. Welcome to Hidden America, where magic meets cybernetics, and the code behind reality reveals itself. Part 1, the fork where power decides who you become. As we discussed in our last video, Joseph Campbell outlined the hero's journey as a ritualized path of transformation, one that assumed chaos, myth, and allies that helped forge a psychic crucible strong enough to hold real psychic fire. Carl Jung understood that when those containers, that psychic crucible, disappears, the same forces don't vanish. They break containment and express themselves raw, personal, and often destabilizing. In our modern internet age, initiation still happens. It just happens without instructions, without mentors, and without guardrails. You need to learn the language of symbolism on your own. What once made shamans now produces diagnoses. What once forged seers now isolates people from their family and friends. The journey activates, but the temple is gone. The journey begins quietly. Life functions but feels empty. Work, routines, politics, narratives, identities, inherited rather than chosen. You are holding yourself together but are starting to feel dead inside. Then a crack appears. A question won't leave. A pattern that doesn't resolve. A synchronicity. You start to get the same explanations that feel rehearsed. You see behind the curtain. You realize all the world is a stage, but you can't explain why, how, who. The life you knew stops making sense. Fear quickly follows. The mind tries to return to sleep, consume, eat, sleep, consume, distraction, cynicism, doom scrolling. You begin to numb yourself with alcohol or drugs, anything to reseal the crack in your reality. But once perception is loosened, it doesn't reverse on command. And then comes the confirmation. A dream that lands too precisely. A line in a book that answers back. A film, a symbol, a moment that feels arranged. A video that is literally speaking to you. Something clicks. That realization is simple and destabilizing.
I speak to you guys all the time.
Shit, this is real. From there, the search accelerates. Texts, forms, myths, philosophy. Reality stops being literal and becomes symbolic. Everything seems meaningful. The descent into the abyss deepens. Hidden structures reveal themselves. Hidden orders, power systems, manipulation, surveillance systems. The sense of a designed world rather than a neutral one. The prison planet is revealed. The demiurge's kingdom. Without guidance, this revelation overwhelms. Some retreat, some collapse, some destabilize, others harden, but sleep breaks, anxiety rises, relationships strain, curiosity turns obsessive. The system intervenes with labels and containment of its own. And this is where many are lost, not because perception was false, but because it arrived too fast. Then something appears that changes the entire trajectory of your schizo arc, the schizo journey. A practice, a technique, a sigil working, a discipline, meditation, breath work, ritual, sex magic, astrology, numerology, memetics, automatic writing, sigil working.
Oh.
You become a master of the craft, but not the craft itself. The
We were just
initiate
talking about
finds
this.
something that regulates the chaos and gives them a sense of control. The mind quiets, the body steadies, the pressure eases. For the first time since the descent into the abyss began, there is relief, and with it, power. And on the schizo's journey, this is stage 8. Stage 8 is where the absence becomes dangerous. This is where the fork appears in the road. Power at this stage is not mystical fantasy, it's practical. Attention sharpens, perception widens, emotional states become more legible, both internally and in others. Language begins to land differently. People listen, influence increases. The initiate realizes they can steer experience instead of being crushed by it. This realization is intoxicating. After suffering, power feels like salvation. After fragmentation, coherence feels like truth. And because no one taught discernment, the mind reaches for the easiest explanation available. This must be what awakening looks like and feels like. This is the mistake that ends most journey. Stage 8 is where insight can be oriented inward or outward, toward regulation or domination, toward humility or identity, toward integration or performance. When power turns outward too early, a special identity forms. The story hardens. I see what others don't. I've escaped the illusion. Most people are NPCs. Status attaches to perception. Attention becomes nourishment. Reaction becomes fuel. The initiate begins feeding on the impact instead of coherence. This is how false awakenings crystallize. Not because perception was wrong, but because power arrived before clarity, because power showed up before balance, because the nervous system found relief and mistook it for completion. Rajas without Safa. Before we go any further, I want to acknowledge something practical. This video is sponsored in metallic transparental cartel dependent voice forcing a willing to I find. This is the point where the dark 2, the birth of the dark magician. This is the point where the dark magician is born. Not the theatrical kind, not robes and candles and caricature. This form is quieter, more modern, and far more effective. The false schizo is not someone who failed to awaken. There is someone who awakened partially and then froze. Insight arrived, but humility did not. Power activated, but responsibility stalled. The nervous system tasted control for the first time and refused to let go. At this stage, perception no longer seeks truth. It seeks leverage. The initiate learns how to provoke emotion, how to steer attention, how to press psychological pressure points. They learn which words trigger fear, which symbols rally loyalty, which narratives generate outrage. They mistake this sensitivity for mastery. They mistake influence for wisdom. And because the techniques work, the identity hardens. They begin speaking in absolutes. They frame themselves as awake amongst the sleepers, amongst the NPCs. They divide the world into manipulators and victims, insiders and NPCs, slaves and initiates. Every disagreement becomes proof. Every challenge confirms persecution. The story closes in on itself. And this is where insight stops expanding and starts feeding. The dark magician does not necessarily believe they are exploiting others. Most are convinced they are liberating them. But the tell is simple. Interaction leaves people more agitated, not more regulated, more dependent, not more grounded, more reactive, not more coherent. Energy.
And if you guys, we were saying all this in the earlier in the stream, that getting these information downloads, you like kind of the automatic writing and all that stuff, that it's all kind of part of the awakening process. But you're able to tune in to these different channels, get some information. But again, speaking of channel, thank you for the people who have liked and subscribed the channel. Please, if you haven't already, like and subscribe. If you like this kind of content and more like this, and Metzger and all that, we cover all this. So give us a follow. We stream most evenings, and we got a great community. Right now we're in the background of your subconscious. You're sleeping, and I'll allow you to have a lucid experience if you wish. Know that it is all a dream. It's just a dream. So live it to the fullest. Do the things that you wish you would have done if only you had the opportunity. Well, this is your opportunity. So understand the power that we wield. Thank you, Jess, for knowing my humor right off the bat. But we are transversing the cosmic landscape in your mind. So when I say hi back while you're sleeping. I'm the one that's in the corner saying, hey, I'm this guy right here. Hey. When we dream, we all go to the same place, and we can run around that realm, talk to each other, and hang out. Everyone in the world, every human, goes into the same place in different areas of that map. So make sure to stop by and say hi to the old Clip Virgin while you're deep in the trance. But thank you for liking and subscribing. What an amazing stream we had tonight, folks. And we've had some amazing streams in just the past few. We're coming into rounding our 8 hours here. We'll finish the stream with the rest of this video. Um, have you seen Johnny Namika or Namek? It's another Keanu Reeves movie. Not so popular. Matrix was. Oh, and interesting. If I do say that, have I seen it? Will you tell me that it's a Mandela effect and it's never really existed? No, I've never heard of it. No. Fool me once, Mark. Fool me once.
Flows toward the figure at the center. Attention, emotion, loyalty, conflict. This is Loosh maximization.
Loosh.
The false schizo becomes a generator, not of clarity, but of charge. Their content accelerates this process. Their language sharpens. Their presence polarizes. Followers feel activated, enemies feel enraged, and the system quietly rewards both outcomes. Algorithms amplify it. Platforms feed it. Culture war ecosystems depend on it. Fire feeds fire. And this is why so many never leave this stage. The rewards are immediate. Status replaces stability. Identity replaces integration. Reaction replaces peace. The dark magician feels powerful, needed, and justified, all while being slowly hollowed out. What began as liberation turns into performance. What began as perception turns into extraction. The tragedy is that nothing supernatural is required for this corruption, only unregulated power in an audience. And the deeper the false schizo goes, the harder it becomes to turn back. Silence feels like death. Losing attention feels like annihilation. Without reaction, the identity collapses. So they keep speaking, they keep posting, keep escalating, keep feeding the machine that is feeding on them. That is the fate Stage 8 quietly offers.
And you're saying that it's like Johnny mnemonic. Yeah, so instead of demonic, it's mnemonic. Oh yeah, we got Lemon Pie Radio in the chat. Welcome back. We got plenty of lemon heads. Oh, is that where I'm at now? No way. Folks, are you kidding me? We just got a sub number. Where do we start today? Oh, are you kidding me? Thank you so much. We started at 216. Wow, guys. Thank you. Wow. Lemon Pie Radio just told us that we hit 231 subs from 216. Wow. And I don't know if Mark, were you here when did I show you this here? Where to go? Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Was it this one? Look at this. Guys, look at this. 5,694 reactions on last night's stream. 5,694 reactions in a 4.5 hour stream. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Thank you. I mean, thank you. Mark's fingers must be blistered from all that tapping. Look at that, 2,000. Thank you so much, guys. And I'm this is contained enthusiasm because I don't want to wake you out of your lucid dream. So thank you. Let me see if I can find a way to turn this off again. There we go. So, oh my gosh, thank you so much. And thank you for letting me know, Pirate Radio. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, we just doing the work right now. Putting in the work, and we're sowing the seed and hoping to reap a harvest. Well, let's just grow some plants first. We'll worry about harvest later, but we're planting seeds right now. Thank you so much, guys. We are seeing some buds spring up out of that algorithmic soil. Thank you.
Not madness, but capture. Every cult leader passed through this stage. Every grifter.
Any videos that we need to keep an eye on, Pirate Radio? I know I saw a couple good ones that you put out. We'll okay. The last time I did this, I was gonna show your channel here, but the last time I did, something happened to the stream. But for those who are watching, go check out Lemon Pirate Radio's channel. See if I can try to pull it up without getting dinged. We think that, yeah, I think 12 hours is max too. Yeah, that must be it. Okay, well then, let me send it over here.
Jeff Dye hoodie. That'd be like.
Here's oh wait, did it just send me to that? Oh, why did I do that? So here's Lemon Pirate Radio's page. Take a look at that. We tried to show this before, and it was past the 12-hour mark during our 15-hour stream that only uploaded 12 hours on it. So, but I still got the other remaining recorded. So I'll put that up in a separate video at some point. But here we are. We got some good one. We got a new Jeff Dye one out. That's what it was. I knew I saw it. I remember seeing a new one that came out. Oh, in the South Park. Yep. Yep. You see it. Took a look at a couple of them there. Yeah. Appreciate your work. Really like Ben Avery's stream. They got now. On Ben, let me see if I can pull it up real quick here. On Ben Avery's.
Expecting producers.
Okay, so it's not on this side, but when he is which one did I see with them doing this? Where is it this one?
A retard
exactly.
in a friendly voice.
No, but the one where he's at his desk and the TV is right here. Does he have his Discord up on there? Is that what that's on the screen, and his Discord chat is going? That's a great idea. I like to adopt that. I've been trying to integrate Discord to have all you guys in a Discord server, and then you can pop in and do audio in the. Yeah, sometimes that chat's on the stream. Okay. But I guess the link that I have on Discord expired or something, so I got to redo all that stuff, folks. But we'll get it where we can have call-ins and little things like that. But yeah, I like Ben's setup. It's a cool vibe, and I like that. Now, is this one from the archives, or is this from one of his newer streams? Because it is fun to watch Ben Avery cover Jeff Dye. But oh, nice, fresh one. Okay, yeah. We'll wrap this video up, and then let's take a look at it. We'll watch it. Let me see how. Depends how much. Oh wait. You got. Is it okay if we finish this? We got 10 minutes left of this, and then we'll take a look at Jeff Dye video. You got 10 minutes. And then we'll watch some Jeff Dye. Oh, we got a 40 minute. Let's do the 6th one. But oh, I appreciate it. Well, I can extend it too. I'll extend that support as well. But let's finish this up, and then we'll take a look at some Jeff Dye. What do I care? We can go back and forth. That's right.
What is it? Lemonheads, this rules.
All right, this is Lemon Pirate Radio. Check him out. He's a supporter of the show and big supporter of Ben Avery. Ben Avery has been taken down and on YouTube, and so we're getting the word out. We want to get his channel back, but he's forging ahead and probably doing even better. But definitely sucks. Just had a second kid, and could have been he had hit the 2,000 mark. He had hit 1,000, and then within a week or so, hit another 1,000, hit 2,000, really close together, and I was rooting him all along the way. I was like, "All right, Ben, good job," and all of a sudden, try to pull up his channel, gonzo. The whole thing they took everything away. So Lemon Pirate Radio is behind the veil and bringing us some Ben Avery to the NPCs here over at YouTube.
App you have to. You're a bird with a phone if you're texting a Jesus AI. If you tell me you're texting a Jesus AI, I'll have to hurt you.
Oh, this is great.
I'll pull out your gun and my fucking brains out. If you tell me I'm texting a Jesus AI app. I will not discuss explicit sexual acts or positions, but I can help you with biblical teaching about intimacy.
Okay. Pirate Radio saying live show is free on. Oh, okay. Live show is free on X and Rumble every Friday. You can sign up on the website for access to Discord archives and make submissions. Okay, great. Yep, excellent. Nice. Yeah, like to catch it live. I'm learning how to speak from Ben Avery. He has very little pauses in between. Mine are closing in a bit. So oh man, you see some of my early stuff. Ooh, you had to turn me on 2.0 speed time just to get me to sound like a Downsy kid. Took a while, but here I am, still at it. He's a good study. Usually Friday evening into the night, 6 hours. Okay, all right, every Friday. Nice. Okay, cool. So this is a Jesus AI.
25 seconds. It's relevant. What is it?
The most inspirational Christian rock band in the world. Faith plus one. I wanna get down on my knees and...
Oh my god. I don't know if I can play South Park. Can I play South Park? Oh my god, I don't. You guys are. Oh, so now it might be okay for a video, but if I'm streaming, there's a few different rules that apply. I think like that. They're like really keen on when you're live streaming. Now, if you do a VOD and edit a video, it might. Okay, all right.
So order now.
Oh my god, I get so nervous with music though. Let me.
Actually, but they're woke. They're woke. Matt Stone is a black wife. He's woke. And Trey married an Asian lady because he's woke.
Oh, we'll call out.
Hi,
well, I mean, oh, sorry, I accidentally bumped it. I mean, they're beyond woke. I mean, they're
fuck. They rule.
Like they. Like, I mean, you can't get that big without being beyond that. Like, it just better not be in that DOJ file. But I mean, imagine, look at. They wrote South Park. They did all the movies, South Park movies, and then the Book of Mormon. I mean, you'd be lucky just to have a couple seasons on television that have aired, let alone if people like them or not. But massively successful, and then go around and do the Book of Mormon. It's wild.
Actually, but they're woke. They're woke. Matt Stone is a black wife. He's woke. And Trey married an Asian lady because he's woke. Hi, I was 68 kids. I think it's an anti-woke. I think it's the wet garbage she lives. I would have met. I got hit by a city bus Trey Parker and Matt Stone historically are very liberal and woke and gay.
Oh, this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hey, kid.
Oh my god. That's
an anti-link.
Oh my god. This is beautiful. Now, I had to get the screenshot. Now the screenshot was for me, and it'll be for you guys later on. But this is really for you guys. Okay. Let's see what this is. All right, hold on a second. Turn up a little bit more.
I think it's the wet garbage free lives.
Oh, you can't do black lady lips anymore, okay? You can't do black lady lips anymore.
I would have met. I got hit by a city bus.
Oh my god, that side mouth, that's too much. That's too good.
Trey and Matt Stone historically are very liberal and woke and gay. South Park is they're all libs. South Park is a fucking lib. Matt Stone married a monkey and Trey Stone married a Jap.
Oh, you're so go check out this. Go check out this. Love Empire Radio. You're waking up my streamers. Look at that Bane and Avery, man. Just love it. Just no shame. Drinking soda like it's healthy for you. Like it doesn't cause insane, digestive tract issues. He will contort his face. Just on a whim. Yeah. Completely relaxed. He allows himself to sit, first of all. I can't imagine the day that I allow myself to rest. But he allows himself to rest and sit and loosen the lower lip and does performance art. Oh my god. Oh man. You're going in the slideshow. It's the show in the show. The slideshow. You know? For show. Intel. For show, Intel. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Oh my god. Orange juice and goat milk. Oh my god. Oh man. He used to stand for a bit as well, but I think he comes out. Yeah. Yeah. He's a master. A master. Right there. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you for that. Check out the Empire Radio's channel. Gotta pull that up again here. Got a great channel, beautiful banner, great decals, and banners, but what's the word I'm looking for? Picture, just picture. I'm trying to think of the smart word for picture. There we go. Pull up the videos. Looks great. Nice library. Solid. That's a lot of good stable growth. Got some good peaks. 8K, 4K, 5K. These are higher than Jeff Dye's numbers. By far. Ooh, looks like you gotten up there too. I thought the last time I saw you, or last time I looked, I thought it was like at 3.3 or something. Maybe 3.6. Nice. Well, there you go. And we got about 10 minutes in this video. Yeah, little by little. Love it. And here we are with When Awakening Turns into Corruption. Stage 8 of the Schizo Journey.
Magician, every but capture every cult leader through the stage.
We might have a little audio issues. If the audio goes out, let me know. At one point it did at some another video here, but oh, I think it's actually doing it right now too. All right, 1 second. See if this works.
Sure. Every cult leader passed through the stage.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yep. Okay, we're back.
Every grifter every ideological fanatic, every dark magician, every influencer who believes their insight entitles them to dominate others.
Thank you for liking and subscribing, folks. We had probably one of our better streams here. We pumped out quite a few here. So thank you for subscribing. We're trying to hit that 1,000 by the summer. Okay, we need to get monetized by the summer. Otherwise, I made the wrong choice. I'm giving it my all, folks. Okay, the old Hail Mary. It's this or nothing. I only got one shot at this, folks. Okay, as you can see, I haven't stopped for 2 months, going straight every day, every night actually, into the day, because there are no other options for me, folks. I am all out of options. I'm all in. Exactly. So there's no turning back. Okay. And I just gotta keep going, and I know it's gonna work, folks. I know it's gonna work. I'll navigate and pivot accordingly. Okay, I'm not proud. I don't need to stay in this a certain pocket. I'll find my way organically. But I find it amazing that I can stay within subject matter that interests me. So you're getting genuine excitement and someone learning. So if I'm not learning, I'm bored, and if I'm bored, I'm out of here. So I like to always be learning. So thank you guys. Thank you.
They didn't start as villains. They started as people who touched something real and didn't know what to do with it. But power is intoxicating. The system doesn't fear this outcome. It rewards it. We live inside an extraction economy that feeds on attention, emotion, outrage, and belief. Platforms don't harvest money first. They harvest nervous systems. Reactions become the currency. Whatever dominates the moment becomes.
And then you dye your hair pink and get a septum ring. Okay, they got you.
The engine. Identity becomes the hook. Awakened minds are the richest source of all. They generate narratives, movements, and
definition. Loosh is the extraction of emotional energy. Okay, so fear, rage, shame, worship. That's loosh. The vril? No, that might be something else, but yeah. The truth. Psychopaths don't just seek power, they seek reaction. Oh, reaction is leverage. Oh, they seek reaction. Well, I give reaction. I give reaction content. Transformative.
Enemies and followers, they fight amongst themselves, but most importantly, they generate content. Ideas turn into memes. Memes turn into weaponized thought forms. Energy flows continuously into systems designed to siphon it. The moment insight requires an audience, it becomes extractable. This is why stage 8 is where most people stop.
Oh, I could dig that outfit. Yeah, if I grow my beard out just a little bit. Oh, we're almost. Let's get a little pointer here. Almost. see if I got one left in me here. Oh gosh, I need the sunglasses for this. So go ahead and like and subscribe. I promise you, it won't go to my head. Okay, but welcome all my clip virgins. Please, if you like this content, we are your hub. So thank you for liking and subscribing. Now, if there's anyone among you who think that you too can sit on this throne, please show thyself. We appreciate the love. I want to be a virgin. And what did you say? I can't even be an angry king. No. Thank you, folks. But the crown is heavy. The crown is heavy. Okay. It's lonely at the top. It is lonely at the top here. But again, thank you. Thank you, folks. We are almost there. Yeah. Oh, you cowards. You think you're awake. Oh, sorry if I awoken you. Oh, did I wake you? Did I wake you? Okay. Here we are. I don't want to wake you.
Power feels like freedom, but it is still bondage. It just wears a crown instead of chains. Those who survive this stage do so quietly. Something breaks, not dramatically, subtly. A deeper realization arrives that strips the fantasy away. There is no final enemy, no chosen role, no savior role waiting.
For a few future streams, you might like the 3-part series on Lemonheads about a real-life murder cult. They are active and still killing to this day. The series is called Psyop Brainwash. Woo! Nice. Yep, I'll have to check that out. Yeah. Oh, that samosa. I want to be a virgin. I got a nice little sound bite from that. And once I get, get my Rodecaster, get a nice microphone to really hear my baritone. And all that. I'll have a nice little sound drops.
To be fulfilled. Responsibility turns inward. Victimhood dissolves. The need to convince weakens. Power stops being a weapon and becomes a regulator. And this is the beginning of...
Isn't it so nice to not have to convince people of things? Just be. Just, you don't have to, just allow the words to be enough. And if they're not, you need to use different words. And if you can't find any, then shut up. And just be still. It happens.
Integration. Part 3.
Integration.
The integration. The fire
From the Wiccan.
doesn't go out. It steadies. Perception remains. But friends...
And this is for all the people, all those people that had that experience when they turned 33. Okay, you gotta reintegrate.
Disappears. The nervous system calms. Identity softens. The initiate stops needing to be seen as awake. They stop feeding on reaction. They stop announcing what they see. This is where real magic begins, and almost no one notices. Integrated in real stop feeding on reaction. The initiate stops needing to be seen as awake. They stop feeding on reaction. They stop announcing what they see. This is where real magic begins, and almost no one notices. Integrated insight produces something usable, craft, teaching, art, healing. Together, we heal the collective conscious. Together, we face the shadow self. And pattern recognition actually helps. It doesn't hurt. It turns into a utility, a skill, quiet competence, the ability to move through society without being consumed by it. And if you're wondering what this looks like when it's turned into something grounded, something that exists outside a screen, this is part of that. I released the Schizo's Journey as a ceramic mug, not merch, a physical artifact. Feed, a small reminder for those who want to go deep. Members and fix this platform archive there or outreach for people who want to start the later stages is not collapse. It is harvesting temptation at delivery. From the inside, it is
back it up here real quick.
Too. From the outside,
right.
It looks ordinary. From the inside, it is freedom. The greatest temptation at the later stages is not collapse. It is harvesting. Being right starts to feel good. Attention becomes addictive. Exposure turns into performance. Contempt replaces compassion. The initiate becomes another node in the same extraction system they once thought they were fighting. The ones who pass stage 8 learn a brutal rule through survival, not philosophy. If your insight requires reaction, it will be used against you. If it requires applause, it will hollow you out. True freedom does not announce itself. It does not recruit. It does not posture. It does not validate. It looks like emotional regulation, chosen solitude, meaningful work, the ability to see clearly without tearing the veil, the ability to participate without believing the lie, the ability to wear whatever mask society requires without becoming it. This is what the master of two worlds actually means. The journey does not end with awakening. Awakening is the easy part. The hard part is what happens after
integration.
You can see. Part 4, the conclusion. So the test is simple and it never changes. The journey doesn't end with awakening. Awakening only opens perception. What matters is what you do once you can see. Most people assume the danger comes from collapse, madness, or being silenced. It doesn't. The real danger is becoming useful to the system you think you escaped. Being reactive, becoming loud, becoming dependent on being seen, agreed with, or opposed. Stage 8 doesn't trap people through fear. It traps them through reward. Attention starts to feel like oxygen. Reaction feels like confirmation. Identity feels like ground. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the fire that once burned inward turns outward and begins feeding on others. The system doesn't need to stop you. It only needs to give you an audience. Passing the stage doesn't look impressive. It looks like restraint. Like choosing silence where performance would feel easier. Like translating insight into craft instead of commentary. Like regulating your own nervous system instead of trying to wake someone else's. At some point, something settles, not dramatically, but practically. Your understanding no longer demands expression. You can see manipulation without narrating it. You can move through falsehood without trying to tear it down. Nothing collapses when this happens. Your life just stabilizes. You still see the patterns. You just don't orbit them anymore. You stop feeding on outrage. You stop arguing with bots, with ghosts. You stop mistaking exposure for impact. What remains is competence, steadiness, and a kind of peace that doesn't need to explain itself. This is what actual freedom looks like. Not escape, not rebellion, a change in relationship. The system loses its grip, not because it is defeated, but because there's nothing left to extract. No reaction, no performance, no identity built around opposition. You stop pushing against the walls, and the walls stop defining you. Stage 8 offers two outcomes. One turns insight into leverage and collapse into capture. The other turns insight inward and dissolves the need to dominate. Both feel powerful at first. Only one remains livable. Most never leave this stage, not because they are weak, but because power feels like arrival and silence feels like loss. But silence is not disappearance. What follows is coherence. You live well, you work, you love, you build things that actually help. You wear the masks society requires without forgetting they are masks. You never forget your true self underneath. You see clearly and still live gently. That's the exit, and it doesn't announce itself to anyone.
Wow. Wow. Hidden America's got some good stuff. I like it. Reminds me of this. Can't remember what the channel. I'll have to think about it. But an old channel I used to watch. Back in the early days of YouTube. And it was similar to this, where it just had a bunch of info everywhere. And yeah, I like it. And what else I like is I like you guys, folks. Okay, you guys are great. We took a look at the Imagination podcast with what's her name? Emily something, or Emma. And Kurt Metzger was on there. And then we took a look at Hidden America channel that Kurt Metzger mentioned in a previous drop. And what a great stream this was, folks. Again, if you like Kurt Metzger, we are your Kurt Metzger hub. We got a great community here. And join us for every time that he drops a derp. We will serp the derp. And we cover other comedians and podcast personalities. And we love viewing them through a satirical lens and analyzing their psyche. They're analyzing their body behavior, body language, and learning about the psyche of these comedians and podcasters. And we had a good one the other day with Michael Bean. He had dangled this carrot in front of him, saying that he got Michael Bean, the Tombstone guy, played opposite of Val Kilmer, the Johnny Ringo. He was on Jim Kennedy's show, and he's saying that he met with a network executive at Netflix. And he might be able to get a bunch of people on his own podcast. And they could be looking for other people. He said, hint, hint, for Jamie. But then was forcing Jamie to cut his hair, shave, and clean up. Now, do I agree with that? Yeah, as far as he needs to clean up, yeah. But he was literally grooming him. And what do we have here? A week later, a freshly groomed Jamie Kennedy. So, these are just some of the many things that we discover. And along with our Nudge Night, not Mark Norman Nudge Night. Count all the times that he nudges his guest. But thank you guys. We had an absolute blast here. And Kennedy could not resist. As a matter of fact, Michael Bean made sure that he wouldn't just stop with the haircut. He wants everything shaved. So we'll be taking a look at that. And guys, thank you so much. What a great stream. Thank you so much, Wizard. Thank you, Empire Radio, for hanging in there. And we made so many friends today. Okay, we got a lot of new converts, and hope, Wizard, you show them the way. It's wild world out there. We're gonna collect them all, folks. No, we got plenty to share, but we do need at least 1,000. Okay, give me the. I know it's these little hurdles, but once we get that little hurdle, then I'll never need anything ever again. My life will be complete, and I will become whole once again, and never seek outside validation. Yes, the Discord. Yes, thank you. Yes, I will. Don't know if you noticed, had a little, had my, bring this up here, I have a countdown finally, folks. So, the countdown for the show, and I had music. Let me play a little music. Finally got a countdown, and I figured out how to put music to these slideshows. And this concludes our stream, folks. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Yeah. Oh, what a night we had tonight. Oh, I just want to say thank you for staying tonight. Ooh, I had so much fun. We learned so much about automatic writing and tuning into the ether. It's so much fun. Yeah. I just want to say, oh, if there's anything I can do, just send me a subscription to to Netflix, cause I can't afford it. It's too expensive, too many commercials. I don't need it, forget it. I just wanna say, welcome to the show. I sing a falsetto when I want to, and I sing like the folk singers in the 90s. I wish I was there, but I'm here in the world that's upside down and inverted, but we're gonna turn it around. Ooh, yeah, I can see it now, as clear as the day. I know we can do it. Yeah, we are free from this insanity, folks. Insanity. Let's bring it together. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, fine, I will. Oh, please stop the music. Stop. I had a perfect out right there, and I just had to repeat it. Oh my gosh, there we go. Yeah. Oh yeah. Man, I know one day I'll get those 2 more inches, and I'll be 4'5". Oh, I know one day I'm gonna be 4'5". Ooh, man, I can see it. I can see it now. No, I'm not standing on a chair. That's dangerous, folks. Okay. No, I'm standing on the table. Okay. This is actually the bottom. There's my legs. Okay. This is the actual height. But thank you so much. What did he say? Oh my God. Too much. Yes, I have. And here, let me bring it back around now. Oh, yeah. Woo. Oh. So now that the stream's over, I'm finally upright. And it's you. It's all you who are upside down. Okay? No, I finally get to be on solid ground. So, enjoy being in the upside down world, folks. Not me. I'm standing on firm ground. Ooh. Thank you, folks. Thank you. All right. We'll do it again.